is functioning. Yep, that is live looking. In the friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work done. Other than telling people that I exist and that I am here, it seems we are done. Yeah, let's get an hour in and just try and chill for a bit. Ah, right, song. Unfortunately, the sign is clipping into my desk. Okay. I need to, like, start the game with the chair back here, I think. Let's try that again, see how this works.
Thank you all for joining the program. I'm here with author and magician Penn Gillette. Penn, we're talking today about your work with Vera simulators?
Back in the 90s, Janet Reno, who was Attorney General for
the United States.
President.
There we go. I find myself driving into the sun. There we go. Time to go. It sets it from the news of this song will be true in like 6 hours. YouTube just given up on looping. going sideways because I'm facing the wrong way. Didn't even realize. Okay. Okay, first let's get the pittance of that back on. Then
turning a corner on my short commute, face north to west in the friendly pursuit of the welcome relief of one's work being done. I find myself driving into the sun.
okay, that's updated. Someone's Steam message vein. I will
Reaching above for square
look into that later.
hinge, swinging it down, trying to block the
Alright.
orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find myself driving
Power smart of it.
well,
Cut the sun now.
as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we only as I find myself driving into the sun.
Come on. I'm surprised, one, that anyone's like still looking to ride in someone's bus. Two, that I've got 2 of them in the first 11 minutes. I did not update the description of the Twitch channel. Oh well. Exactly, like I don't have the ad thing here, so... I am perhaps disconnected from the outside world. Slow down and see if we can. It's gonna require... hold on, there's gotta be a way of, like, resetting the head position. Yeah, we're going slow. Right, because it'd be great if I could be, like, over here. Maybe. Wait. More like here. Is there like a... Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I should have figured that one out earlier. Don't think I can reset the head position. I'm still not exactly where I want to be. So I think I actually want to be like here, but now I'm just off. Gotta be a button that I'm missing that resets that. Yeah, you know what? We are parked. I'm going to look it up. And maybe, just maybe, put that loop back on.
Turning a corner on my short commute.
Well,
Face north to west in the
I may have to invalidate my first 10 minutes here by resetting this head position, which I don't see a real way of doing it.
find myself driving into the sun.
Because it'd be a lot better if I was like here.
Reaching
There,
above
moving sounds.
where on a hill, swinging it down,
Pretty
trying
mug.
to block the orange ball of sweaty white light in my eyes. It will run as I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright.
Make some
It has
noises.
to get better, at least
Yeah.
I squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, we've only
See, now I'm just
begun.
way too far away.
As I
And
find
this
myself
controller turned off.
driving into the sun.
Yes, it did. Yeah, let's do this real quick. I have to look at it. Kind of funny. Okay, that's there.
Sinking too quickly, it ducks down below.
Yeah, look, that's all nice. Okay, that's good. Punch card, and I think it's all. Yep, there we go.
My vision near none is the light
Cool.
green or red. All I see is the sun.
Recenter. Oh, for. Wait a minute, I don't have that button.
It
Oh well.
has to get better.
There we go. That's how I swap that. Hearing the audio, and that's probably a good thing, but yeah.
Even if it's
Here we go. Now we bussin'. Now we in the bussy. And I still got the purple bit. Oops. Oh well, this is more comfy. I think the sensors can see that better, so now I gotta make up for lost time. No, we don't. This is nothing but lost time. Yes. You can actually hear the song twice now. Oh, that song's not going to keep me singing for long. Mainly because that's the only one I put on there. Expense of a VR kit, all of the setup and all of the computers and tech know-how has absolutely been worth it. I say 2.4 miles into how long am I supposed to go for? It's 8 hours, so 6 times 8 is one of those funny numbers. I think it's 48. Yeah. Yeah, 48. 32, 40, 48. So, 480 minutes? Is it like 500 miles? 600? No, we're going less than that. So it's like 360 miles maybe? Yeah, 3/4 for 480. Maybe something like that. chair, which is not as comfy. Maybe apropos, being as I'm sitting in a bus and driving a bus, and I've been doing this for 8 hours, but good, at least that means time's passing faster. For me at least. Lying, I'm 6 minutes into this. Downloaded that album so I get P3. Oh well. I really should turn on TeamSpeak notifications. There's no way for me to know if someone's in here. Or any notification. I'm kind of... yeah. Both. Okay, so the back mirror is okay, but the rear view mirrors are both broken. That's weird. I guess the passengers are more important than what's behind you, or maybe they didn't even render the tow truck. It's like 4, I'm gonna be here till midnight. Doesn't pass like it usually does. Just adjusting the headset a little bit because it's 100% weird. Adjusting. the side of the road. This song, I feel like it's been like 10 repetitions already, but it's okay, maybe if it's like a 2 minute, nah, it's probably 3 minutes. It's been done 4 or 5 times. My sense of time is gonna get wibbly real soon. That being said, I am 1/4 into the first eighth, though what is that, 1:30 seconds? Yay, 32 more of these and I'll be done, or 31 more of these and I'll be done. Off by 1 errors, yay! the song's about 3 minutes long. I think it was 14 when it started. You know what? It's 18. We're going to keep track of how long this song is. It is starting at 18 minutes. 8. Do it the other hand, shit. Yeah, I did it. They really need a better tone for the horn. It's not a horn at all. Seriously, what is that? This would be a little bassier at the very least. Have to get along with the fact that I'm just not going to be comfortable. Yeah, probably. Actually a limit to how much I can swing. Yeah, rest the moment. Yeah, it's probably going to be boring for another 40 minutes. I don't know of anything else to do except get a good amount of the way down the road. Every hour, I'm going to be assumed to have gone 45 miles. 45 miles per hour. So, 2 of them is going to be 90, 4 of those are going to be 360, so I was right earlier. We're going 360 miles. Drivers get really tired and they just follow the center line, which isn't great portents, but there's no other cars on this road. Look at me. It could be nice to do over here, but the bus likes to pull to the right, so better chance of survival all the way over here. repetition. It started at 18. I don't remember this song being 6 minutes long. Either 3 or 6. Oh boy, that was another minute I was not expecting. It is a bit repetitious, so it could be... It's still going. I must have missed it. Shit. Early in the song, so I'm just going crazy. I've lost track of the passage of time. Pretty early, actually. Ah, right. The hinge to orange rhyme is the next thing. The truck that can't pass is like 3 minutes into this song. Never mind. Okay. The song's about 4 minutes, maybe. Is it actually 6 minutes? I mean, that's no. No, this has to be it. We've done the cat section. It's like one more thing. It's, you know what? Listen. Okay. Then 4 minutes. Right? Do 26? Yeah. Okay, it's about a 4-minute song. I think I had previously listened to 2 repetitions and just didn't think. 22 miles. With our newfound knowledge, we are approximately 7 repetitions in. Maybe 8, because I stopped for a bit. Considering that that's 4 minutes, so we're going for 480, we have to listen to the song 120 times. Yay, 8 out of 120 times. Cool, we're almost 1/12 of the way through this. We're just gonna xenophon our way through this particular thing, just do fractions until we make it. Yeah, aren't we like 2:30? We're like a full 16th into this, coming up on a 12th, maybe at the end of this song. Yeah. Well, reverse xenophon, I guess. Is that it? Whose paradox is it that you can never make it to a destination because you'll always make it halfway and then you'll make it to the new halfway after that ad infinitum? Xenophon's paradox, right? I mean, I hope I make it to Las Vegas, much as I like fractions. I said that out loud? I said that out loud. Oh well. Make the time go by. That's assuming I've kept, 45 miles per hour, we're gonna be. There's like a can back there. Is that like a big K or something? First 10 minutes had like 2 people, then nothing. Alright, posture check. Yeah, I should be up here where I can absolutely not see anyone behind there. Maybe I should lower the chair a bit. Oh, this is as low as this goes. Oh well. I'll just have to get comfortable somehow. Well, this is pretty nice. I think this is okay. Yeah, see, the truck that can't pass is 30 minutes into the song, so we got about a minute left in this repetition, and then we'll be at the end of 8 repetitions. Out of 120, which was that 1/12, or am I just going crazy? I have to listen to it 2 more times before I get to 4 for 10%. Why did I say 12%? I'm going nuts. Yeah, I know we're at like 116. 45 will be 3:30 seconds. Halfway to 1/4. Wait. No, it's 8 hours, sorry. Halfway to 1/8. Yeah. Fractions. They'll keep you distracted for at least 5 minutes. hours to turn out here. Oh, that's... yeah, just Jen. I want to tighten the mask and make sure my vision stays clear, because that's gonna be uncomfortable 3 hours from now. I keep thinking I signed up for 4 hours, and that is not the case. This is an 8-hour adventure. We're still only a little over 1/16 of the way. Alright, we're going 360 is a good number because it's very divisible. It's just 6 times 60, and 60 is a very divisible number, so we should be able to figure out how many, or if we are up to a 15th of the way there. We're currently 27, not quite to 30. Yeah, that's how that dial works. 27, because once that hits 0, the 3 should be in the center. There are 27 miles. 360 is the total, and 15th of that is 460, 6 more of that, 24. So it's 24 times 15. We've gone 24 miles, we've been 1/15th of the way there. We are 27. We're above 1/15th of the way there. Okay, for whatever reason, the word truck is sticking out to me in this song, and I keep hearing it. So there's going to be about 120 trucks. If I keep the music on, I probably won't. But it's another method of measurements, time-wise, not distance-wise. Distance-wise is what counts. Time is just how long it takes, but... truck happens once every 4 minutes. And that 4 minutes is going to happen 120 times in 4 hours. 480 minutes is 8 hours, right? And 60, 120 times 4, 480. But, divide that back by 4. Yeah. Can't tell, and I don't think I got the wherewithal to go back into the recording of this to the 40-minute range. Just notice if the wiggles are there, but it is... there's some fun rendering difficulties going on here. Getting very apparent, but as long as the game continues to work, I'll just pretend I'm going crazy. And pretend. 30 seconds of the way through the journey. That could be a 10th. Ooh, yeah, when we get to 36 miles, that'll be a 10th. We're at 30. So, yeah, if we were going at 60 miles per hour, that would have been like 5 or so minutes. But we're not, so it's more math. What else am I going to do right now? So low. They just keep these tires deflated on purpose? Yeah, I don't know. Nothing on the battery gauge. Nothing on water temp. I mean, it'd be kind of funny if there was like a hidden progress. I mean, I don't know. One of these gauges could be like, here's how close you are to the end or something like that. So, you know, I don't have to do the math every time I'm trying to figure out if I'm 10% of the way there or something. Almost to 33 miles. That whale wearing a kilt. Or like a clasp on it. I'm only just now realizing the whale is wearing something. Probably a symbol for something. shaky going, and it's maybe getting there. I mean, of an 8-hour journey, we are almost an hour through it. Ooh. The bus yet remains empty. I'm gonna laugh when like I take a quick second as a break and notice that like the internet's going down or something. I really should have given myself like one reference to the outside world, but the setup is for people who don't spend 8 hours driving a bus apropos of nothing and then keep it as a tradition for 5-6 years. Whoa. Saved it? Saved it. Yeah, that was a... Okay. Is someone back there? I really hope the game didn't lag out because someone got in here, but didn't die. That's... Okay, so... It'd be kind of nice if when the controllers are determined to have disappeared, maybe the brakes get applied? The thought. No, that's... Hold on, that's like a... That's not a person, that's... It's like the luggage carrier back there. And I'm starting to see faces on the luggage carriers. This isn't good. Only 48 minutes into this. Got 7 more of these hours to go, and I'm not even past the first one. So, interesting. It bugged out and sent me straight left, so maybe I should just stay in the right lane as a defense against that. I gotta strategize, because that was almost a game over after an hour, and, you know, we got 8 of these hours to go through. Losing one is a lot. Hey, we passed the 10% mark. Supposed to be able to yeah, okay, cool. Register better. I should probably take a look at where all my setup is and try and make sure that controllers are more visible. But I guess I need to stay in the non-comfy chair. 36 times 2, so... 72, right? 36, 36, 72. Yeah, that's right. Something under the seat, but I'll look into it later. Yeah, maybe I just, I don't know. This song is it for, I think it's the 11th repetition of this song. It's only now starting to get old. Figured out what causes it. I thought I had this all set up nicely, but anyway. Alright. Let's get 5 more minutes down the road, get to that nice 1 hour mark, and then start setting up as I can. There's a button that I think I should have that resets the head position that I haven't been able to find. So I need to make an alternate or something. But yeah, 5 more minutes. Put at least a little bit of mileage down. And do some fixing. Yeah, I saw you. You weren't supposed to do that. I just put you over here and then you cooperate. Oh boy. Of the 5 years I've done this, 4 of them were on keyboard and mouse and completed successfully. 1 was in VR and crashed after 5 hours, which will continue to haunt me. This is the second attempt in VR, and it is stressful as I remember. Don't know the new graphics cards they've saved up for all year, and no did. Reflecting in my eyes, or am I just going crazy? It's not. I'm going crazy. Also, real time. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can get a watch up. Really should have done some kind of integration. Hello. I'm guessing it's about 5 p.m. But honestly, it could be anything right now. Just be dilating for me, and that's just a clock that lies.
Is the light green or red? All I see is the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I tumble along. I will not be deterred, no, I find myself driving into the sun.
So I think I need to tighten the straps on the controllers because I feel the pain of a claw grip. I have really sat here and listened to nothing but Drive Into the Sun for an hour. Good gravy. Okay, almost. I could go to like 44 miles flat. Or if this minute lasts another hour, I'll probably get to 45. Yeah, just whenever the minute ticks over. Yes, we are on 44 miles. 34. We already passed the 10-minute mark. Okay. Park. And see how things have been going for the past hour, because it feels like time has passed. Okay. So, if I were smart, yeah, I probably could stand to either put that sensor lower, have it tilted further down, but so far so good. Oh no, I have messages in Discord. Nobody's noticed I set it up in TeamSpeak. Let's look into those really fast. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna stand up and look into the... yeah, this is fine. Okay, it's 5:30. 30 minutes later then.
Shimmering truck I can't pass in our
Oh no, people are watching the Twitch. How could I have known? Oh well.
ourselves raging against the sun. Well,
alright, well, do I put on a different song, or do I just do this for another hour? Because I've got that kind of mental constitution, at least. Who knows?
As I find myself driving into the sun. Well, alright, it has to get better. At least I can squint as I
Man,
tumble along.
the variety would be great, but let me do another quick adjustment. I'm gonna do that down by like that. So we're not, because I'm pretty sure I'm not actually speaking over the engine, and I haven't really been like paying attention to any of my audios, so. Oh yeah, I should probably also move the mic. So many things I could have set up for. So many things I didn't. Alright. Moved. That should be a little better. Put that there and drink the rest of this coffee because I already need it. Okay. I'm gonna try and type in the words "works for me" into Discord and then continue for another hour. Alright, you know what? I am going to change the music, but it is going to be just a different song on repeat, and it's going to be the song that I did, what, like 3 years ago? It's going to be a Christmas song, in quotation marks. See if I can get that really fast. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay, and then make sure this is on repeat. Oh boy. And I must have scooted my chair up a little bit because now I'm very close. Alright. Ooh, that's loud. I did not adjust any of that audio. Ah, come on. Oh no. Too much Christmas. Okay, just enough Christmas. That's better. Okay, I only lost 5 minutes on that diversion. I didn't make any adjustment to the sensors, because, Okay. That door closes on its own, right? Yeah. There's the tumbleweed. I know I stopped for a second. Let me attempt to be social, please. Even though I very explicitly wanted to have an antisocial hour. I didn't explicitly want that. I left the TeamSpeak open. People could have seen me. People did see me, actually. Ah, people saw me. Right, you know, I'm actually gonna scooch. Oops. Aha. I'm gonna scooch to the right, just because I found earlier that if I leaned too far to the left, things would bug out, so... And that's because I think I'm just a little too close. I should have gone, like, in the dead center of my room to do this, but oh well. Testing things before you do it. Whoever does that? Okay, 45 miles is decent. I don't know. Yeah, 45. Yeah, we're about at the hour point. Because we're going 45 miles per hour, and that was an hour. So, yeah, this is all making decent time, actually. That's gonna get ruined by hour 3, because, you know, I just got to 45, and we're 8-ish minutes behind, so that's gonna turn into 30 minutes behind by hour 3. Then the numbers get significant. Oh well. Yeah, don't pay attention to how the bus is melting. That's just the Arizona sun. That happens sometimes. Oh, I didn't get the tuft of hair out of my ear, and now it's starting to itch. Oh boy, this is a dangerous maneuver. Okay, I think no, I did not remove it properly. Oh boy. Oh well, I'll just deal with it for an hour. I may have turned the Christmas music too low, I can't really hear it. You know, if I was smart, I would have actually made that, like, stream-friendly playlist of my music and just had that on shuffle, but... Now, let's listen to the same song over and over again. That you still didn't check for copyright. Oh well. Nothing will go right. Crazy man will talk to himself until someone notices that they can enter a TeamSpeak channel and speak. Or someone's being cheeky and just said, oh, I didn't even check the TeamSpeak channel. Fuck if I know if I'm even talking in it right now. Yeah, I just did Discord because I had messages. You know, if I'm just quiet enough that I ignore all the engine sounds, I can hear it. That's a big old cactus.
Oop, almost at 50. I don't know what percentage of 360 50 is, but yeah, come on, 49. The numbers, Mason, I know what they mean. I want them to go up faster. Almost 0.2 miles till 50. Yeah, we're in single digits now, right? What's 1/9 of 360? Or an eighth? Yeah, we should be an eighth of the way there. So, we are officially in the single digit fractional territory. Of course, the single digit fractional territory gets about pretty boring after the 4th hour because, you know, you're halfway there. So the numbers don't get any smaller in the denominator, now you're just futzing with the numerators. But we're not there yet, so... It really has just been 10. I'm not fully present of mind because it's just been 10 minutes since I put the stuff back on. Let's say P&T Truck and Coach Division, Dinosaur Motors Corporation, Tucson, Arizona. And good luck reading the type from here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ram my head into my desk if I actually go and try to read that. I can occasionally hear the tidings of comfort and joy through the motor, but it's hard. I don't want to focus on the music, because, you know, road focus and fraction focus. Too many foci. Concentration is about as good as my word choice right now. Or my taste in entertaining myself for 8 hours. Well, we'll call it 7 hours and 45 minutes. 6 hours and 45 minutes. Can't keep doing those off by 1 errors, otherwise the fractions will all be wrong. But yeah, no, we have done one of those hours, so 7, and then 15 off of that is 6:45. I really should have gotten like a Twitch chat integration, because that's like where the strangers who are wondering if I'm actually going to do this will be asking questions, and there's literally no way for me to see that right now other than stopping the bus, taking all my gear off, and making a effort, so... Yeah, the single line of communication is that one TeamSpeak channel, so oops. Maybe not oops, but kinda oops. Right hand, could you please? If I put you over here, the other sensor, that corner, not that corner of the room, but like the, like I'm looking at that corner right there, not that corner, but the further back corner. I should be staring straight at one of my sensors up there, but I think it's actually like right there. I'm doing that just to make sure these two are fully visible no matter, you know, how much I move around, but that has proved to be not good enough because I moved around earlier and nearly ran off the road 45 minutes into this, so we'll be trying to avoid those situations. Hopefully. Could you not? You're starting to get a little fidgety over there, too. The mirror is a little weird. I'm just kind of going back and forth and noticing it moving. Don't run off the road. Put that back in the lane. Not that far. Ah, shit. It did it again. Were I a better streamer, I would have maybe thought of some topics of discussion that I can ramble on to myself for, but I didn't, because I am not. I have not been to Tucson, although I have driven. Have I? No. I think I've seen roads out west, but oh yeah, the last time I did, I flew to Vegas. I wasn't really driving all that much. I thought the center line was supposed to be a lot yellower than it is, and it's just kind of matching the sand, and I don't know if that's just like a thing, it loses its color over time, or if the developers just got lazy and were like, yeah, let's just paint the center line here this color. Same color as that texture over there. I mean, I hope it's more deliberate. Maybe there's a reason for there to be less of a yellow line. Tongue twisting there. Less of a yellow line. The middle of roads in Arizona. Oh yeah, where is the... Is there a welcome to Nevada sign? I think there is, like at milepost 300 or something. Maybe? I don't know. really should tighten the mask. It keeps flipping or riding up or doing something. Hey, quick question. I just grab... No, I have to grab at least that. Or, okay, so the steering wheel is an object. You have to grab a piece of the object. Unfortunately, unless I get some rubber bands, my fingers are just not going to be comfortable. Yeah, I'm starting to get that, like, rigor rash. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, more of a cramp. Not really a cramp, though, just... What is it? Let's see. You get a repetitive stress injury from, like, pulling a trigger for too long. Like, does that count as a repetitive stress? Or is that like a distance? I don't know. Might be a word for that. Yeah, first 10 minutes, 2 people join in and are able to, sit around and do things. And then the next hour and 14, nothing. I'm gonna keep pointing this out because I got nothing else to do, but that is suspicious. Although I have a guess as to who those 2 people might be. Maybe. Well, I think both of them have VR sets, so... yeah, whatever. I'm going to guess that they are random people and just not think too hard about that. We are on 58.5 miles. As much as that is almost the nice number, it is not yet. We'll get there, though. And the nice... So the number we're almost at, which is 60, would be 1/6 of the way. So I just forgot to even mention we were... Oh yeah, 1/7 is not a fun fraction to do. The sept. $59 miles. I know that looks not like it, but it's a dial. It does that. Yeah, at this point I'm having a staring contest with the center line, and oh, I'm trying to keep this up, but boy. Probably should not be having a staring contest with like a VR screen right in front of me. Eyes are hurting a little more than they should, and I lost the contest. Oh well. One day the road will blink. That's supposed to... like a mattress or something? I can't tell what's back there now. $62 miles. Oh, yay, we hit the 1/6 point. I forgot to point that out. Alright, 1/5 of 360 is 80? Yeah, I think it's 80. No, 8 times 5 is 40, so 1/5 of 360. Well, 300 is 72 miles? Is that also 72? Probably. Yeah, 72 times 5 is 35 plus 10, so 360. Yep, 72 miles. We are 10 miles away from being 1/5 of the way done. Correction. Oh man, the same song on repeat can only get you so far. Although I'm starting to miss driving into the sun, which is not a thing I really should be missing right now, but who knew? Oh no, a single hair has migrated into the eye compartment. Oh boy, that's gonna be... Alright. Very problematic to deal with, but I'm gonna try and worm a finger in there and maybe get... Nah, this is... oh boy. Alright, this is gonna be a more involved process. Let's take the right hand off. Yeah, there's no easy way into that compartment. And I didn't get it. Oh, I should have got a headband or something for this. It's still there. Shit. Oh my god, it's coming right for us. Is it like stuck in the grill? Where'd it go? Did it just go? Oh no, there it is. Yeah, I guess it kinda went through. Weird. The hair is still in my eye though, so I need to... Okay, you know what? This whole thing's coming off. We are parked. We are parked. Whole thing coming off. Okay. Get hair out of there. Okay. Think I am doing better now. That's not where you're supposed to be right arm. I'm still adjusting things so I get my FOV and everything right. I still haven't 100%. Oh. Yeah, okay. Apparently 70 millimeters is as clear as it gets for me. Shoot, I got a big head. Good gravy. Okay, I do need to get like rubber bands or something because my fingers feel so nice not being constricted like they were, but now I gotta go back to constricting them. Okay. And here we go. No more hair in the eye. Okay, 45 miles per hour for 2 hours, so we're at 65 right now, almost 66. Yeah, I'm trying to think. If we keep at this pace, approximately where will we be at the 2 hour mark? But, oh well. We are making our way. Almost at that 40-minute mark. And nearly at, no, we're just 66.3. Never mind. Still got some mileage to do. At least I can sit as I tumble along. This song got stuck in my head 'cause I listened to it for an hour. A frickin' repeat while I'm driving the bus. Holy shit, that's not stopping. I can't get this song out of my head because I am still here in this deserted sun. That was not a good lyric about this event. Oops. Oh well. For having sat through that song for an hour on repeat, I still want to hear it, and that's not a great sign. Well, probably a good sign for the song, not a great sign for me. Yes, the number is fast approaching. We have a little over half a mile before that is a thing. The finger's hurting, so switching to the middle finger now. 68.6 miles. Almost. And yeah, Lamau, it's the funny number, it's the sex number. We made it 69 miles. Unfortunately, the bus only goes 360. Well, okay, you know, if you want to make the return trip from Vegas to Tucson, then maybe we can get the weed number, but maybe not. Maybe not. Like, I'm already gonna be sitting here for an additional 6 hours, in theory. Yeah, adding 8 more hours on top of that's not a great thing to do. We'll see, though. No, we won't. I keep sighing because I want to do, you know, a full single sitting or single, what is this? Because I'm probably going to get up and stretch after 4 hours, but, in a single session, that's it. I do want to attempt the 16-hour thing in a single session, but, New Year's is a thing I gotta keep in mind, and everything else, but I did wake up at like 1 today, so... but I went to bed at like 5, so that's not great. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 is... was that 8 hours? It might have actually been a decent amount of hours to sleep, but... I need more preparation besides just eating a pound of baked potatoes. It wasn't a pound, it was like a little over half a pound. I just carbo-loaded and caffeined right before this, so I could maybe not have to deal with anything as we go. I do have snacks nearby, but for someone who's trying to gain weight, this is probably not the best of ideas, sitting here, doing nothing, driving a bus, well, you know, just driving a bus. But like not even a real bus. I am holding a controller in my seat and slowly wearing out the joints between the first and second bones in my fingers. Because I am putting too much pressure on that. I don't know, like... Again, probably need to go find some rubber bands after like 4 or 5 hours. Or something. I don't know exactly the best way to... Because I think the last time I attempted this in VR, the setup was basically... I think I like put the controller down but like I still got my finger in there, so it wasn't my finger pressing against the controller, it was the weight of the controller pressing down on the finger, but and I can strategize when like hand starts hurty. The hand not quite hurty, it's just getting a little tired. It is noticeable on that pain scale, it's probably a 1 now. That's weird. Does the grass pop in at a different distance than, like, the cacti and other objects? Because, like, I can see... Is that a very blurry cactus over on the left there? Yeah, that appeared way down there, but I think the grass is only, like, 200 feet in front of me and it's popping in. I have not noticed that until now. Considering I do this once a year for about 8 hours. Yeah, I probably noticed it before and just didn't care. Nope, still stuck in my head. Well, alright, it has to get better. I don't know all the words in the right order, but I'll keep driving a bus and swing that stupid thing. It smells like pine and I'm driving a bus. How did I... Oh, it actually... Oh, that's less of a static object than I thought it was. Is it... How did I get it to turn like that? Well, the accelerator on this bus doesn't do me much, but I gotta, like, spin a little bit. Oh! Oh, I think it's literally, like, in a bounding box, because it slams up against the air. What? Yeah, like, it hits... Okay. I think there's, like, a box that determines the boundaries around it, and like when it gets up to there, like, see how it doesn't... Oh, shit. How do I do that? Oh. Even though the hand is over there, I can still move it towards the horn. That's annoying. But like, it doesn't swing past where the hand... Okay, hold on. It stopped following the rules as soon as I pointed it out to him. There? You know what? Never mind. I don't know what that is doing anymore. It just kind of spins when it gets to a certain point, but it... Like, yeah, I thought it stopped swinging when it got to that point, but it has swung past it many a time. And I really should not, like, invalidate the whole thing and get the tow truck called on me just because I want to see how high I can get the tree to swing. miles. 72 was 1/5 of the way there, so we have passed the 1/5 of the way there mark, and I think it's 90 for 1/4 of the way there, so we are just going down them fractions. Oh yeah, and at about 2 hours we should be 1/4 of the way there, because it's 8 hours. Wow. I could just stick that in there. Yeah. Yeah, careful not to stick it in. You know, let's just get that hand away from there. I don't know if I actually want to follow the rule I can only change the song on the hour, and it has to be the same song on repeat for that entire hour. But I'm currently following that rule. I haven't bothered to change the current music for the entire hour, even though I can like barely hear it. You know what? I will follow the rule until I cannot anymore, I guess. I should be vocalizing the thoughts, but I'm not having any thoughts. Like, I'm starting to hit that zen point where I can just, like, not think. Even the pain in the fingers just kind of slips away. There's that meditative abnegation about games like this, especially when you, like, you know, force yourself once a year and the whole ceremonial aspect to do it. Oh, you know what? I was going through my head about other things that I needed to do this year, and one thing popped up. And that was, right. So, how do I even begin to explain this? Because if I just say, oh yeah, I gotta recap my D&D campaign, that doesn't really put a whole lot of, it doesn't put a whole lot of context to that, so let me think about this. A very long time ago, when I started playing D&D with the group that I've continued to play D&D with for a very long time, we played through a campaign, and at the end of that campaign, which I think took about 9 months by an estimation that I made once upon a time, but has come into question now that I rewatched the... Okay, at the end of that campaign, I made a recap video. I sat down, I got drunk, and I just talked about the campaign for like an hour. And just the parts that I remember and like the bits of the story the players never found because they went left instead of right, or they, you know, didn't talk to the very obvious plot point that they should have, but instead did something else that was dumb, and then you had to weave the plot into that anyway, so... I have been meaning to record one of those for the second campaign we played. Now, the first campaign we played was about 9 months long, and the second campaign we played was about 4 years long. That was, I think, the 9-month campaign was like mid-2019, not 2019, sorry, mid-2016, I think. And then 2017 was... No, hold on. Yeah, no, the old campaign I think ended January 2016, and then April of 2016 is when the second campaign started, and that campaign lasted until April 20th of 2020. I remember we ended it on 4/20/2020 because Lamau, the wheat number, but also because it was actually at a good point to end it. Like, I probably could have made, you know, an extra, probably could have had an extra session on top of that, but I didn't have to. You know, the campaign had a good place to end, and, you know, that was the time to do it, so it went and did happen. So I wonder, seeing as I'm trapped in this bus for the next 6 hours, if I should maybe try doing that recap. Now, the last time I did the recap, I had the Roll20 open, I had all my documentation open, I had the physical notes that I had kept, and all the other everything else that went into the game. And here, I'm in a bus, and I'm just gonna have to go off the old noggin. So unless someone joins this TeamSpeak and interrupts me, because I turn TeamSpeak notifications off, so someone could just be sitting in here listening to me like the madman they are, listening to the madman that I am. Or madwoman. I don't know who's currently listening to me, so we'll find out later, if anyone. But I might attempt that recap right now, because I literally have nothing else to do, and it will fill the dead air. Welcome to Hour 2 of the bus, where I talk about a campaign that I ran for 4 years. Okay, the first memory of this campaign was before it even gotten started. Someone on TG was playing through the Song of Ice and Fire role-playing game, and they were just kind of posting all of their session notes somewhere. I forget if this was an archive, or... Nah, this is definitely an archive. I think I was on sub-TG. And for whatever reason, this person had a strange fascination with, like, the food served at banquets, and that was, like, the main... That was, like, the main fixation. Like, there was the occasional, you know, describing what the players did, but they always took the time to, like, write down what food they ate, which was just weird to me. I don't know. Maybe in that, like, posting on 4chan kind of a thing, you want to write a little bit into it, but I don't know. There were far too many asides to what was being eaten at that particular banquet or at that particular feast, or just... it was weird, but it went on forever. That thread was huge, and I just kind of sat there and read it for a couple of days. I'm trying to remember, it took me like it took me like a week to get through that. I was just kind of reading it in spurts, but there was like 10 different parts, and each one of those parts was a full thread of just like reply after reply after reply after reply. For whatever reason, that inspired me to do, like, hey, maybe I should play this kind of a game with the tabletop group, but the tabletop group wants to play 5th edition, so let's make, like, a little bit of homebrew and throw that in there. Maybe. I can't remember when the decision was made to do a hybrid of A Song of Ice and Fire and 5th edition, and I don't think it was immediately. I think we took... I can't remember. If I had my notes, I would look at my Session 1 notes and see if I had decided on that yet, because I think it's like maybe Session 1 or 2 when that happened, or... No, Session 1 was, I think... Or, I should say Session 0. I think a Session or 2 went into designing the house that they were going to be. Because, you know, it was Game of Thrones, so the first thing I did was rolled some dice. I didn't actually roll the dice. I chose... what was it? Do I want to say player names, or player usernames, or... you know what, I'm gonna go with class names, because I'm pretty sure I can remember all the classes players are playing as. That's a lie. 2 of them were playing as warlocks, so this is going to make things interesting. Yeah, 2 were warlocks, 2 were clerics, and 2 were something else. rogues, maybe? But one of the rogues went wizard. Crap, how do I keep my players together here? Let's see. Oh, they could go by rank. Rank would be weird, but yeah, one of the things that needed to be established was like, okay, how is the house set up? And someone had to be like the sovereign or the person who had the executive power. Kind of twofold. One, just because it makes sense in the story, and two, the players had, let's say, I'm gonna call it planning fatigue, maybe? Not planning fatigue. This was something I had started to notice in the first 9 months, but got worse as time progressed, and the players had a decently, what is it? A decently consistent habit of just planning and planning and planning and doing and like thinking about and it's a mixed bag here, because if you get a good heavy plan, then as a DM you're like, ah yes, and when they get to this part of the plan, I have this table for them, and like you can do your own planning while they do their own planning. But if the entire 3-hour session is talking about the thing we're going to do and not actually doing the thing, then players get bored. Usually the two people doing the planning are the warlocks, and they're kind of leading the conversation. And while they do ask for input and they are being good about playing in a group and doing all that sort of a thing, it's kind of a... Both in the Arma group and in the D&D group, there was a lot of, okay, how about we just do it? We've been talking about it for an hour now, let's just do something. And yeah, that happened a lot in the previous campaign, so I wanted to assign one person to be the executive decider, so that when, you know, 2 or 3 equally good plans come up, we can be like, ah, yes, the king, the baron, the duke, you make the deciding vote. And that was, you know, just a way of breaking ties, essentially, or, you know, cutting the planning phase down a little bit, just so that we can actually, you know, get on with rolling the dice and doing the combat. But I decided to give it to... Okay, they eventually became a paladin, I think, so we're gonna go with the paladin, but I think they started as a fighter. Or were they a rogue? The sovereign character does get assassinated eventually, so I think they started as a rogue or a fighter and eventually became a paladin, but I'm gonna call them the paladin from here on. Or maybe, what rank did they get? I forget if they just stayed barons or... Okay, hold on. There was the Second Wind, who was like the viceroy, basically. Okay, there was a king. There were 2 viceroys, one called the Second Wind and one called the Viceroy of the South. And then there was a whole bunch of people under them. And I think the party was a banner lord of the Viceroy and not someone under the Viceroy. Because there was a bunch of like... Oh, right, okay, so if you were under the king, you were a duke. If you were under one of the viceroys, you were a count, and if you were under one of the counts or any number of other people, you were a baron. I think they started as like technically barons, but they were only answerable to... No, hold on, they went... Okay, who was Count Oten then? They liked Count Oten. I think they were equals in the realm? I can't remember their exact position. The politics of this game gets more confusing after the assassination rather than before. Before, everything was like set in stone and they knew their place and all of that. But after... Okay, there were multiple assassinations. I can't just say the assassination, because that was actually the second assassination. Spoiler alert. Yeah, spoiler alert. At the very beginning of the campaign, the king... The Pale King, I think he's called? Yeah, the Pale King was killed. Just really early, but that was kept a secret. And then, as the people who did the killing were trying to grab more power, they killed their sovereign as well, and that was the second wind. And I can't remember if I wanted to put all of that onto the Flintheart family, or... Okay, so I gotta explain some things for not everyone who was here the entire campaign. And I'm trying to start at the beginning, but that's not really working too well. I'm just kind of going into whatever. But hey, I've wasted 5 minutes of the second hour talking about this, so I'm just going to keep rambling like a madman until someone stops me. Right, so... Alright, I'm going to try and put the hierarchy up here. Make sure my left hand is still on the wheel. Okay, so up here is the Pale King, the ruler of the realm of Diaphanous. For whatever reason, the players wanted something of a naval campaign, and of the map types, they wanted archipelago. Which is unfortunate because there was one main continent that was really wispy and whooshy, and it looked like a, you know, like that. So, it was hard to traverse the land route, so there was trade, but it wasn't like island hopping or anything like that, which might be what they expected as an archipelago, but there was enough boats in it. There were boat things. It was naval enough. We'll get to the naval parts later, but, so, up here, in the realm of Diaphanous, there's the Pale King. Pale King rules. Pale King has 2 viceroys. Does the Pale... I think the Pale King has 2 viceroys. Did I put a 3rd viceroy in there? Because the realm was split into 3. And I think there was the north regions, which was the capital region, the central regions, which were kind of the forested and fertile regions, and then the southern regions, which were shit and swampy, I think. Yeah, there's like... Once you get out of like the divider between Central and South Diaphanous is a giant magical desert that just kills anything that goes into it. And then south of that is just mostly wasteland, really good rock. They had a decent mining industry, and they had a nice big coast with a bay in it. So, like, they could trade and do all of that, but like they just did not have any fertility down there whatsoever. Except the one exception is oh crap, what was it called? Okay, so South Diaphanous kind of has a... Shit, stay on the road. Kind of has this D shape, but without the stick over here, just kind of that. On the very point, like the southernest tip of Diaphanous is this huge swamp, and then past the swamp is a tiny free city that has managed to maintain its independence. Now, there's also a couple of islands north of it, so that city and the islands, the body of water in that area was called Haram Bay because we're a bunch of children and we put memes as the names of our things. So I can't remember if the city was called Haram or one of the island. No, I think the city was called Haram. The city was Haram, and it had, like, you know, a little apostrophe in the middle of it, so it was like Hot Rom or something like that. It was Orcish. I don't think we really decided all that much on it. But there was Haram, and then you get to Haram by sailing from the... Oh, shit, hold on. God damn it. Okay, I think I've recovered. You sail south, you sail from the north into Haram Bay, and then you arrive at Haram, because, again, children. So, that is southern Diaphanous, I think. There is... Why did I need to get on this? I'm describing the geology here, and... I think there was a point, but I got held up on Haram. Driving and talking. This is gonna be really fun to listen in post. No, it's not. Let's see. Okay, so capital Diaphanous or North Diaphanous, Central Diaphanous, Southern Diaphanous, and then the free city of Haram. And honestly, there's not really a reason to go down there. It's more of a pirate haven than anything else. It is a... It's like just... There really isn't a whole large population there. There isn't really a big manufacturing. It's just kind of a place people stop if they can, and there really isn't anywhere else to go from there unless you're being silly. So remember, the island is really tall and really narrow, so generally speaking, you trade along the east coast or the west coast. Sorry, west coast or east coast. And going all the way down to the south and then around southern diaphanous is not the best of ideas, because south of Haram, if you go about 50 miles too far to the south, is... what did I even call it? I think it was the remnants of the Cataclysm. Anyone who went south of Haram for too long never came back. And people who tried to round the Horn, and that's just because, like, the world suffered this huge magical cataclysm hundreds of years ago, and society is only now just kind of rebuilding itself. And so, like, the whole Pale King and all that stuff started after that the Cataclysm was millennia ago. The Pale King was a recent invention in the feudal system because... Right. There was one central, like, empire or imperial figure, and that emperor got killed and didn't have an heir, so the Pale King kind of rose to power in their place. There's a whole fucking history I did for this. I'm just kind of spitballing whatever comes to mind, because I'm 10 minutes into this second hour, and I'm not even past, like, the prehistory of anything. And oh boy, don't worry, we'll get into the prehistory of things. There is... Did I actually make a creation myth, or did I just make a... No, there was like a universe myth or something. I don't know. Things get dimensionally fucky in the third act, so hold on to your horses. We're only in session 0 at the moment. I'm still explaining the... what would you call that? The hierarchies, the feudal system, the of this particular thing. So, yes, the of this particular thing. Good name. But... Okay, what is a good so, we got a decent idea of what everything is. So, right, the players kind of... They pick all their courtly positions, and I'm trying to think of who everyone's courtly position was, because I think they decided on something and then fucked off after a while. Yeah, what did they do? I'm trying to remember what... So, the Paladin was the Sovereign. I think they were a Baron. Yeah, Baron, Count. They were under a Count. No, they were like... No, I think they were just a Banner House. Okay, so I had a bit of a hierarchy. There was King, Viceroy. So King, Viceroy. Then I think I did Duke, Count, Baron, and then I think I did Banner House under that, because I needed one more layer of ranks to go up. That's mainly because in the Song of Ice and Fire, there's like a reputation, and reputation goes from 0 to 10. And 10 is like Emperor of the entire world. I think the only 10 in like the Song of Ice and Fire was one of them Targaryen people who conquered everything and was the one ruler of all the things, but then it all fell to pieces, and then I don't know that much about that history, but I know the own history that I made, and I'm going to go back to that now. So the players started as a Banner House, but I think we're a Banner House under one of the Viceroys, so they could have pretty easily become Counts if they wanted to. And I think the only way to become a Duke was to be under the... Yeah, Dukes were Banner Houses under the Sovereign, and the Banner Houses under the Viceroys were Counts. Because, yeah, we had Count Oten, who was their northern neighbor, and a couple of other people. The titles get wibbly because you usually serve the title at the king's pleasure, so there were a lot of exceptions and fun little misadventures, and I think there was one Banner House in the capital that I think, and I never got to define these people because we stuck to Central and Southern Diaphanous, and the Pale King died early, and there was no intrigue going into that. So, okay, one other foundational aspect of this world that I really hoped that... Oh, hey, we passed 90 probably a while ago. Hooray, we're a fourth of the way through now? Yeah, we're a fourth of the way through now. Woo. And a third is going to be at 120, so onwards. Anyway. So... Right. One thing that I wanted to do for some stupid reason to, demarcate the calendar and make some flavor in the world was the annual games. And I based them off of the Olympic and Isthmian and whatever the other games are. Corinthian games, I think, were one of them. There was like a weekly Greek game in, the ancient Greeky world, and I did a similar thing where just every year there'd be a big festival in the capital, and everyone would go, and one of the big schemes that was really clever on the part of the sovereign that happened was, if you were going to host something at the game, so the games were like, there was one usually main event that the sovereign ran, but then everyone else ran their own thing, because, a whole bunch of nobles trying to one-up each other to give the best prize to the most interesting piece of entertainment. So everyone's going to be one-upping each other, but the thing was, if you wanted to do something, you had to pay a year in advance, or like if you had like a prize that was to be won. So you're going to hold a jousting competition, and first prize is a whole shit ton of money. You had to put that money into the royal vaults a year in advance. So you're like, I want to hold this contest next year. You would announce it and be all royal and official about it, and then you put the prize money in like the sovereign's coffers as like an escrow, and that money would get invested and repaid throughout the year. So these huge games would always happen, and the sovereign kept a nice big bank and charged interest on it, and loaned it out and everything, and it kind of kept things squeaking. So the games were important from an economic facet and also from like a cultural facet, because all the nobles go up to the capital once a year. It's kind of that, what is it? It's the Heian Japan or like Edo Imperial thing where everyone has to go pay their respects, and then it was one of those things. All the nobles had to, get up and travel at least once or maybe like every other year or something. A lot of people in southern Diaphanous didn't attend every game because, one, it's rather much of an imposition. If I'm not mistaken, the whole island was like maybe 800, 900 miles long, so it was a decent amount of days to get up there. Like, you'd be traveling for a month or two from southern Diaphanous to northern, and you don't take the roads because the land routes are you don't travel north to south over land. You only travel east to west over land because the whole squiggly is pretty thin too, so you have your western boats and you have your eastern boats, and they usually never meet. I think the players did attempt to drag a navy over land. This is getting into Act 3, because I think Act 3 will happen. We'll wait until that point. But the games were supposed to... So I keep saying we're supposed to, and I'm, I keep saying should have been a linchpin to things, and I make all these assertions because the games kind of get ignored after, I think, the second one. The first one was interesting, but the players never really caught on to any of the other intrigues and silly things that were going on with the Pale King not being there. Maybe I could have laid it on a little thick that there should have been like a large grand speech where the king addresses the populace and meets with the nobles, and none of that was happening. And I did hint at it, but I don't know how much I hinted at it. The Pale King was... The players probably should have noticed the Pale King was not leading the ceremonies that he has led every year, but the players... Okay, so what the players did was, the first thing they were like, hey, let's go find a drinking contest and try and beat that, because we're all alcoholics and that's our thing. And so I was like, yes, go do that. Now's the time for merriment. You search around, you do a perception check. Oh, you got a 4, but you still found a drinking contest, because there's so many of those happening right now. And then one of the players dies, so... there were 6 players, 7 people total, including me, 6 players in this campaign. One is the Paladin, who is our sovereign here. One, what did he start as? I think he started as a cleric, but he was going to be the smart person of the house. And earlier, I mentioned all the players, picked jobs within the house. I know, besides the sovereign, we had a librarian, who was a warlock, a general, who was also a warlock. We'll get into that later. there was like a separate bookkeeper. There was like a science guy. I'm trying to remember. In Song of Ice and Fire, they're called maesters, and they got the chains on their neck and everything. And there was like a learned class, and we were going to have one of the learned class. We had one member of the clergy. There's a whole College of Cardinals thing. I'll get into the religion and diaphanous later, but that's its own can of worms. And I believe he was not under... Okay, so that player's character was not under... There were confessors. So at the top of this College of Cardinals, there was confessors, cardinals, and I think the player was under a cardinal. He was not a cardinal himself, but he was opening up a new church to the god Legu Torgia, which I think was the sea and magic god. Yeah, opening one of those churches in a new place, or like revitalizing it or something, I'm not sure. And that's 5. I'm trying to remember who the last person was on this list. We had the general, we had the librarian, we had the smart maester, we had the sovereigns up there. The poisoner? Who was that? Okay, what was her official title? I gotta remember who... Okay, this character was a rogue and got into, like, potion making and poison making. But they joined the campaign a little bit later, so we get, like, halfway through Act 1 before they officially join in. And I can't remember what their exact job was. And it might have just been, like, court physician, but actually they make poisons in other concoctions, but the pharmacist. We'll go with the pharmacist for now. Okay, so person in charge, librarian, general, pharmacist, smart person, and I said librarian already, right? Oh boy, listing them out. I hope I've listed them all. I'll make concessions and say things later. Anyway, we're at a drinking contest in the first games that happen, and one of the characters quite literally drinks themselves to death. I think it was like 12 drinks they had to get through, and that was an inordinate amount. You had to take a lot of Constitution saving throws, and the contest was being run by... I think it was it the Vintage Guild or was it the Masters Guild of Sommeliers? Okay, so there were 2 guilds that bought, sold, grew, and processed wine. I think the Masters Guild of Sommeliers was the rival. So remember, players are alcoholics. The first thing they do is like, okay, we need a new industry for our castle in the new town that we are now been placed in charge of. Let's open a distillery. Like, yeah, let's go straight for that. And they do like they search around their area, and they find the topology is pretty well good for growing like sugarcane. They were right on a coast, but they had a little bit of a small river and a tributary, so there was this nice marshy, reedy water, and they grew some kind of sugary cane there, so they made like a rum. And I think I'm trying to remember, I think they just called it firewater, yeah, I think it was just called firewater. There wasn't all that much creativity put into it. It was a kind of rum. I can't remember if they did anything special to make it stand out, or they just said, hey, this has the approval of the Viceroy, so you must buy it now. Hey, 100 miles. Almost a third of the... No, we're not close to a third of the way there. We got some time to go, but hey, triple digits. Hooray. Right, so they opened that industry, and they were looking for people to trade with, so they did something with the Vintage Guild. But the Vintage Guild is stark rivals with the Masters Guild of Sommeliers, and at the games, the players didn't notice that the Masters Guild of Sommeliers was holding this drinking competition. So the Masters Guild, notices that the person, like, they've got this prize money, but they want one of their own people to win it, so... They notice these people are, They notice these people are, like, not dying immediately, and so start poisoning the drinks in the drinking competition, so the Constitution checks just get higher and higher and start actually doing damage. And yeah, no, one of the players drinks themselves to death. Technically poisoned, but they were not doing their liver any favors by taking the first 8 drinks of the 12 drinks, I think it was. So I think the players actually do an investigation and are like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh no, the Masters Guilds of Sommeliers are behind this. They've killed one of our own. And I can't remember if they start a ruckus or if they just kind of sit on their laurels and think, ooh, we've been wronged, we need to do something about that. Eventually they will do something about that, but it takes such a long time. I'm trying to remember when that actually gets officiated, because... oh, when does that happen? Shoot, yeah, no, it's, oop. The phone has gone off, and I'm 2.5 hours into this, so I'm actually going to check that really fast. It might just be an email or nothing I need to pay attention to, but, you know, give the fingers a rest a bit, because... yeah, but let's do... quick break, good for the eyes, good for the fingers, and... maybe I will think about exactly how the players got back at the Masters Guild of Sommelier. Let's see. Where did I put my phone? It is not on its charger. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this down for a minute. Oh, it's in my pocket. That's a hassle. Okay, and that was just one that I don't need to pay too much attention to. Alright, I'm going to do a quick water break because the voice is... I'm going to be talking. And yeah, voice starts to... Okay. Alright, quick check for any other messages that may have come up. I'm even going to put the team speak a little closer. It does not appear that anyone has joined the... Yeah, okay, cool. I've been alone in here for 2.5 hours, it seems. And everyone in the tabletop chat is talking about bourbon, which is...
No, we have in terminal.
Oh, holy shit. Okay. Okay.
I got you on the background.
Okay, I just came back from a water break and I'm putting my shit back together, but, yeah, how far am I into this? 2.5 hours.
I mean, a voice chat with Marlon and different call, so I'm struggle with lesson here.
Gotcha.
I might let you continue on with your insane ramblings, but I will still be always listening, always watching.
Gosh, yeah. Alright, did I move my chair? I felt like accidentally I did, but... Okay.
I'm gonna drop out. I'll probably be on here in a little bit.
Okay.
Probably actually ride the bus, but we're trying to finish up some stuff in Sea of Thieves, so.
Okay. Yeah, no, again, I'll be here another 5.5 hours, so... Yeah, just whenever chats are more amenable to... I don't know, fuck.
Don't feel like you have to regale me with anything, but I'm certainly something. I love the Harambe thing.
Yeah, that was... Hell, people are like... Again, people are talking... Yeah, I'm trying to think about how to, like, contact people or make people more aware that I am Chrimbusing, because, you know, fanfic and splotch and tie and everyone can be having that discussion of bourbon in the back of this bus or something, but I don't know. I'm trying not to, like, impede on others because I'm sitting here for the next 6 hours doing nothing, but also I would like to be impeded upon. Please, random people, join this chat and talk to me.
Impede on me harder, Daddy.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna drop out. I might try to get Merlin in. I don't think he wants to, though, because he's all scared of TeamSpeak these days, but...
Okay, I'd like... If someone else opened a Discord and invited all who know about the Chrimbus in there, and we could, like, you know, police it better, then sure, fine, whatever. Again, I was just kind of like, I should Chrimbus now. Set it up as quickly as I could, and I've been driving on a bus for 2.5 hours, so...
As terminals want to do for the holidays.
Yep. At least this one.
Well, I will catch you in a little bit, probably.
Alrighty. You know, I think I'm just gonna leave the motor noises off. I can actually hear the music, and that's nice. Let's see, and yes, Thrawn is gone, so the alone insane ramblings shall begin once again, perhaps in earnest. But yeah, let's try to think of what I would... I don't want to make like a whole new Discord channel for Chrimbus, but I might. That could happen. Like, if Hour 4 comes along and people don't want to join the TeamSpeak because Discord is wants to be used, then sure, why not? Anyway. Okay, so, still trying to recap things in the Diaphanous campaign that lasted for 4 years, and we're not even past year 1 yet. This is like... if I'm not mistaken, it was like session 10 when the first game started. I think it was 2 sessions to get things set up, a bunch of other little sessions to introduce mechanics and the like, because a couple things that the Song of Ice and Fire had that I wanted to add into 5th edition was a... Oh, right, it was a Song of Ice and Fire, and there was one other board game. It was like a Sherlock Holmes board game. Something on Something Street? I know Street was part of the title of the board game, but there's a board game where, like, it was kind of like Clue, but the clues were actual clues instead of just like, oh, yes, you have this card, which means that, you know, Professor Plum didn't do it. But in this game, you walked around the game board, went to certain places, and got, like, actual clues. Like, oh, yes, a very tan individual was... seen spotted entering the Fitzgerald at, 5 o'clock this evening by Lady Betherington or something like that. And there was an actual mystery to piece together. And so I took a couple of mechanics from that game, mostly the how one would find the clues and then put them together in kind of like a mystery that could be solved, and then added that into the intrigue system of A Song of Ice and Fire. So there's a lot of, we'll call it political or power playing shenaniganry where you use. I'm trying to think of a word for it, but the only word that's in my head right now is juice because of a very dumb meme that another friend has been playing in my head over and over again. Ain't got no clout, ain't got no juice. It's something like that. It's part of the it's part of the Boneless series. Anyway. So like when you're making that, you know, backroom political power play and you're like having to influence someone, that system in A Song of Ice and Fire was called the Intrigue System, and I wanted to include that because there wasn't really a good like political machination sort of a thing, and and in order to influence said, like the point of an intrigue is two people sit down and you have to convince someone else of something, or if you like completely fail then you are convinced of something, and that kind of makes a role play thing. And I didn't want to like force it like, oh, your characters think it's better to do this. No, it was more like you get threatened with something, or like you will lose standing in society if you are to be. I don't think the players ever like really awfully failed one. They got close on many occasions, but you know, bringing things to the table, I wanted to have like not necessarily clues to a mystery, but like blackmail or pieces to a puzzle or things that you could figure out that you could then bring to the table and then argue more effectively over. And the system was like you had 3 turns, and if you had a piece of evidence, you could use one of your turns to present the evidence. Some evidence was traps, and like if you put the piece of evidence out there that's like, you know, oh, you have figured that out. Well, let me call my assassins instead of, you know, the thing you were trying to get me to convince me of. But there's a whole system for that, and we abstracted it so that there was like the discussion was 3 turns. You had to decide what to do on those 3 turns, and if you didn't have like evidence or a clue or something, there were, what did I call them? There was a fun punny name that we gave them, and it was Rhetorical Devices. That's it. You could use a rhetorical device. Basically, each of the players got to pick like a rhetorical style that they would use to convince people of things. So the cleric, obviously being a man of the cloth, got the more religious rhetorical style. So if people were more amenable to the religion or not offending the gods, then he could, you know, come in and roll some extra dice if they were devout enough in order to convince them that way. The general was insane, so if the player, or if the NPC that they were talking to was more amenable to chaos or just had a couple of screws loosed, they would just insanely ramble to each other like I'm doing right now to my computer and whoever happens to want to listen. And that was apparently just a rhetorical device. And I think I had like one for law, one for chaos, one for good, one for evil. And then I think I had one for each of the like institutions in society. So we had the College of Cardinals and the religion. So there was religious. We had like the sovereign, the king, and all of that. And I can't remember what we called it. I think it was called like, it was either eloquence or what do you call that? Etiquette. I think the actual rhetorical device was called etiquette. So you know how to impress yourself upon your superiors and otherwise argue, you know, the goods of the needs of the realm. Oh, what was Diaphanus's? There was a motto that like the feudal system of Diaphanus held onto, and it was like keep the peace, keep the realm, keep the something. It was keep the 3 things, and I could never remember them, even though I wrote it 4 years ago, and I've been attempting to repeat it for a good 4 years. Keep the peace, keep the something. I think it was keep the something, keep the peace, keep the realm. Crap, what was it? If there's a document that I wrote it down in, it was a document that it was just a document of the list of people that the players knew, but I wrote that at the top because I kept forgetting and I kept bringing up this document for other reasons. So, oh boy, now I don't even. Keep the peace, Was it like keep the law or something? I don't even know. It comes up later because one family said like keep the something, keep the peace, keep the realm. There's a funny argument in like, okay, there's yeah, we'll skip ahead a little bit. So the plot continues. The games happen. They don't notice the sovereign is dead. So they just kind of go back home and start, economically growing themselves. Oh, one thing I do need to mention is that the players, so in character creation, they made their characters, but they also had to make their house. So in A Song of Ice and Fire, you get to choose like how big your castle is, where it is. Do you have a forest nearby? Is there a river going through there? Is there a population center nearby? The players got really, really stupidly lucky. Like, I think you roll like 5d6 or something to determine each of your starting values of, it's like wealth, defense, power, influence. There's a whole bunch, there's like a whole nother set of resources that Song of Ice and Fire uses. And I was like, okay, these can be your house resources. So every 4,000 gold pieces is one piece of wealth to the house if you invest it correctly into your lands and into your holdings. And there was all sorts of fun conversions like that. But right, so when the players were making their house, they got stupidly lucky on like a roll of 5d6, got like a 28 or 27 or something. They rolled mostly 5s and 6s. So in 40k, this is, you got a bunch of hits and you killed half of the other person's army in a single turn because your dice just happened to roll really well. And they were super wealthy. So I think like we adjusted the Baron, the Sovereign, the Barons back. I'm just going to call him the Baron. I don't think he ever achieved the title of Baron, but I'm trying to remember. Someone else did a fun... So way later in the campaign, I'm going to skip to Act 3 for just a second because the rogue, or sorry, the pharmacist. The pharmacist starts like politically machinating and is like, hey, I think I can start rebuilding this one castle that got destroyed. We'll get to the destruction of the castle. It comes up in the Civil War. I'm going to rebuild this one castle that gets destroyed and start writing to the Second Wind, who we usurped the person who was supposed to be the Second Wind, and now we put our own person as the Second Wind. And they're getting involved in the plot with the fact that the Pale King is dead, and someone else is saying that they're the Second Wind, but they're all going. It's a Game of Thrones. Like the one thing I decided very early in this campaign was I'm gonna have a weird, crazy, complicated Game of Thrones kind of game, and the players are gonna be involved, and maybe they can make a throw for the throne. And the funny thing is, the players themselves didn't do it, but the players got really friendly with Count Oten, which was their neighbor to the north. But Count Oten was, what did he do? I need to remember the exact charges because Southern Diaphanous declares war on the rest of Diaphanous. The Civil War starts breaking out. And I think Count Oten gets indicted for... It's not exactly treason. Count Oten deployed his troops and his navy to help defend the border at a strategic crossing of his choosing instead of meeting up at the mountain homes with the rest of the armies. And that strategic move cost him his life, and the players also did that. But everything went up in a bit of smoke because I'm skipping a lot of things right now. And even before the Civil War happens, the original... Viceroy, Ulfric Flintheart, who is the Second Wind, gets assassinated by a gunpowder plot. And funny enough, a couple of months before that happened, the players find a good amount of saltpeter. I think it was like a niter mine or something. They were able to find a niter mine and were producing really fine quality gunpowder. And a large band of thieves ravaged the lands and looted and pillaged their way through. They were fought off by the armies that the players had under them, but a whole bunch of gunpowder was stolen, and that gunpowder was used to assassinate Ulfric Flintheart. So there was a whole there was that plot, and then the players are put under suspicion for that because, you know, bits of the barrel were there, and they are a known exporter of gunpowder. So was it you who gave the... And there was supposed to be a whole trial and arraignment, but in the middle of that arraignment, Southern Diaphanous declares war. So, like, they got to get it out of jail free card only because there's a larger war to be done. And even though the Flintheart family, because Kronos Flintheart was another Count of the Realm who was the successor to Ulfric Flintheart. So Kronos is now the new Second Wind, and the first thing he does is say, hey, your troops are not where they're supposed to be. I know my father was just assassinated, but I'm indicting you for treason, and off with your head. And also, hey, your gunpowder killed my father. You killed my father. I was about to be off with your head, but two things happened. Two things happened. One was the Civil War, and two was the players' gunpowder plot, because they were going to set a barrel of gunpowder outside the tent that Kronos Flintheart was going to be meeting in and blow him up, because I guess they didn't like Kronos at that point. The person who thought about this, the general, one of the warlocks, neglected to mention this to anybody else in the party, and the party went into the tent to meet with Kronos Flintheart, and he detonated the explosives anyway. The good news in that event was that it threw, seeing as both Ulfric Flintheart and the Baron of the party, or the I'm going to call him the Noble. Let's just call... So, player 1 is the Paladin and a Noble. I don't think he's a Paladin right now because his second character was a Paladin, but the soon-to-be Paladin was the Noble. And since the Noble and Kronos Flintheart were in the same tent when the bomb went off, and both of them nearly died, actually, some suspicion was cast off of them, like, oh, someone else is starting to blow us up, or like, you could not have done it because you were just victimized by it, even though it was his general that did it, so who knows. And after this point, we like actually sat down at a party and talked about, okay, we can't keep secrets from each other anymore. You nearly blew up, you know, most of the party here, and while it was hilarious and an interesting plot point, can we maybe avoid that? Oh boy, there's the sun. It's starting to go down. Yeah, we're 3 hours into this, and 114, almost 115 miles. So there was like the triple gunpowder plot right before the Civil War, where the Sovereign gets killed, is replaced, the player's best friend in the nobility world gets killed, and then I'm trying to remember, because here's the weird thing, the replacement for Greenven, so a little bit more geography really quickly. The Mountain Homes is the capital of Central Diaphanous. It's kind of in the middle of Diaphanous. It's a big old mountain. A bunch of dwarves live there. And the Flintheart family is a dwarven family. Have lived in the Mountain Home and have ruled the areas around it. Even though they're mostly forests, and there's not a whole lot of mountains in Diaphanous, but you make do with what you got. You get the one mountain in the center of everything. Seems like it's an important place to build a capital. So there's the Mountain Homes in the center. To the west of the Mountain Homes is Horsebite. It is a small fishing village that is seen as a strategic place in the realm. I think, I'm trying to remember what there's a port town south that is, okay, Crazy Pink Guy. What was Crazy Pink Guy's name? He had a diamond on his banner. He liked ice. Frilo Meisner, I'll get to you in a minute, phone. Frilo Meisner was the name of, Count Meisner? Did he ever make Count? I can't remember if he was a banner house or if he was a full-on Count. Or was it Frilo Meisner? Hold on, who? Okay, there was a port city to the south of the Mountain Homes, and there was a port city to the west of the Mountain Homes. And that port city is Greenven, where Count Oten is. And Count Oten has this huge navy, huge port. It is kind of the main trading hub for Central Diaphanous. And the players and Count Oten were actually thinking about building roads to the Mountain Home, just so that the overland travel to the capital area would be a lot easier. And in that collaboration, they had a bit of a friendship there, when that was kind of cool. Horsebite was the player city, and it was right in between these two areas. So strategically, it was like a day away from Greenven. It was a day away from this other port that I couldn't talk about, and it was like 3 days overland to the mountain home. So really good area. There was only really a fishing village there. And so they used their money to build like ports and markets and guilds, and they spent so much money and made a whole ton of investments that they just kept making their money back. Money was never a problem for the players. They always had like hundreds, not like hundreds of wealth, but like dozens of wealth on standby, and they were making, you know, they were making hand over fist money. Money was usually never any kind of concern, just because they got really lucky on character creation. They didn't get so many lands, and I think they only ever had a small castle. I can't remember. I think they did eventually upgrade to a large castle, but the campaign ended, like, it took 4 years to build the castle, so the campaign ended before the construction finished. In game time, 4 years, not out of game time. I know the thing went on for a whole 4 years, but right. So there's the port that is in a strategic area, and that is where the players are. So their northern neighbor, man, what? I got like 3 layers deep, and I can't remember what the first thing I was going after. So there was that whole gunpowder plot. There was, so yeah, the first major event of the campaign was, the sovereign of Central Daphnis gets killed. The successor and the heir goes a little bit angry and starts blaming all the wrong people for, and like his family's dead. You want to be paranoid in that area, or at that time. These sorts of things happen. But he kills the player's friend and then puts the players on trial, and they're only saved due to a civil war. And basically, Kronos Flintheart, who was the heir that has recently ascended to the title of Viceroy or Second Wind. I call it Second Wind because there's the Viceroy of the South, and that is the official title there. So the Second Wind is kind of like the naval powerhouse, because there were 2 big ports in Central Daphnis, one on the west coast, one on the east coast. And the west coast port was like the biggest one, and that was like Count Odin's whole shindig. So, and Count Odin was not a Flintheart. Odin and Flintheart are 2 separate last names. So they were always kind of rivals, but someone thought someone else took it too far, and a whole bunch of other things happened. You know, people get killed. Count Odin only has 1 successor, and this successor is snubbed because Kronos doesn't want anyone with Odin in their last name to rule over Greenven, which is the port city to the west here. So I can't remember who he appoints to. I'm trying to remember who Kronos Flintheart appointed to be like the sovereign in Greenven, but the daughter of Count Odin, gotta remember the name here. She becomes Countess Odin and takes, and I wouldn't say she rightfully has a claim to the title of Count that has been usurped by. There's a fun legal argument that what's her name? Come on, I'll get this in a second. Leta Odin. It is Leta, Leta Odin. Okay, so Leta Odin is not given the position of Count. Someone else is. So Leta is like, who are the allies that I can trust right now? Because if I'm not mistaken, the Flinthearts control the capital. They always have. The Flinthearts control like 3 other cities to the east. They control 2 cities to the north. So her options, and this gets a little funny considering what one of the warlocks did. I think the general, actually, because the general was a little bit insane. He did take the insane rhetorical device, so makes some amount of sense. There was okay, so quick story. There was an earlier party where the players met Leta Odin, and Leta was in that position of, we need to marry someone to keep the like Count title in the family, but what was it Algor Odin? I think Count Odin's first name was Algor Odin. Yeah, I think it was Algor Odin and Leta Odin, but I always called him Count Odin, so I can't remember his first name, but I think it was Algor. Algor Odin only had Leda as an heir, and there was a little bit of patrilineal primogeniture here, so people were looking to avoid any consternation by marrying a decent family that could carry the title of Count, but they might keep the Oten name, or there might have been a matrilineal marriage in there. And the players kind of caught wind of this. They were not on the short list for this, for two big reasons. One, they were just a banner house, so they were clearly of inferior rank. And two, the insane general warlock of the party started hitting on Leda Odin, very much unbecoming of his character and of the class of society they were in. And he just used the worst pickup lines. Like, the player in and of himself was going for bad pickup lines just to entertain us at the table, but it was comedic in how much that failed, and of all the people that Leda Odin had to choose from in order to save her from the predicament of my father has been unjustly usurped and I need to regain my crown back, was the players. So very reluctantly, Leda Odin is like, hey, we need to do something about this. I know there's a civil war going on and we should keep the realm, but we should also, keep the realm from the Flinthearts. So that was in the back of the player's head as the Civil War is fought. The South comes up from the North, they take a couple of castles, a couple people valiantly sacrifice themselves, there's a big old fight. A Song of Ice and Fire has, like, mass combat rules, so you're not, like, doing 5th edition D&D rules where, like, you take your one character, go to another character, hit with sword. So I borrowed a couple of those, but I don't think any of the players are really having fun with it. And we just kind of decided from then on out, okay, we'll have like lieutenants or something, and we'll skip the major battles. But yeah, they were taking way too much time, and no one was really having fun playing it because it was just a whole bunch of pieces on a board, and yeah, it didn't really fit in with like it was a war game in the middle of Dungeons and Dragons, so interesting concept, didn't work out. I think after the second time we used it, so we just skipped it from now on. The Civil War is supposed to be the whole. The invasion when the gunpowder got stolen was like the tutorial level where you learn how to use the armies, and then that was supposed to be the big test of, okay, can you actually win the Civil War? And we didn't. It drew on too long. It took too long. So that happens. There's a big battle, and it seems that Central Diaphanous will win, but it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory. I think 2 nobles already died. There was one guy with a dragon on his banner that was like just north of the border. He had a castle right next to that desert that I mentioned earlier, and that's the border of Central Diaphanous and Southern Diaphanous, and he just gets completely wiped out, and that is the destroyed castle that I earlier mentioned that one of the players is going to go rebuild and claim to be a noble after that. And actually finds a fun little piece of law that everyone forgot about where you can establish oneself as a protector or protectress as this. And seeing as they had already installed Leda to the throne, spoilers, the players will eventually learn that the Pale King is dead and that their sovereign is unjustly being a sovereign, so they take Leda and they oust the Flinthearts and put Leda on the throne of the Second Wind, and then they notice the Pale King is dead, and they also notice that the Flinthearts fled to the capital in order to take the entire realm for themselves, so yeah, there's a whole rigmarole and there's a whole Game of Thrones there, but the players elected to have Leda Odin be their pawn queen for the Game of Thrones and put her on the throne. Mainly so that they could perhaps save their own skin, but we'll talk about Act 4 later, because the campaign had a 3-act structure, but the players accidentally into Act 4. And that's a whole other story that we'll get into as soon as we get past at least the Underdark, which is like... we're not there yet. We are... I started this discussion at 2, I'm an hour into describing this, and we are... not even past the first year of the playtime, I guess. Because I'm trying to remember when the first year ended. I know we spent an entire year in the Underdark, which was great because it was really cool and really flavorful and really fleshed out, but holy shit, we spent way too much time in the Underdark. So, Right. Okay. So we are still in the Civil War. I have to get to the we have to get to the Lost in the Woods part about this, and then we have to get to the usurpation of Leda Odin onto the throne of the. Right. We have to get through the entire Civil War because the Civil War ends with Southern Diaphanous losing, um, and Central Diaphanous being usurped by Leda Odin, and her, and that puts Central and Southern Diaphanous into a cold war with Capital Diaphanous because technically the capital and the center and Central Diaphanous won the Civil War, but the South like didn't completely capitulate, and some thrones got usurped, and the Pale King has been dead the entire time. So like, you know, the Flint Hearts looking to get more. I'm trying to think like, okay, so to discuss the rest of the Civil War, and I think to put even more context onto this, we need to talk about trade negotiations because, much like Star Wars Episode First, the first episode first, you can tell I've been driving a bus for 3 hours. Star Wars Episode 1 begins a lot like the Civil War of Diaphanous in that there's a trade negotiation that goes horribly wrong. And that is the Capital Diaphanous wants to keep a certain degree of mercantilism within Diaphanous and not trade with outside people because the capital is not a horribly fertile region. It's not a very mineral-rich region. They have a lot of population, and they have like a lot of rich people living there, and you know, there's a big old service economy up in northern Diaphanous, so they kind of need first pick of the food from Central Diaphanous and the ore and material from Southern Diaphanous. Otherwise, they're going to starve, and this becomes an interesting thing later on in the Cold War because when the borders start closing on the Cold War and the blockade is started on the ports into the rivers that go to the capital. There's a whole thing. We'll get into that later. But that was actually a strategic plan to starve out the capital. Unfortunately, the Eastern Navy of Central Diaphanous was sunk early in the Civil War, so like they're still able to the capital's still able to import things from the east, but okay, and then we have to get into why the Civil War started in the first place. So Southern Diaphanous feels very far from Capital Diaphanous, and they would rather trade with an island nation to the east that is an oligarchy. And I think I only ever called it the oligarchy. Shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're back. Cool. Yeah, almost veered off the road again, and 3 hours into it is not a time to veer off the road. Okay, so there's an oligarchy to the east. There's another kingdom, a whole other government. People live to the east. The south wants to trade with them, but they can't due to some treaties and negotiations with with the capital. And there's a big old navy that is patrolling the eastern shores and like making like the capital's navy is also pretty large. So, like, they're patrolling the East Coast and making sure, like, they aren't breaking the trade treaties. So that's just not cool. Eventually, though, they get some people, Southern Diaphanous gets some people over to the Eastern oligarchies in order to talk with them and be like, hey, we really want to trade with you, but you see what happens when our boats try and trade with you. The capital ships sink us or otherwise steer us away or privateer us or whatever. So we need to do something about that. If you guys in the Eastern Oligarchy invade the capital, we'll invade Central Diaphanous and overthrow their rulers and then, you know, put our people on the throne, move the capital down south, you know, redo Diaphanous, and then we'll be able to trade. Because remember, Southern Diaphanous also, so Central Diaphanous is very fertile, Northern Diaphanous is not fertile, Southern Diaphanous is not fertile. Southern Diaphanous has to trade with the capital. Like, they can't buy from Middle Diaphanous, they can't buy from the Eastern oligarchies, which they would really like to. And there's a whole rigmarole about that. And they have been very angry about that for a long time, so Civil War happens. So the Eastern oligarchy exists, we have a bit more of a picture of why the Civil War started, and then the Civil War went into the fighting phase. The armies of the South clash with the armies of the center, and Central Diaphanous wins. but they're weakened, and the players know how to do something about this, and the players also do another stupid thing. And the stupid thing they do is two things happen here. Two things happen in rapid succession that are very dumb, and that is one, the player's noble, this character, is assassinated. In the middle of the night, assassins come out of nowhere, and the players fight valiantly, but due to a very, very, very unlucky roll for them, lucky roll for me as the DM, I didn't even mean for the assassination to actually work, but that was their target. I was hoping it would be a close fight and bad things would happen, but the noble character gets murked. That guy's dead. It was a successful assassination in the stories. So that happens while they are camped out on the front line. So they are waiting to go. They're, doing their battles. They're taking part in the war. Earlier when they were arrested for killing the king, and after the explosion goes off, they basically come to the conclusion of, okay, you know what? You fight in this war. You make sure you defend the realm, and maybe we'll talk about, maybe we'll call you innocent after that. But, defend my throne, and I'll maybe forgive you for the slight that we have yet to prove, but we're pretty sure you did. So, tit for tat, that kind of a thing. But the person who took that particular promise was assassinated in the middle of the Civil War. So that's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens involves a whole nother side story that very quickly comes into the fray. So, a long time ago, before the Pale King, there was this other dude. I think he was like Greybeard or something. He was the sovereign of what was to become Diaphanous. So before Diaphanous was Diaphanous, the sun is low enough and reflective that I'm getting shadows in the bus. That's what's going on over there. Okay, I was wondering if something was glitching out, or no, those are just shadows projected there. Okay, so before Diaphanous was a thing, before the Pale King was ever in charge of anything, there was that centralized Imperium that I mentioned earlier. Imperium's the wrong word for it, but there was a benevolent dictator. The benevolent dictator was, I think, called Greybeard. And he was very magically adept, very powerful, and he had that, rule by force sort of a thing, but as long as you were on his good side, it was actually a decently peaceful time. Unfortunately, he gets usurped by the Pale King, but so in this benevolent dictatorship, there was a what was it? There was a very tolerant religious sort of I'm trying to think of what to describe it as, but there was a great deal of religious tolerance, and there were 12 different gods that people were worshiping, and this is 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, so all these gods are real. And they actually have effects on things. The Greybeard, the benevolent dictator, was on really good speaking terms with most of the... No, wait a minute. He was on really good speaking terms with one god, and that was the god of knowledge. And that was kind of his favored god, and he was trying to do the whole... He was actually trying to, scientifically, progress the empire and do some cool things like that. I'm trying to remember the whole backstory, because this backstory was written between me and not the bard, but the librarian, but actually a bard, but technically a warlock. But the player is a bard, the character is a warlock. And he had a whole backstory that he wanted to have involved, but his main thing was he was a warlock of the old gods, so he needed an old god to worship. And when the benevolent dictator was overthrown by the Pale King, most of those gods were, their worship was banned, but their worship was banned in, a magically apocalyptic way, in that the six of the 12 gods were literally, sealed away, and their powers were given to the other 6 gods. So, a fun puzzle that took the players, 2 years to figure out was the 6 gods of the realm, as they were known, because they used to be 12, they all had 2 aspects. There there was one god who was the god of like the forests and the beasts within the forest and nature and growth and also balance and tolerance and trade, and that's kind of weird. Why would you put all of those into the same god? And there was another god of the sea and sailing and exploration and weather and stars and also magic and the arcane arts and studious study. And there was a whole bunch of like little contradictions like that. So like it took 2 years for the players to like actually sit down and think and be like, wait a minute, there's probably like that's kind of weird how there's, you know, each god has like 2 aspects to them. Like it's kind of weird that the god of, what is it? It was like death and culture. So like, oh, it's the god of music and song and art and also death and impermanence, and that's kind of weird. So each of the 6 gods had like 2 aspects to them, and that's because there used to be 12 gods and they all got folded together. The old god of knowledge managed to smuggle himself away in a whole bunch of books, and this player's character opened one of those books and joined the cult of that god to try and restore the 12 gods that used to exist. So, in the middle of the Civil War, after the noble character's character was assassinated, the noble character was assassinated, suddenly one of those cultists comes around and is actually a high-ranking member of the church, and the player in the cult notices, but this is like part of his secret backstory, so he can't like immediately tell all of the players, especially the priest in the party, hey, I worship this old god that is completely heretical to this religion and probably antithetical to what the Pale King stands for. But, like, we need to do whatever this person says and maybe do something else. And the funny thing about this was, so there were two people who were representatives of the church who came down to, like, see what was going on in the Civil War and make sure things were going according to plan, and one of them was part of this cult. So a plan was hatched to assassinate the person who wasn't part of the cult so that the cultists could be more in charge of things. But like, one of the players had to secretly convince all the other players of this, without letting them know about the whole, cult to overthrow 6 of the gods and restore a whole bunch of old gods to power. Or at least one of them, because the funny thing about that was the other 5 gods are just kind of lost in what was that realm called? The plane. It's one of the planes. It's the pink plane. It's the plane that doesn't have a whole lot of. It's the plane of imagination. It's not chaos, but it's kind of close to it. The astral plane, maybe? I'm hoping it's the astral plane and not the ethereal plane, but I always got those 2 mixed up. Anyway, so they were like banished and hidden somewhere in the ethereal plane, and luckily the God of Knowledge was able to smuggle himself away and keep artifacts of his wills, and the will of Greybeard as well, because I think Greybeard actually did the smuggling. Like, when the usurpation happened, like, they usurped most of the gods, and then mainly his patron god, in order to make sure that all of his power would be taken from him, and then, did the usurp and did the killing and got over with it. But, let's see. There was more to that, but I'm trying to remember. And the rest of that doesn't matter too much, just that one of the characters is a secret cultist and trying to convince the other characters to kill, half the gods. Just the church, and in general, the religion that's been built up about this original usurpation of the original 12 gods. But anyway, there's an extra Game of Thrones going on with the gods. Kind of. A little bit. Mostly. So the player is trying to at least get the God of Knowledge back, because that's the only one who's been able to smuggle themselves away. But, if you can free the other 6, so be it. So we're in the middle of a civil war, and two members of the clergy come down, and they're here to look over the war and see what's going on and make sure the church approves and all that. And the players hatch a plan to kill one of them because they are not part of the cult. The players fuck up and kill the member of the cult. I'm trying to remember exactly how this happens, but they, forget that the guy, I think one guy had blonde hair and one guy had brown hair, and that's the only thing they remembered, and, they put their hoods on for the ceremony, so they're like, oh no, they look exactly the same. But even then, they like screwed that up too. Like there's a whole bunch of screw ups. They attempt to kill the person who they weren't trying to kill, but they get caught. Like this is just an absolute fuck up on every imaginable possibility, and they are literally chased out of their war camp. Like, hey, there's some shenaniganry going on here. We need to like have this stop. Seize them. And the Benny Hill theme starts playing as all the players run into the wilderness. So about a week of sprinting later, and they are all they have all scattered to the winds. They run south to a coast, and they find like a cave near where this is, and they're all exhausted. And exhaustion's a big thing in 5th edition. Some people are so exhausted, like their bones are hurting and they can't move anymore. Like, I think after 5 levels of exhaustion, your speed is reduced to 0. So some of the players have speed reduced to 0. Other players did fairly well, but they're still rolling disadvantage on all their rolls because they've got like 3 levels of exhaustion. So they're all exhausted and they have to survive in the woods until they can get back to Horsebite or figure out what else is going on with the Civil War, because they're technically supposed to be participating in it, but they just kind of fucked off because they got caught trying to kill a high up important person in the church. So this is kind of funny because like the players were getting up in levels. They were like 5th level. They could actually, you know, do some pretty decent magic. No, were they 5th level? Or I think they were 3rd level at this time. They were starting to get a little bit powerful and like starting to unlock some of their, you know, 2nd level spell slots or something like that. They were getting up there. They were starting to unlock their first class abilities and like, you know, doing pretty well. And now they're in the forest and they have to roll disadvantage on everything, and some of them can't even move. They're in such a bad state. And we're playing in gritty realism rules where a long rest is a full week of not doing anything. So like the 2 players who are able to walk are you know, foraging for a week's worth of food so that everybody can at least get rid of 1 level of exhaustion and can be able to move again. And that is a whole rigmarole, and that's kind of funny because like all this time the players are also arguing like, man, this plan went really wrong and it's your fault. And it's like, but you know, they're character arguing, so they all come to terms with things, and like I think they're stronger for it, or they know who to blame at least, or they're trying to be stronger for it and putting on a brave face. But it's all a fun kind of rigmarole, and everything turns into survival for a while. And then the fun idea occurs, and the fun idea that occurs is, okay, well, Central Diaphanous is probably going to kill us anyway because they want to kill us, and they're just kind of using our armies to fight in this war, and we're not doing too well in the war anyway. And Leda Oten also wants us to get rid of the Flint Hearts and restore her to her Countess ship, so, you know, maybe we should do that as well. And lastly, we're not really, like, tied to Central Diaphanous anymore. We're pretty, like, our noble is dead, so we don't have a claim to any of the territory there. If we go back to the castle without the guy with the title, who is actually part of this whole feudal system, we have no right to keep anything. We're just going to be replaced. So, what if we just, you know, get rid of the sovereign? Let's defect to the south, convince Leda to defect to the south as well, and win the war for the south. Or, you know, at least do something to get the Flint Hearts off the throne and try and keep us back together. So, in the middle of the woods, after they have finally regained their strength, the plan is set to defect to Southern Diaphanous and win the war in the other direction, somehow. And I gotta remember how exactly they go about doing this, because first they get lost in the woods and find the Druids. And the Druids help them navigate over land because the capital is looking... They've got their ships everywhere, and like the capital's got the eastern coast on lockdown, and the Flint Hearts have taken over the Greenvin Navy, Count Oten's old navy, and are patrolling the west coast. So they can't go to a boat because they'll probably be found out, and then, oh, wait, those are the guys who may have murdered Ulfric Flintheart, the old king, or viceroy. and now they're running from the battlefield. Clearly they had something to do with it. We need to, you know, lock them up forever now. So they're on... Oops, shit, what did I do? Okay, everything went great for a second there, but I think we're good. Wow, are we already up to 139? Yeah, I missed the 1/3 of the way there, Mark. Hooray. When's halfway there? 180? Yeah, we'll get there eventually. So, yeah, nothing is awaiting for them back in Horsebite. They have to figure out a way to keep their titles, and the only way they're going to do that is if someone who is not a Flintheart is on the throne of the Viceroy, and, well, here's the thing we can think about. So, they liked Count Odin, and by extension, they were still allies with Leto, and, like, they had heard her... They had heard the fact that she was, you know, looking to get her Countess ship back, and they were like, okay, we can play into this, because this Flintheart guy, he's not really keeping the realm, is he? We're all infighting and killing each other. He has broken the whole diaphanous feudal system decree of, I can't remember the first thing, keep the peace and keep the realm. He hasn't been keeping the peace. He's been usurping titles left, right, and center, so he's not doing any part of this. Was it keep the land? I really don't remember. Keep this something, keep this something, keep this something else. 3 keeps, can't remember what it is. So, their idea is we need to convince Leda that she should just go straight to the second wind, the Viceroy position. Skip the whole count thing. Like, after the Flinthearts, who is there to take the title? It's, you know, either Frilo Meisner down to the south. I think his name's Frilo. I really hope his name is Frilo. I never called him, like, Count Miser or anything else, so... He was just Frilo, but he didn't like his title anyway. Frilo is a very chaotic person and was almost never in his castle doing his job. That port city to the south basically just ran itself. Mainly because, like, he actually appointed a democratic council to run things because he just wanted to go gallivant off into the forests. In the Underdark and explore the various mysteries of the universe. Like, he was a mad scientist and an explorer, and he didn't care for court life in the slightest, so he was never around. And he was kind of a funny character too, and he'll come up later because to get to Act 4, the players had to unravel the mysteries of the universe, and it just so happened that Frilo Meisner was in the middle of doing that and gave them a couple of key hints. So... Again, that's later. We're not even past Act 1 yet. Act 1, I think, ends when the Civil War ends and Leda is put on the throne of the Second Wind, or the Viceroy. So... right. So, the players... There's a whole thing with the Druids, which is kind of funny, because they start fighting the Druids, and then they realize, wait a minute, why are we fighting? They're fighting because... Oh boy, I haven't even gotten to the Mana Storms yet. Okay, so... There's one more thing that is part of the history of the world that we're going to get into, because the Druids did this weird thing that looked evil, but it kind of was, but kind of wasn't. So, there's these huge things called Mana Storms, and they happen every now and then. Millennia ago, before the Pale King, before Greybeard, before, like, anything, any of that happened... There was this huge thing called a cataclysm. It was this giant mana storm that just kind of wrecked society and caused everyone who used to live in, like, there's a whole nother continent that was part of the world map that was just covered in magical disruption and bad times. I don't know what else to call it. Just because, if you remember, if you go to the southern point of Diaphanous and keep going down, you get lost in that storm and you never come back, because... That's where the cataclysm started. It was the continent way, like a couple hundred miles to the south of everything else in Diaphanous up here. The cataclysm happened, everyone fled into the area now known as Diaphanous. It's a whole archipelago of islands that society rebuilt itself on over the course of like 3,000 years. Every now and then, there's a little hiccup from that initial cataclysm, and that is and those are called Mana Storms. And they're pretty short, but they are magical disruptions. I think the first time it happened to the players, and I can't remember exactly when it happened, but like someone's pants turned to stone. One of the players' arms. No. Someone's pants turned to something. Ice, I think it was. No, their pants froze. I had a table of 20,000 random magical effects, and I just kind of rolled randomly on that one. One of the players' arms turned to stone, but it was perfectly fine. It was just stone now, which is kind of weird. And like he could still move it and manipulate it, and he could use his new arm as he could his old arm, but it was just made of stone now. And it just kind of kept that way because, you know, mana storms. But like there was a peasant whose pants froze, so like they were covered in ice, and he could not get he could not get out of it because, you know, ice and skin, don't think too hard about it. I had to like I realized what was being like. I read the thing and I was like, huh, that's weird. Okay, this peasant's pants freeze. And then I thought about it some more and I was like, oh no, that's not good. Yeah, no, the pants are covered in ice, which means, oh, okay, well that's like he's probably still recovering from the frostbite. He was just a minor character, but like, you know, Mana Storm happens, bad things happens. So every now and then there's these rituals that people try to do to prevent the mana storms from happening because no one knows why the mana storms are happening, and you know, superstition takes hold. And one of the things the druids do is that they sacrifice someone every now and then. For whatever reason, when these sacrifices go through, the subject's hair turns pink and their like soul leaves their body or something, and the players like broke into I think they broke into like a magic shop or something, or like a herbalist shop, and they found some documentation about the druids. Oh, right. Okay, so by the way, so one of the characters died in the drinking contest. They made a druid afterwards, so we're gonna start getting into his backstory right now because this druid this druid character also has the pink hair, but they managed to survive whatever the ritual was. So, like, when the players started noticing evidence of this ritual, the druid player, who I think was the master of horse, because, you know, animals, why not? So the master of horse, the druid player, was like, wait a minute, this looks like the ceremony where people tried to kill me and gave me pink hair. We need to investigate, or, like, do something about this. And eventually they learn that the druids are doing this to prevent mana storms from happening, and the players are like, well, does it actually work? And the druids are like, we're pretty sure it does. And they all kind of shrug, and they're like, okay, well, you sacrificed this person, that's weird, but her diary said she was okay with it, and if it was to prevent a mana storm, then we're uncomfortable with it, we're sorry we attacked you. Let's build a small hut and smoke a whole bunch of wizard weed. And they literally hotboxed their way out of a combat situation. Like, they were fighting each other. There were druids turning into bears and ripping people's eyes out. And, like, they were going at each other. And they all just kind of stopped for a minute and were like, hey, wait a minute. Why are we doing this again? And hold on, you guys are, like, druids, right? And they do, like, druid hand signs and things. They're like, oh, yeah. No, like, we do this to stop the mana storms. Like, oh, you aren't just killing it? Yeah, no, she was totally in on it. Like, it's a really like, it's not great, but it's the only way we know how to prevent the mana storms. Oh. Okay. Wanna smoke a joint? Hell yeah. And like that, it wasn't quite that easy, but over a series of negotiations to stop fighting, and then like one of the players pulled out some wizard weed and the druids noticed, and now I'm getting a phone call, so I'm gonna need to put the brakes on, mute things, and hopefully not run off the road.
most closely kept personal thought. Put it in the word doc with the password lock. Sock it deep in the raw with extraction precluded by the ludicrous length and the strength of a reputedly dictionary attack. Proof string of characters. This imperative to thwart all the disparages of privacy. The NSA and homeliness. You better PGP the raw because so far they ain't impressed. You better take the PGP and print the hex of it out. Scan that into a TIFF. Then if you secret out for your data, scramble up the order of the pics
Alright, phone call is over, and I have adjusted the music.
Where is the sound button?
Oh, what the fuck? Someone's in here?
Hello. It is Blow Droid.
Blowtorch on an android. I figured. Unless you have turned into a robot.
I mean, that'd be cooler. I
Yeah.
like that option. Can we go with that option instead?
Sure, you know what? Let's just Cyberpunk 2077 and 2020.
So, you know what? Cyberpunk 2020. Want to know a fun little factoid, though?
Sure.
How clear is my audio right now?
Okay, I think I can hear myself, but it's not too bad.
Okay, the reason I ask is because, my phone doesn't interpret, like, Discord, TeamSpeak as a phone call.
Interesting.
So, my audio quality doesn't take an absolute shit all over itself.
Oh, right,
Because we
that
don't
thing,
go
yeah.
into-
That thing with your car and Discord, right.
Yeah, we don't go into phone mode in the car. That's a setting I can fight with at some point. Just disable phone mode. Phone mode off now, please.
Dear phone,
Alright, so
stop phone. Stop being phone. No more phoning.
Yes, this is a phone call, but do not phone. So terminal. Did you get my message about the post-apocalypse, or not, the dystopian future where you're a minimum wage employee that ends up being the assistant manager of assassinations?
Oh, right. I forgot about that until you mentioned it. I think I read it, but was maybe doing something else. Oh no. Okay, then I'm hearing myself a lot louder right now.
I don't know what I could do to change that. On the bright side, I'll have a much more crystal clear microphone at the house now. I went
Nice.
and got some of my stuff from the other place, which means I have a standalone Blue Yeti USB mic.
Hooray.
It is digital audio time. Can maybe turn the audio down a little bit? Maybe still hear you, but you can't hear yourself?
Hopefully. Yeah, that seems to be working. I'm talking and not hearing myself.
Oh yeah, but I can't hear you at all. Hold on. Try now.
Okay, I shall continue talking. And I don't hear myself, so that's good.
Okay. I think we're at a maybe happy medium. You're still a little bit quiet, so we'll see how
Yeah,
it goes.
I'm kind of sitting away from the desk and doing bus things in VR, so...
Yeah. Oh, in VR? Wait, they did a
Yeah, desert...
VR desert bus?
Correct.
I just got my VR stuff,
You want to sit in the bus?
I mean, actually, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, no, if you download Desert Bus VR, and now I can hear myself again, shit. Yeah, you get Desert Bus VR, like when you first enter the game, there'll be like a punch card, like that's for the bus driver, but there is a take a ticket to the right of that, and just do that until you're in the bus that looks like mine. They all look the same. I'll try and like wave or something.
Does it have derpy hooves on it?
I wish. I
When you
kind of
say
want
the
to
bus
mod it.
looks like yours. Oh. Like, when you said the bus that looks like yours, I didn't have any clue what that would entail.
I don't think you can customize this bus at all, so...
Yeah. Want to know the thing I learned today? Which is weird. I still don't understand why. There is a... Hold on, I gotta check the brand. Is this Bang? What is this? Oh, it's G Fuel.
Oh.
So it's just, I guess, generic gamer energy drink. But there is a peach
I thought that was a
ring
Gatorade
flavored-
thing, but oh well.
No.
Peach ring flavor, what?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Oh. Oh, there's all my bars again.
Okay, there we go.
Is the Ah, peach ring flavored energy drink.
Huh.
In addition to its standard branding, want to guess what other thing it's got?
Man, what did G Fuel have? Is it like Cyberpunk? I'm trying to think of what would be on a thing.
Well, it's not Cyberpunk.
It is not Cyberpunk. Minecraft? I'm trying to think of who else has like a budget for this kind of thing. Alright, one more guess and then you will tell me. And I don't want to play 20 questions, I'm just gonna make a guess out of nowhere. I'll do the easy one. Is it like the Call of Duty Reaganomics edition?
No.
Shoot.
It is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay, yeah, I think that one would have come after Pokemon, but that was on my list of guesses.
Okay, but like, not in connection with anything. Not Sonic the Hedgehog the movie, not Sonic the Hedgehog the
Oh yeah,
game
shit, there was a
that's coming out.
movie.
Just Sonic the Hedgehog. No other context, none.
None needed. It is a clear product of the 90s. And wow, I can really hear myself now.
Why is it this way? Why does it change? Why is it fluctuating? That's what I want to know.
Echo reduction, bliss.
Let me see what features TeamSpeak has for that.
Oh, there might be something in there, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm mobile. Good luck.
Sound resumed.
Well, that's how I make all of the sounds on my end go away. Push to talk doesn't really want to work well on. Oh, you couldn't hear anything. Count to 5 and then say something. Like, just keep saying things.
Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi. I have traveled 150 miles on this journey so far, I think. Yeah, I think I just went to 151.
Alright, hello?
Hello. Am I still here? I will continue to talk incessantly because I have some
Can you
stickers.
not hear yourself right now?
I can just barely hear myself, but only when you're talking. Never mind, I can hear myself now.
Fuck!
You are playing the balancing act with the volume sliders, and I am playing the balancing act with the center of this road.
Maybe that'll work. Hell if I know.
We shall only see. Or hear, I
Use
guess.
loudspeaker for sound up.
Okay.
Loud time.
Oh no.
No, let's not. On second hand, let's not.
Second hand, we should not go to Camelot. 'Tis a silly place.
Automatic voice gain control. No?
That will make me louder. I'm trying to remember exactly what that does, but...
It refuses to give me any effect. Okay, until the next connection is established. Whisper. Settings for whispers. Auto packs. Audio.
Welcome to hour 3.75, where Blowtorch fiddles with TeamSpeak.
And I think whenever I'm playing with a setting, it doesn't let me hear you.
Okay.
Alright, I in theory need to disconnect and reconnect in order for that one thing to take effect. So let's try that.
Alrighty. I have turned off my TeamSpeak notifications, so I'll just be here and you will come back and probably say something.
How do I leave a channel from TeamSpeak Mobile?
Boy, I don't know.
I'm trapped here. Help me.
Oh no, Blowtorch, we shouldn't have digitized you.
God, what an actual hell. Oops, we digitized you, but you're stuck in a voice call in a VoIP interface from 2002. Whoopsie.
Oh, that makes it even worse. I mean, at least in IRC, you could maybe connect to other things, but...
Nope, I'm stuck here, just in VeryTube. Anyone connects to the channel I'm in, and I'm just screaming, "Existence is pain!"
Nobody goes to the Chrimbus room. Why? Don't worry. Just don't worry about it.
Well, I want to go. I want to find out. Connects. It leaves for 1 second, comes back. I understand why.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about the whole Whales of the Damned thing, but, you know, you get a couple.
How do I exit? Why is this not a... This user interface is garbage. How do I leave a server? Wait. Nope. I can subscribe or create channels pretty readily. You'd think leave would be, I don't know...
A button. Maybe somewhere. Who knows?
It's not in the pull-down menu either. I can create sub-channels, set away my contacts, or privilege key. I can't, like... I can long press the actual, like, top level, and the only options it gives me is edit virtual server.
Huh.
Yeah, because that's, like, a thing that I need to be doing on mobile. What happens if I just... Wait, hold on. I think I figured it out.
Did you do it? It got quiet.
Channel switched.
I return.
He did it. He's back.
Oh, man, it's still doing it.
Yeah.
Wait, it didn't that time.
Okay, maybe I'll keep saying things and we'll see if I bleed through. Although so far so good.
As long as I keep my mouth shut, it doesn't. My voice is loud enough to cause it to activate, and then I guess you'll start getting yourself, but like...
Yeah.
I wonder if Chris is, like, working still.
Yeah, I think you and Merlin and maybe a bunch of other people would prefer me to be in Discord, just because I stuck myself in TeamSpeak because I knew I was going to have a thing on my head for 8 hours, so... Like, if there's another room set up that I can just migrate to, and I'm hearing myself again, shit.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much I can do at this point.
Well...
Because
yeah,
phones aren't conducive to push-to-talk in the slightest.
Yep. I guess, you know, get home when you're able to get home, and it'll have to do. I'll be here for 4 hours.
Hear my buttery smooth radio voice over the Yeti microphone. Why is this section a song of furries and token humans?
That is the fun name. Okay, so a long time ago when I was starting the D&D campaign, we were doing like a Game of Thrones kind of a thing. So it was a song of... okay,
fire and yet more fire.
Correct. It was basically... So the first campaign had a lot of fire in it. The second campaign was Game of Thrones based. So the channel name for the TeamSpeak was called A Song of Fire and then I would change that other thing from week to week just to be silly about it. So it was once fire and more fire, and then it was like a song of fire and, you know, missing last week or something like that, or, you know, all kinds of little ditties. There was a bit going on there.
A song of fire and mild truancy.
Yeah, sure, any one of those. But then the new campaign started, and I allowed one rule book that had, like, the turtles and the tabaxi and the bird people, and so 5 out of 6 players decided to be furries, so that's how that happened. Funny enough, the one confirmed furry in the party is playing a human. That last statement might have cut out a bit. I think I... Okay, yeah, I hear you in the background.
There was just a car accident, so all kind of debris.
Oh, shit. Oh shit, don't talk about vehicular accidents. I'm driving a bus here. I'm gonna get nervous. Adjust the feet. Chair noises.
It'll just be Lindsay's dad. I was actually here for a while, and I was just like checking that I'm out here or not. No. Okay. Wait for a text. Oh, okay. I'll try and keep that in mind. Also, I think we lost her.
No, I can kind of still hear you. You cut out for a bit there, though. Something about an accident?
I've managed to make it so sensitive that I'll disappear, but you'll still hear yourself when you talk because it's loud enough to activate. Maybe I'm just a deaf motherfucker.
Yeah, not entirely sure how you managed to do that, but interesting.
I mean, it could also be something to do with the way the sound system is like up sound. Because it could be even as low as something like crosstalk. Hell if I know. I was working here. Fuck if I know. I'm a bird. What?
Bird.
Bird. It's not a bird, stupid. Bird.
Yep, okay. And I now know you know the reference.
What, Chris? Oh, quack toilet? Quack. Not a good meme, it's a shit meme.
Yeah, because it's a fucking toilet, Josh. What do you expect?
I rate this meme F on the S to F scale.
Oh, we tearing memes now?
F for wasting my time.
But I take a long sip of not that fucking shit. I have my own computer. That's gonna be weird as shit. I'm not gonna be throttled by this weird ass laptop. This gay ass laptop. It's desktop time. Wait, are laptops the twinks of the PC gaming world?
God damn it. Well,
Join Terminal and I in a VR bus simulator.
We don't have VR.
you don't need it. Yeah, you don't need it. You can just use mouse and keyboard. You can't throw the trash in the bus, but you can still sit in the bus and look around.
Bus time.
Yeah, one of these days I need to get someone else to do this so I can get the one achievement for riding the bus all the way from Tucson to Las Vegas, because I've gotten the achievement for driving it, never gotten the achievement for riding.
You have like a wheel that you can use to steer?
Nah, I just got controllies. I'm holding down a trigger.
I was looking at the
Forever.
what is it? The index controllers.
Hmm.
The ones that like attach to your hands.
Yeah, and they got the sensor bar around like the knuckles.
Yeah. I was looking at those. Supposedly there's a problem with the joysticks though. That's a little worrying. But like, am actually pretty tempted with the money I have currently to get those.
Yeah, you know what? What am I running? I don't know. I've got some conglomeration of VR parts right now, mainly because some of the parts that I needed to have replaced, like there's version 2 of everything out right now, so like the lighthouses are version 2, and the controllers are version 2. Yeah, second.
God, there's another person here.
Oh boy.
Who
Well, hello.
in the hell?
Oh, it is the Thrawn. Is it? Is it? I can't tell.
It is a Thrawn.
Ah.
It is I.
Fix your blow droid.
He's trying. It's gonna be a while.
I've been listening.
Right, I forgot you were in the Twitch stream. Also, Twitch stream. Watch real people names.
TED Talk?
Terminal gave a really long breakdown of his 4-year D&D campaign.
I was only to like the end of the first year, and it was already like an hour. So, hey, it would take up the time.
You kept me on a hanging point then, because Blowtorch came in, and now I got to know if the monks or the druids were actually doing something useful when they were sacrificing people or not.
I just want to know if we both have VR, can you like hand me the wheel? Like, can you?
I
Like,
don't
get out
know.
of the driver's seat and pass me the wheel so I can drive for a while.
I know you can interact with like the litter and the bat. I really don't know, and I don't want to try it because I'm 4 hours into this. But like hour 9, we can try this. Like, let's get to Las Vegas and then see if we can.
Is it Reno to not Las Vegas? What is it?
Tucson to Las Vegas. Tucson or bust.
Tucson to Las Vegas. My friend just did Phoenix to LA.
Ooh, that's a bit of a trip.
Yeah, one day. Not undoable, just a
I will
while.
BRB.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot of echo, and we're just gonna have a lot of echo for a while.
How many people are even watching the stream?
I don't know, because I did nothing to, like, give myself, like, I know some streamers have the chat on their arm, and, like, other things they can do to, you know, at least see what time it is in the real world. I did none of those. I sat in the TeamSpeak channel and talked to myself for 2 hours, and then Thrawn came in for, like, 2 minutes to say, hey, we're playing Sea of Thieves, we'll get to you later, and then you called me at, like, hour 3.5. Speaking of becoming androids, you roboted out there for a second.
Yeah, I am in fact a droid.
Yep, but like call quality decreased, so I did not know what the last thing you said was.
Oh, I said, Also, apparently the most recent Seth video is,
Oh, yeah.
Cleopatra by Impression Games.
Yeah, I thought you were mentioning that because of the YouTube video, but we were just talking about it the same day that happened. And also, it's the worst impression game. I didn't want to say too much, but, like, Cleopatra is, like, the least good of the Okay, there is one other Impressions game that's least gooder than Cleopatra, but Cleopatra's on the bottom of the list. I don't know why Seth... Yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say, I like how you didn't want to say that until you were streaming to ostensibly the entire world.
No, Seth made the video and made me mad. I would have said this anyway because Seth made the video and like because now it's on sale and more people are probably gonna play that, think Impressions games are bad, and then not play Zeus Master of. It's not. It's.
I had lots of fun as a child.
Yes, it still has the Caesar 3 problems though, and most, like 99% of the Caesar. I gotta stop the. Okay, now hopefully.
No, it's TED Talk time. We gotta
No.
fill in this bus time.
I understand, but I'm trying to make the echoes not happen, so I need to like wait for a minute, not get too loud, and then okay, this is a good. Shit, I can still hear myself a little bit. Anyway. So Caesar 3 is the start of this whole city building thing, and it's good, but it has a lot of issues. Some, but not all of them, were fixed in Cleopatra, and then like 99% of them were fixed in Zeus. What is it? Zeus and Atlantis, I think. It's Zeus, Master of Olympus, and the expansion Atlantis. And then the Chinese one was actually like refining. Was it? Okay, the Poseidon Adventure was about Atlantis. Yes, you're correct. It was about Poseidon. My bad. But, like, you were doing Atlantean cities instead of Greek cities. It's not Mycenaean Greek anymore. It's Atlantis, because we need a place to make more game happen.
A place to be Greek, but not more Greece.
Correct, Navy.
Not one of those mini fucking islands.
Yeah, fuck Thrace.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've just now demonetized your Twitch. My apologies.
I've got the adult. Oh shit! I hate how the second you said "oopsies," the game. Occasionally, my controllers will freak out, and then I make a very sudden turn to the left. Wakes me the hell up too. But okay, I had a little one there the second you said "whoopsies," but I think we're good now.
Okay. It might be you're hitting a dead spot in your cross.
Yeah, I need to put the lighthouse towers, just like aim them down a little lower to. I think I'm like I need to adjust things, but I don't want to adjust too much. And you know, I've been sitting here for 4 hours. What's another 4 hours?
I just want to what's the word? I just want to have a lighthouse mesh, like 7 lighthouses.
I think you can do that. I think there was like, you can have 2, but I think there's one Bluetooth limitation. But if you do a wired, someone did something like this for.
I thought they're not. It's not Bluetooth. It's line of sight.
No, but. Well, yeah, it's a line of sight. It is. The sensors are line of sight, but the data being transmitted between the sensors and the headpiece is Bluetooth.
Exactly.
And I think Bluetooth has a couple of limitations that if you put like more than 3 lighthouses will probably you start getting into. But yeah, for updating, I know it goes over Bluetooth, and some but not all data is over Bluetooth, just because, you know, keep things as wireless as they can get. Controllers do Bluetooth too. I'm trying to remember what the bandwidth on that is too. And I wish I had not watched this video 4 years ago and forgotten most of the details, because they went into how they made their build. I think it was the same guys who like rented out a warehouse and tried to see how long the line of sight was. And they had like a 120 meter by 120 meter play zone.
Did they really?
I'm not sure how well it worked, but they had the space for it and they attempted to do it.
Will it accept multiple players? That's always the one that I thought was the most interesting idea.
I kind of want to make that happen just so that laser tag can finally work and not use IR crap. Okay, I'm hearing everything I'm saying right now.
Yeah, I have no idea why this is.
Yeah.
Why are things this way? I don't know which microphone it's using either, whether it's using my car mic or not.
Huh.
Might be using my phone. What was I looking for? The index grips.
Knuckles. Be nice.
Rollers. Also, hello, Thron.
Hello.
Val. No, wait, no. Oh, it's too late. It's already loading. All right, so just a pair of the controllers is $280.
Yeah.
Ships in 2 weeks. Christ almighty.
I'm kind of glad the sun is setting in-game, because eyes were getting a little tired by like hour 2. But there was a whole lot of blue light and the sun was up, and now the eyes are back to normal. They're not even hurting anymore, and that's probably because everything got nice and red and kind of sunsetty. And it will be nighttime soon.
See if I can get a on-screen push-to-talk button for this shit. Set any desired combination of keys.
Alright, I think I'm gonna do a chair adjust really quick, so slowing down. I don't think there's a break on this bus, which is, like, unfortunate because I gotta wait a good minute. Hello.
404, break not found.
Okay. Up a little bit, wonder what the wires caught on. Oh, it got caught on the bit of the... Okay, there we go, making a bunch of chair noises, but... Let's see. Also check where I am in the room. Yeah, same place as usual, the chair didn't move. I think the game world got a little closer to me, but I could probably just scooch back and be fine. Okay. Yeah, and I can still...
Well,
okay, cool.
I have an inability to be able to bind this to a push-to-talk key, so I don't know what that's about. Bright side, since we're sitting still, I can turn everything down, because I can hear better.
Cool.
Yeah. Because Thrawn will probably peak high enough, because Thrawn is louder than Terminal.
Should I turn myself down?
No, it's okay. I've already adjusted. Stop changing extra variables. You're ruining this control. Why would you do this? It's funny. I've actually heard lots of things about the Valve not being as hardy of a piece of hardware as the Vive.
Which is weird considering that my Vive parts were going bad and I'm just gonna slowly replace them until I've Theseus shipped my way into an index.
Nope, it's still a Vive.
Unless your lighthouse goes out, there's not really any reason to ever upgrade.
Yep. But it's the first thing to go on this bit, so we'll see. I was also looking at the controller, so this is actually kind of an interesting conversation to have here, and I don't know if Blowtorch with his new robot powers is actually reading my mind, but that was kind of next on the purchase list now that I've got the lighthouses working and I can do VR things again. But maybe I'll focus on the headset if these controllers are just the way they're doing.
I don't know, the indexer controllers are really good for VR chat at least.
I returned.
Uh-huh.
I mean, just then, I quite literally exited the conversation.
Oh, right, I don't have eyes on TeamSpeak, so what would I know? Everyone just went silent. I'd start talking to myself again after 15 minutes, probably.
Nah.
Oh, sorry, it took me so long to actually get into this fucking channel for you. Like, I was doing Sea of Thieves things with Merlin, and it was like, oh yeah, 20-minute adventure, in and out. 3 hours fucking later.
Oh, the headlights have turned on.
280 is kind of a hard one. At 180, I'd probably jump for it, but 280 is expensive.
Yeah.
That much
I
for my
wonder,
controllers. Guess I probably did.
are there any third-party VR controllers yet?
Not that are functional with the index.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you can...
Cats of the VR world.
Google Cardboard? Is that really what I'm gonna say for that? Maybe.
Hell if I know.
There
is
oh,
just a
well.
VR controllers section of Amazon.
You know, I'm halfway curious. I was gonna say Google and Leapfrog, because Leapfrog had that one, like, hand tracking thing, and they have hooked it into, like, Steam VR and all the other VR things, so you could just use your hands instead of controllers.
I don't think that's Leapfrog. Leapfrog is a, like, child.
No, that's just
It might just be Leap. I may be putting Frog on the end of it. I think it's just Leap.
The Bluetooth, yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's some VR sets even have like a little spot on the mask where you can put one of those if you do want to use that.
Oh.
Like they're kind of getting into that third party space of we've got this neat peripheral that tracks your hand movements and the gestures of your fingers.
Yeah, you are right. It is Leap motion controller.
Yep, Leap Motion, not Leapfrog. Leapfrog is the toddler thing, and yes, I did get those confused.
I mean, want to know something that'll make you feel better? I'm making even less than that. I own the company.
I can't tell if Blowtorch is talking to us or someone else, but I do want to feel better.
Someone else, but I don't know.
So I'm doing Desert Bus, but in real life.
You're way creepier than the people on Desert Bus.
There are no people on Desert Bus.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, Terminal.
I very clearly remember people on the Desert.
No, Penn and Teller's Desert Bus didn't have any passengers. It was just a weird game.
Yeah,
You only ever looked out the front.
Yeah, the original 2D game was just bus and desert. And the VR does have multiplayer for whatever reason they decided to do that.
For fun.
Yeah, no, to be fair, like, if you're gonna make a game like
I
this...
$5 because it was fast. Fill up a tank quickly. Hold on, I gotta cash in my petro dollars for actual petro. You know how you used to be able to claim your dollar's worth of gold?
I fucking
Here
wish.
we are.
Here we are.
Wish it's that way
Now it's
already.
just fucking Federal Reserve fun bucks.
Yeah, they're real enough.
But now you claim them cool, which is even more valuable.
Yeah, we don't need to,
That's
back
the
our
dollar?
No,
currency
gold.
by anything.
What's gold gonna do for it?
Look shiny and not rust?
Oh, that's the on position again.
It's
No.
It's basically real life
On
Bitcoin.
position, not start the car.
It doesn't really do
I'm
anything,
sorry,
but
there's so little difference.
One click.
highly desirable.
I like how the other desert bus is just kind of beeping.
Still there?
Maybe? We're gonna attempt to still be here.
Yes. Oh fuck! Did I leave my wallet at home?
Have emergency card?
An emergency card.
Oh, I definitely gave emergency. Okay.
Ruh-roh, we're stuck in the car. We're stuck at the Wawa. Oh god! Oh fuck!
Or so is
Prisoners at the Wawa.
or so is the team speak. Now it's the Wawa. I'll call Sheets. We'll get an army together.
Fill tank on card.
Okay. Hate that. It says leave card inserted.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
don't take it out.
No, stick it in.
You've turned off your targeting computer. Is everything alright?
Listen here, it's kind of big brothery of you looking about whether my targeting computer is on or off. I have rights, you know.
Oh my god, it's the Jedi of the legal war. World.
Government's not going to tell me whether or not to use my target computer.
The Sovereign Sithidin. That's it. The Sovereign Sithidin.
Oh god.
I knew there was a pun in there somewhere.
I had a weird dream about Star Wars.
Huh.
I don't know why it came up, but it was in my dream. Also,
Did it
Thrawn, are you
involve
ready to get
certain
back?
Grand Admiral? No. What?
No, not about Thrawn. But are you ready to get back into 7 Days to Die?
I never played it.
I never have either, and he convinced me to get into it, so, after this bus is done.
I
did
played
play
it.
it. You were just too drunk to remember.
No, I did play it for all of probably 30 minutes, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Yes. That's how these multiplayer
Terminal now
games
has
go.
More of an idea.
Slightly
So
more.
this guy, is that the squad-based shooter where you go through kind of like a Dead or Alive? Or not? Left
No,
4 Dead? Or
zombies.
is it...
It's like zombies and Minecrafty elements.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking it was. Yeah, no, I never really got into 7 Days to Die.
Neither did I, but we're trying to now, again, I guess. Blowtorch just has it dedicated up, so that might be an activity for the new year.
New Year activity?
You haven't by chance talked to Merlin and Fanfic about this, have you?
Yeah, they can't be saying anything important.
No.
I'm not talking, so what important could possibly be said?
Merlin and Fanfic are apparently trying to get me into
What's
something
a
stupid.
good joke for
that I'm
not
gonna hate,
logic there?
apparently.
Oh, damn it. Oh god, are we ship of Theseusing my car?
Eventually. Well, okay, I don't know how you do the,
Fail.
There's a couple parts you really can't ship a Theseus in a car, but...
Told you not to. Way more entertaining.
Probably, yeah. I had a Soviet flag in the car earlier.
Doesn't carry Soviet paraphernalia in their car.
Cool. Alright, cool test. Who has a Soviet flag in their car?
I would if I had a car.
I gotta think of the flags I have in my car. There is one pirate flag, but I don't know if it's in my car.
I think I do actually have an
Jolly
American flag
Roger.
in my truck.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I need to go privateering in my car, then yeah, I do have a Jolly Roger to hoist, but... I think that might be it, and even that's like a 50-50 of actually being in the car, or just somewhere in my closet where I've forgotten it.
Box is in the car. Piracy on the move. It's cold. Maybe I should stop wearing flip-flops.
Other than that second thing, it was warmer earlier today, and I was like actually outside and like, yeah, I should sit out here and listen to a podcast and get some sunshine before sitting on my ass for 8 hours straight, so I tried to have some outdoors time today. And it was unseasonably mild, I should say. So if it's getting colder and you're a couple degrees of latitude north of me, then it's probably a lot colder.
And once I fix that heat plate, I'll actually be able to hear what Terminal says in the car.
Why would you care anyway?
I like to hear what Terminal has to say. He's actually knowledgeable about things.
Yeah.
Why do you care about knowledge when you have the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Because I'm
an expert at everything.
Exactly.
I'm a being of anxiety, and the more anxious I can get, I need to be like right in that, like, I know enough to know that I know nothing, and just be anxious about that all the time.
I mean, it's fine. I have to know Terminal well enough, because who do you think I'm going to off-put the game development aspect of our ideas on?
Oops. Yeah, that is kind of in progress, but...
Speaking of which, Ron, my new... Oh, wait, I need to keep going. But Ron, my new pet project is I'm going to make a blowtorch model for VR chat.
Okay. Like an actual,
Yeah.
like a cartoonized one, or are you going to try to like actually scan yourself in? Or like...
like cartoon.
The cat verb, not the item, not the tool.
Yes, I'm going to scan in my
gotcha.
Anthro-avian
Gotcha, you're... Okay.
line form, yes.
Yeah, that
Gotcha.
one.
I thought you... I kind of forgot you were furry for a moment.
I mean, I've already been scanned into a specific channel of TeamSpeak. I'm trapped here forever now.
Alright, I forgot the whole digital... Yeah. Turns out, souls can be copied. Yeah, turns out souls can be copied, but we hit that, like, philosophical zombie thing, so the philosophers are going to argue about this incessantly, but right now Blowtorch is trapped in the TeamSpeak.
Okay, that's a really low bar to set. What aren't philosophers going to argue about incessantly?
Well...
Wait, you're a philosopher? That makes so much sense then.
I mean, I spent most of college drinking, arguing with philosophers and comp sci majors.
Oh, hey, look, I'm a comp sci major. Hooray! We got all the necessary things for an argument.
Why would you argue with comp sci majors? They're the coolest people.
Because I lived with them, which was...
Oh yeah, living with other comp sci majors, don't do that. Take it from me, a comp sci major.
I was majoring in history like a reasonable person.
A person without a well-paying job.
Just because I don't want to be part of the military-industrial complex doesn't mean I deserve to be poorly paid. But that's what it means, because capitalism and everything else.
Yeah, I don't want to think about the Raytheon signing bonus a friend of ours recently got.
I mean, they do, but
why?
Everything has to be fucking documented.
We missed the 4th hour and the 20th minute. Shoot.
Yeah.
It's still there.
How history is
Yeah, but the 0 is not there. Okay, hold on. If I just cover, yeah, there we go. 42. Hopefully, whatever.
So,
how slow can you drive? Can you drive slow enough to make your distance 69 miles?
Oh, no.
6.9 miles?
Okay, 6.9, yes. 45 is the fastest this bus can go. So sure, let's go 6.9 miles per hour for...
Oh, I was thinking distance. Can you just drive super fucking slowly, or will the engine overheat?
I don't know.
Like, 4 hours? You'd have to drive 2 miles an hour, I think, or something like that.
Isn't there a speedometer on the bus? How fast does it go?
It goes up to 45 miles per hour. Okay, here we are.
There you go. Not even a mile an hour.
Yep. We're now going 6.9 miles per hour. Yay! Okay. I need to keep up the pace. I am a bit behind. I did the math at like hour 2 and I was already going to be like 20 minutes behind. So we're looking at like a 9-hour journey now instead of a 8. I'm at 179 miles now, almost 180. Yeah, almost at the halfway point, and we're 4 hours, 22 minutes, so... Fraction time, we're almost at the halfway mark. Yeah, the first hour when I didn't want to mention that I was on yet and see if people noticed, I was just doing fractions. Like, okay, we're at 1/32 of the way there.
I was listening to that.
Oh, okay, you were. Okay. Yep, no.
I've been listening to the ramblings of a madman for like 4 hours now.
Hooray! Okay, well...
It's pretty entertaining.
Well, on the bright side, you're not rambling to yourself. You're just rambling to a weird carload full of people.
Yeah, it's not craziness anymore. It's
manifestations of the subconscious.
I mean, it could be either for the fact that you're trapped in the TeamSpeak with me now. The personality is fragmenting. Help.
I'm just saying that if you have me as a center of your personality, you need more help than any trained psychiatrist is going to. I highly recommend finding yourself a shaman.
Yeah, that's why the philosophers are arguing. We're trying to figure out, like, the whole sum total of whatever menagerie we found ourselves in.
Oh, I was just going to go with a single application of lead.
Would that even work? Or would you have to shoot the TeamSpeak server?
That would work.
Okay.
A fully disembodied mind kill itself. If it is only thought, if it, meditated until it was not thinking anything, wouldn't it just cease to exist? Quite literally transcend to death?
Like, if the thoughts were the only thing keeping it...
It's so bad, why?
I mean... Yeah...
Oh God, I just thought of something horrible.
Yes.
It's like one of those body horror, like, we forced people into robots scenarios, but like it's quite literally the people can't think too hard, or else they will fry their own circuitry and die.
Man, I would last like 10 minutes tops.
Oof, that's some, there's some bergerine shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Must be complacent and docile or die.
Like, how would your higher order mathematics get done then? Like, I guess there's two scenarios here. The Big Brother scenario, where if you're a little too rebellious, your circuits fry. And then there's just the sum total thoughts scenario, where if you just think too hard, even if it is perfectly in line with whatever state forced you into the robot and other things notwithstanding, then like how do society progress at that point?
It's all based on cooling. It's just a circuit breaker that pops if you think too hard. So people, people who really got to think, they just go sit outside in like North Dakota or Alaska or something.
Ah, gotcha.
I want society to end much like that one time there was that Stratcom investigation. Signals kept getting scrambled. Somebody turned on the microwave or plugged in the coffee pot when the signals were going through.
Not with a bang, but with a pop, 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 pop. Oh, the popcorn's done. Also society.
Popcorn's done.
Ding! Congratulations, your society has been nuked.
Got popcorn.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Ah, no, is it buttered popcorn? Am I...
From Maine all the way down here.
Have I survived the apocalypse only to have a bag of buttered popcorn?
Why are they driving a Silverado?
Oh, that the city of Bel Air is.
Oops, let go of the wheel.
I find Bel Air depressingly, yet it is more urban than.
Yes.
Or Portland, Maine.
Yes. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I wondered how empty the majority of the U.S.
Yeah, it's enough to make me think that.
What would they have hit? Nothing. There's nothing there. Just grass. Cows. You want urban, go live in I don't know, Luxembourg.
I like Baltimore.
Alright.
Yeah, I was about to say just, New England, Eastern Seaboard, there's enough urban.
Are you just going to keep driving me from Baltimore to home?
No.
To work?
No.
God damn it.
Transit. Hello, yes?
Ooh, yeah, DC Metro, never mind. Maybe not do that.
Now. It would be just if there were Tubers involved. But we did get the expanded Medicaid. I'm not going to complain about that.
How he keeps surviving cancer.
Yeah, he should really stop that 5G building. I really should have put money down about.
Thanks, dude.
I really should have put money down on the Nashville motive.
I
would have won. Did you
Yeah, what happened?
hear that they found motive finally?
No, I have not. I've been driving a bus for the past 4.5 hours, so account that into your calculations.
Motive was in fact like conspiracy theory, like QAnon. No,
Actual QAnon? Okay. Yeah, I figured the 5G part, actual QAnon stuff. I had one theory that was a little bonkers that I need to maybe not mention because.
Great fun fact for you guys, because girlfriend reported him for building bombs and stashing weapons a year ago because she was afraid he was going to on people. Had her committed.
Oh, I didn't get the committed part about that. I heard the year ago part.
They had her psychiatrically evaluated to try and have her committed for reporting her boyfriend for building a bomb a year before he set off a bomb.
Huh. Fucking weird. Wonder why that was the case. So many things wrong with America. Let's just go through the list.
Which specific
The
bomber
thing that I'm
was this?
curious about is
Nashville.
Why make
Very
a
recent.
bomb?
Oh, they figured out.
Why
They figured that one out.
stockpile
Yep.
rifles or guns or whatever, and build a bomb, but then go the I don't want people to get hurt route and announce that it's a bomb and let people escape?
The 5G coronavirus thing is about health, so yeah, keeping people alive.
People to hurt.
Feds probing if Nashville bomber believed in lizard people conspiracy.
Oh, maybe it does go deep
Far
enough.
more likely with a bomb.
Wow, really? Lizard people too? Like,
What the fuck? That was the
It's on
most
NBC.
poorly orchestrated U-turn.
Trying to do a 3-point turn in the 4-lane road.
Funnily enough, it's the Department of Transit that's doing it.
You know what? I'm going to expand my fuck the police and the Department of Transit.
Heard it here first, folks. DOT members are cops.
What is that? A DOTAB then?
DOT what?
A dot tab? Or DOTAB? ADOTAB. Trying to make the new ACAB now since we're getting the Department of Transportation involved. A dope.
Wait, isn't I thought roads is the opposite of ANCAPs. The only thing libertarians
Wait,
hate
where are
the
we going
most
on?
is roads.
Mm-hmm. They scare the shit out of us. Libertarian.
Huh.
Feel like I missed a beat of the conversation, but oh well.
I do like my roads and police officers to an extent.
I think maybe that Mack truck attempted to eat that Prius.
Was
Okay.
it?
Nummy.
Yeah, there was a mention of a car accident earlier, and I didn't really follow up because it went quiet for a bit. But
Oh, this is a different one.
oh, more. Okay, never mind.
Debatable.
This is a different one, also involving a Mack truck. Oh, hey, they've at least properly blocked off the road to keep people from just driving down and getting stuck.
Cool.
I guess we're taking that windy wibbly place thing. You know what? The road that we took yesterday or the day before.
That I thought you were trying to have me murdered taking me down.
Yeah. The road that truly leads to nowhere. Nowhere being rural Maryland, rural Hartford County.
Oh.
Ray District 1.
But you don't like being represented by the only Republican from Maryland?
I really like, why don't we just do randomized block voting?
I always like the idea of being that all seats would be at large. So get 10,000 people to vote for you anywhere in the country, you would get.
That's one of those interesting and concept ideas.
This is one of those things that I've liked the idea of, but have never done any research whatsoever into how feasible or unfeasible.
Now, which positions? State positions obviously aren't going to be any.
So frequently what you do is you have every borough or district of the city has a certain number of seats, and then there are usually a couple of at-large seats in addition.
However many people you get.
Well, that you have several people who are running to basically be, I'm on the council, but I represent the entire goddamn city.
Well, I mean, the thing you'd immediately run up against is that government was designed to represent, states. So you'd have to dissolve the Senate.
Yes, and this sounds like a great plan to me.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm down
Please
with
continue.
Parliamentarianism. But I mean, there isn't a reason we can't just randomly assign everyone a voting block, and then everybody votes in a block.
Honestly, I just kind of want to see a country go back to the Athenian lottery, where you want the education system to be good because literally anyone could lead at any point in time.
Oh, like sortition?
Yeah.
I'm just worried about people putting the badly colored pieces of pottery in my jar and getting me ostracized. I don't want to be a victim of the ostracon.
All I know is that blue crayons taste the best.
This is a sentence and a half
Heresy,
right
it's
now.
green.
Well, fuck.
I mean, green's passable if you have some jalapeno cheese.
Hey, that jalapeno cheese is pretty. Don't make damn near anything good.
I had a person. I was doing some moderation today for a group, and I had a person that needed to be added to the group, and their name was Sriracha. So when I added them to the group, it just was almost like a joke message because it just said, "Blowtorch added Sriracha to the group."
Did you get it in their eyes?
No.
More of a group soup now, I guess.
Funnier because it always notifications always from your perspective, so it just said you added Sriracha. Quote it. It will still read as you. So I find that kind of interesting. Though they're reading Blowtorch, it'll say used. Ah, yes. Dead zone.
God, I hope we all.
Or I'm kind of dead. American Telecom's like zone.
I think I still get a few things in there. I just don't think there is a. Trying to figure out where that conversation could even potentially go now. Though we've argued about crayon flavors and sriracha. Maybe it is a
Blue
dead
flavor
zone.
is the best flavor.
Okay, so we did this already.
No, I know.
This is kind of like Best Pony. Can we maybe not? Like we understand the opinions are heated here, but well, okay, never mind. It's a little quiet then. Just something.
What? So now you want me to talk more?
I don't know.
Bye, Chris.
Don't die or do.
Tomorrow at 9.
Oh God.
Wait, isn't? Wait, no. Sorry, 11, right? Okay. Why?
Don't die or do. That's pretty easy, actually.
Die or do?
No, didn't he say don't die or do? And that seems pretty easy. Like, one or the other is inevitably going to be there at the end of the day. Like, I don't think there's a middle ground where you can fail in that particular verbiage.
Yeah, isn't that tautological by definition, like, always true?
Tautology.
Yeah, the quality of being
Always
being
true.
a tautology is tautological.
Why tautologies are... Huh?
What? When are we playing Civ?
After 7 Days to Die.
Oh, right. Well, wait, if I buy you the expansions, then I just owe you 2 more, I just owe the collective you 2 more, podcasts.
Do we do a... Wait, what?
Told me, you owe me 2 podcasts before...
Oh, right. I remember that now. I was incentivizing doing something besides playing Civ, which we will purchase, pick up and play once, and then not do that again for like 2 years. And I know how you like to collect... We'll just see how long I'm playing 7 Days to Die then, because apparently I've always had that game, but I've never played it until... When was the last time you tried to set this up? Because that was like when I installed it and put minutes on it, so my Steam was like, you've played this for 30 minutes now. Oop.
A couple, maybe a month ago, if that.
I thought it was way more than a month ago.
It was after Cyberpunk had been out for a while.
I remember a different time a long time ago. Yeah. Keep going.
Oh, even further long ago. No, I swear I only mentioned it recently, and you were like, I don't own that. I went, I guess I do. I'll install it then. But I could have sworn it was when we were hanging out with Josh, and, yeah. Oh,
You
man,
know, I
forgot to
don't...
take the...
Forgot to take what?
Forgot to take the back road?
Yeah, I think they'll just flag us through to the...
Oh.
Yeah, you'll get to hear my voice in buttery smoothness when I get home and I activate the Yeti.
I'm trying not to think of activate the Yeti in like ski-free terms there, but yes, understood.
I'm activating the Yeti. Terminal, when do we have to do some podcasts so that we can do a special event marathon podcast where it's just a live stream of us talking in the car ride to go hang out with Thrawn for ThrawnCon.
Yes.
ThrawnCon canceled due to space AIDS.
Ah man, space AIDS now? I know we had...
herpeitis?
No, we had super gonorrhea, and then the UK what is it, the UK flu? What are all the people getting teased about on Twitter because they hold really Hippocratic positions because they called it the China virus, and now they don't want it to be called the UK virus, even though it mutated in the UK?
Oh, well, I mean, I know that that's happening, but I don't know what they're calling it.
Yeah, a new mutation that spreads even faster is,
No, it's not true. That's not a good name. Not even real. Or, what is it that they say? It's not even, only identified in the UK. We don't even know if it originated here.
Yep, now they're complaining, and... Yeah, and earlier they were basically saying, it's English, dumbass, call it the China virus, or else you're a cucking snowflake. Or something like that, and now they are the snowflakes, because why hold any positions whatsoever if you're going to, you know, logically not hold them as soon as it's inconvenient for you?
I have a good meme for you, Thrawn.
Oh, I enjoy good memes.
It's a political compass meme.
Oh, I certainly do enjoy those.
Is it the one with the Winter King and the Egg Eater, or is that...
Poor car, I just fixed it.
Never mind.
Besides, I've played enough, what was the one that was like, you're the little sphere going around eating spheres that are smaller than you?
Agario, right?
Yeah, it's one of those .io
I played enough
games.
Agario to know that my sphere isn't bigger than his sphere. It's a Toyota versus a Ford. It won't, like, they'll just bounce off each other. It's not like that Mack truck earlier that was eating that Prius. It was doing. Crash your vehicle into another vehicle so that the resulting merger is bigger.
This twisted steel is bigger than your twisted steel. I'm going to work.
Crunch. Wow, a free street sign there?
In a certain sense, aren't all street signs free street signs? I already paid for this.
I paid for this. I'm gonna go get my chunk of highway. Double. My piece. You actually have plenty of video slash podcast material available for recording, because I now have all of the old point and click Myst games.
Oh, right. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, and we did play Starship Titanic a little too much. We still need to beat the music puzzle.
I'm just gonna not think about the music puzzle and pretend I got to the credit screen.
I mean, if we're really that musically illiterate, and I am, so like you can look up answers. That is a thing you can do. We got really like I'm trying to think of what else to do besides playing with levers until the fat lady stops singing.
Well, the thing is, I'm having a hard time even understanding what the puzzle is.
Yep. Correct. Yeah, that is
brute force route. You have to brute force, pick up, walk back to restaurant, play, and then repeat that ad nauseum until we get a result.
Have we tried even just like recording something and seeing what the oui monsieur says about it?
Oh yeah. Go down.
Oh right, that's it. To down.
Now I will fight you.
And
I like that you can use the stick to poke him.
Yes. I was also entertained when you discovered that.
I'm still a little confused about how you have to waggle some of your in-game items in order for them to work.
Yep. It's not like a
quite get.
Not a click the thing with the item. It is a click the thing. You have the item in your hand and now you use it as it came up like 3 times.
Oh, here's a question for you, Terminal.
Hmm.
You know how there's the out cable for the Vive?
There's a what now for the Vibe?
The base stations. It has that sync cable.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
How does that exactly function?
I think it's just replacing the Bluetooth signals with electrons that go through that cable. It's a 3.5 millimeter like microphone jack, isn't it?
Yeah, but how many? Do you know how many channels it needs?
How many watts does it need?
There's
channels.
A handful of different kinds of 3.5 by 11.
Oh,
some of them can carry more than a single.
Gotcha. I think I know what you mean now, and I'm not sure.
Okay.
If we're not in a bus, I would maybe go find that cable.
I was just considering using that because that seems like it would be less finicky than
You know, now that I think about it, I think I was
the line of sight.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I think my lighthouses were the things that did break. So I might have misconstrued my troubles with the cable as troubles that were just being with the lighthouse slowly breaking. Like a couple of months before they finally went kaput and wouldn't work anymore, I was like, huh, everything seems a little jumpier than usual and it's not tracking properly. Let's try using the cable. Oh wow, now it's worse. Let's go back to what I had before. But that might just be because the lighthouses were dying. I'm reevaluating my earlier advice that I gave concerning that cable, and it might actually probably be better. I don't know.
I
Was
won't
that
lie to you.
200 miles? Yeah, I think that was 200
The highway is
miles.
so loud that
Nice.
I can't hear you.
Oh, your highway, not my highway. I thought I muted my highway, and it should be. I don't hear the highway.
Yeah, my highway.
Gotcha.
95. Go
Oh,
north.
that highway. Yeah, our highway, I guess.
Yes, comrade, our highway.
And more just the highway that everyone in the East Coast knows about, but yes, our highway. Add another lane, comrade. The traffic will reduce in 5 years.
Traffic will never reduce until we public transit.
Correct.
That bridge from San Francisco to fucking LA going. Or that's not bridge, that high-speed rail.
I love me some rail.
If only. I don't know where it's going.
4 times over budget and 10 years too late.
Public transit's even good for people who drive. Because, well, the highways will get emptier. Public transit is good whether or not you have a car.
Just, you know, make sure the money's actually going to the transit and you don't have a, what was the thing in New York? The mafia, like, controlled concrete, so you had to deal with the mob if you wanted to build anything. It was weird. Trump was involved. I don't want to go into too much more detail.
My favorite one is a single missile strike is pretty much all we need to actually start modern infrastructure.
Wait, what was that?
Buy a bus and pay a dude to drive the bus for a good long while with a single missile's worth of money. Worth the budget.
Oh, comparing military spending to... Okay, I think I get it. That's just a weird way of putting it.
No, we need every single one of those fucking missiles. Every single one.
And put the missiles in the buses. Double the budget.
Yes.
We're gonna have buses with missiles attached to it, so we can get more transport funding.
Yes. Okay, now I got an idea for a train.
Oh no.
We're gonna make a fourth... We're gonna make a fourth part of the nuclear... what is it? Tetrad now. It's no longer a triad. It's a tetrad. We've got... What is it? We've got your surface-to-air missiles, your ground silos, your submarines, and now nuke trains.
Wait, isn't that just Metal Gear?
Metal Gear, but with rails. So we're almost there. We're like 2 steps from Metal Gear.
Is that kind of the plot of Broken Arrow? Or there's a...
Maybe?
Fucking...
Probably. I would not have...
I remember they stole the nuclear bomb and then they put it on a train at some point. And they were gonna like take it in the middle of LA or something.
Love that we do actually have briefcase.
Well, how else am I gonna get this cobalt everywhere?
By briefcase nukes, I mean like, and well, by love, I mean like, you know, am horrified. But
Yeah, of course, but we're doing a bit. Perpetually.
Yeah, no, like, low-yield nuclear weapons.
The 10-ton. Sorry, I'm still remembering the last...
10-ton nuke. Not 10 kilotons, just 10 tons. Like, there are conventional explosives more efficient than, like, more puny than... Not even like a dirty bomb, not like a conventional weapon with nuclear material in it, like actually a nuclear detonation.
Yep.
A nuclear detonation.
Oh, fun piece of news. terminal. Guess what happened to my friend who's a nurse?
Did they get a COVID vaccine?
No. Better.
Okay.
All of their bosses got COVID by having a maskless lunch together.
Oh my god. Why would any, even like, even just like slightly close to healthcare professional, because they're probably all managers or something, why would anybody close to, good gravy, people are dumb.
They have the management nurse, like the nursing management, like whatever the fuck that is. That RN? No, the other thing. And yeah, I guess NP. No, that's nurse practitioner. The thing where you're like, it's nursing school and it's like all of the same shit as nursing, but you're specifically to be a manager of nurses. Like, anyway, they all had that, so like they are all actually trained in nursing in addition to like whatever managerial skills they have. It's the, you know how you were talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect earlier?
Yeah.
I'm a nurse. I'm too smart to get COVID.
Let's have a maskless lunch.
Yeah. That's okay. My aunt is a teacher in North Carolina, and when they were doing the back to school meeting, professor for the school, or whatever the fuck, I guess teacher, was like, don't worry guys, I prayed, COVID won't hurt us.
God.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh boy.
Justice
Public school you can't have got in public schools.
There's a separation of church and state. Your prayers didn't make it. Sorry.
Sorry, prayer has been canceled. Oh, you didn't hear the news because you spent the past I don't know, an eternity.
5 hours now.
About driving a bus.
Yep.
Have you heard that we have to cancel the Dalai Lama?
Really? Just the whole, like, all of Buddhism and all of whatever they do, or? Oh, shit, right, China. Oh, China's doing a thing with Tibet now again, and can't. Oh, man.
No.
Okay, go.
No, that's not why. It's nothing to do with China. It's weirder. How about that? That's your hint. It's weirder.
It's weirder. Good hint. COVID killed the cycle of reincarnation. If you haven't made it to Nirvana, good luck. You can't do it anymore.
That's funnier, but
The Dalai Lama's been declared a bodhisattva and can't actually make it to Nirvana anymore, so that's getting weird theologically, but you know what? I'm out of guesses.
No, the Dalai Lama is pushing to have, what, Augusto Pinochet acquitted
What?
on his charges of crimes against humanity? Because Pinochet is currently facing an extradition trial.
Why?
I don't know.
What the fuck? Okay.
I have so many questions.
Yeah. What? Okay, is Tibet looking to get away from China? Is China involved after all? We're making platitudes towards... Oh, good gravy, I don't know.
I think the Dalai Lama is just trying to get a good feel on how it.
Fucking Christ. Now we have to cancel the Dalai Lama for pushing people out of helicopters again?
Again.
Oh no. It's Senior Hitler all over again.
It's the Dolly Alpaca.
Yeah. Yeah. See, forgive Pinochet, says Dalai Lama. Fucking Christ. Could you imagine that? Ooh, he said that while visiting Chile. Could you imagine saying that to Chileans? Like...
No, I honestly couldn't.
Within punching distance.
That's within reincarnation distance right there.
Reincarnating distance? That's some mad shit for a fella in reincarnating distance.
You looking to get that new life going there? Oh boy, what the fuck?
You already got you and your man's here. You can start the search for the next Dalai Lama now. Tour of Chile. Ooh, I didn't know that it was whilst visiting Chile.
Yeah, that's a hard one. That's a hard pill to swallow.
God, that's just gotta be such a, like, absolute, like, ooh.
Ill-advised? Like, does the Dalai Lama have like a what'd you call it? Like a
Firm.
Diplomatic immunity?
No, like people and like HR, but HR for religious people. Or PR. PR, HR, I don't know.
Public relations is public relations. It don't matter which, like, what you call it.
Yeah, but that's the corporate word for it. I'm looking for like a more confessor of the faith, cardinal of talking to people.
Theocratic,
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a yeah, I don't know if he's got a theocratic equivalent to the guy who just says, dude, no.
Yeah. Former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet currently facing extradition for trial on charges of human rights violations has received support from an unexpected quarter. Tibet's nonviolent exiled leader, the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm honestly, I'm actually a little baffled that Pinochet's alive. It
That
just
too.
made sense in my head that he was dead. He died in, like, when the not Pinochet happened.
Yeah, 6 Semper Tyrannis.
Like, I just assumed, already dead.
He is no longer in charge. He's probably been, drawn and quartered and pulled behind a car in the streets.
I mean, it's happened to so many other, people of his nature.
I mean, between that and the death squads, yeah, probably.
Like, I'm honestly amazed he survived long enough to reach trial. Like, alright, so, like, given that he's survived his exit from power, the fact that he's still alive is shocking.
Yep.
Like, he's, hold what they call the extrajudicial, hunters of, like, SS members? They had a name, didn't they?
Oh, I don't know the SS members specifically, but
Yeah, it's called Operation.
No.
Those are the people who were giving them jobs.
I know. They're the rocket scientists, but still.
Hunting down, like the.
you would think there would be a measure of vigilantism involved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, during the period of high tourism to Argentina. That doesn't bode well for the whole getting on VR thing. I have to stand up to play this video game? Fucking hell.
I mean, I'm sitting in a bus right now. I guess you could if you wanted to, but there's probably a sign I should tap.
It won't stop.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you left the light. It's time for Bird all day. Bye. Have fun with Angry Bird. Good thing you only have 2 for every evening. Well then, finally alone. You, me, and ostensibly the rest of the entire humanity.
Yeah, I haven't even checked Twitch chat yet, so there could be 1,000 people in there, and fuck if I'd know.
Spoilers? Spoilers?
What kind? Yeah, I'm guessing just Thrawn, but someone's had to have wandered in at least once, right? I think the last time I did like an Arma stream, there was a single message from someone who was like, "Oh, that's neat. Can I ask a question?" And then that was it.
I haven't seen anybody else other than me in here.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine, and yeah, I was expecting nothing less. I'm only recording this for posterity and just to keep myself consistent. Like, yes, I have to, push this button, and someone else could make fun of me if I don't actually go through with it. So,
Man, imagine like having any sense of duty for posterity. You know what I think my least favorite thing is?
Just like
There's
ever,
a
or
lot of, I mean, in left-wing spaces. How about that?
okay, a little more context.
The paranoia about everything being a honeypot and therefore no organization occurs ever.
Yes, clearly the enemies are listening on every channel, so we shouldn't talk anymore.
Yes, clearly. Well, I mean, it's sort of like, we have just done all of the, all the opposing agitators work for them. We know, like, we don't even get to have them break apart our organization because we're just not organizing anymore. Cool.
Okay. See you at the event. That might happen, maybe. I don't know. See you tomorrow. No? Next week?
I can't tell you how often I hear about the SRA being a honeypot.
I wonder if that's where all the conspiracy theorists on the left are just like, everything's a CIA and can't talk to anyone because they're slightly left of center.
Can't talk to anyone. That's it. No one.
Period.
No
Done.
In fact, you and I, we have to stop talking now.
All these massive worldwide things, not us. Can't be us.
What do you mean we should? What do you mean we should make use of international communication structure right now?
Because someone might be in the middle and take the message and then
Start raising those fucking carrier pigeons.
But they can be intercepted too.
Yeah, they're being intercepted and milked.
God damn it. Of course we're going back to bird sauces.
We've looped back around. It was always pigeon milk the whole time. What is it? Internet list of downsides for list of reasons for communication interruption on internet protocol over avian carrier can be encapsulated inside of raptors.
God damn it, I forgot that line.
What was it? Anyway, the something about organizing groupings, people. Oh, right. Hottest take of the century. Trotsky was right. He was just way ahead of his time.
Okay.
Well, the most important part of Trotskyism was the concept of global revolution, right?
Yeah, and infiltrating other people's things, so...
And here we are. The era where global communication and infiltration is, ready.
We're getting out-Trotsky'd by the rightists? I don't know what to call them.
I'm personally partial to rightoids.
Wait, so I fucking love it.
People use chud or fascist so often, but like I'm really partial to. I wonder what the rightoids are up to today. Honestly, sometimes you know who's more irritating than Nazis? Fucking tankies.
Yeah.
Fucking Christ, are they irritating?
Yeah. You know, all the bad parts of leftism with all the bad parts of authoritarianism. Oh no.
Oh no. How about all of the bad parts of authoritarianism with all of the none parts of socialism?
Yeah, that's all the bad. Yeah, never mind. Close enough. I think we got it.
You do have a point. No socialism is the worst part of socialism.
Lack thereof is, of course, the worst.
I don't know. The lack thereof of fascism is the best part of fascism.
Yeah, it's not true for all things, but...
You can have a little fascism as a treat?
No, maybe not.
Rethought that one, eh?
No, I think that was pretty well litigated for, you know, going on 80 years now.
You know what I keep... The thing I found the most interesting, now that, once again, we have an international audience...
Once again, when was the first time?
I think it was really just once again we're drawing attention to the fact that we're technically on the internet.
Sure.
Or technically in a public space.
We in the public.
What is it? The Marlowe experiment? What was that shit called?
Which one?
Turn the dial and the person will die.
Was that Maslow?
No, that's the hierarchy of need. Maslow's hierarchy of need.
You're correct. Oh, shoot. Okay, it was Nuremberg, then...
Well, now that you bring up Nuremberg, the whole point that I was getting ready to make is that those two things are in competition with each other.
Huh.
At least from my understanding, I have to double check. I can obviously always go deeper, but...
Yeah, which two things? Sorry.
The turn the dial and kill this man.
Yeah.
Experiment is that following orders is very much a human thing to do.
Yep.
And is directly in competition with the denial of just following orders as a valid stance from the Nuremberg being a thing.
They're kind of at odds, but you can take both. Again, you have to basically both of those. One.
They're essentially stating separate things too, right?
Yeah. The ideal is yes, it is second nature and very easy to just follow orders from an authoritative figure and do bad things, but. We need a legal justification to say that no, you need to not follow unlawful orders, and then establish an international law with which to follow, despite whatever administration, government, country you're under. So we knew there was going to be some hard work to do here because people are not good guys.
It always reminds me. I set up my own version of oops, good people can perform atrocity.
Yeah.
Here's a lever. If every 300 times it's pulled, it kills
Oh
a man.
no.
Every 2 times you pull it, I give you $100.
Okay, so
how many times does the person pull the lever?
Oh, stop.
Well, there's 1 in 6 billion or 7 billion chance that it's you that gets killed if we're going full abstract in this experiment, but...
No, it's not just a random person, it's just a conceptual person.
Oh, just okay. So as long as it's not you, then yeah, some people probably wouldn't stop. And let me guess, you're gonna put this on a different what is it? You're gonna put this on a different conditioning schedule, aren't you?
No, it's just going to be each individual has a lever that if they like, there is a lever. If it's pulled 300 times, you know, kills a person, but you get $100 every 2 times you pull it. Now, everybody has a lever, but
Oh.
they don't necessarily know that they're connected to each other.
Where's this wealth coming from? Is it just being magically come up? Does it just print it out, or is it?
Yeah, I think the thought experiment requires that we don't think about the entirety of the economy.
Why are we worrying about where the money's coming from?
I don't know, Thrawn asked.
Print money.
Oh,
like,
I know, but why?
Yeah, print money like that.
You're breaking the rules here. This is being like, well, who manufactured the trolley?
Okay, but the lever, is it steel or aluminum? This is very important to how many times I can pull it.
Make an aluminum lever. Aluminum does not take torque that well.
Exactly. You wouldn't want to pull the aluminum lever too many times, even if you got money for it, because, you know, there's the replacement cost of the aluminum leather.
That's not my job. I just work here. The idea, though, is essentially everybody would obviously just go, "Oh, I can pull it 298 times and not have any, and like make, you know, 298 $100."
But they're all connected, and they don't know this.
Yeah, but all the levers are connected. So everyone walks away going, "I didn't do it," even though, you know,
A bunch of people are
you know,
dead.
there's the pile of bodies, but everybody's walking around with clear conscience.
Hooray, let's throw in a tragedy of the
Let's throw in a
commons.
Tragedy of the commons.
What?
Let's throw in a tragedy of the commons. That's basically what that is.
I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
Or still be here? This telephone will do something.
Gotcha. You will either be back or be leaving. So you will either be or not be.
Very quiet.
Okay, and I do need to do like a... Yeah, go on, Thrawn.
So if we don't know if he's going to be leaving or not, oh my god.
Never mind, he's still here.
What?
Repeats.
I was going to talk
or-
about Blowtorch's box because we don't know if you're leaving or not. So you're simultaneously doing both.
Okay, in this box, do you see a vial of poison?
I'm simultaneously here and not here.
I think we're getting to that point. Oh boy, wow, what the hell is going on? I'm afraid to talk. I hear Errol.
John Madden.
Yeah, brr, 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 brr. Okay, now we're not hearing ourselves anymore.
Oh, Lindsay has gone back to bed.
Gotcha.
How do I disconnect from this again?
I don't know.
Disconnected, so we figured it out.
Oh, right. The earlier troubles when he first connected to TeamSpeak. Yeah, okay. He's now no longer a robot. God damn it. Why was the joke in my head, the dumb reference I was gonna make is the soul so vibrant? And that is that one Slipknot lyric from Psychosocial. The soul is not so vibrant. The reckoning. I bet you know which version's stuck in my head right now.
Yeah, the best
Best
friends of the time one.
friends until the end of time. The screaming in the background for that.
Oh, good.
We got each other's back.
That is such a good fucking version.
It
It
is.
works so well.
It shouldn't. It does. It's amazing.
Conversation. I'm kind of trying to shove a burrito into my face also.
Yep, I'm gonna have fun figuring out what I'm gonna do for dinner when this is over, because you were listening to the stream earlier, so you know about the carbo loading I did. But
That's
yeah,
like
I
a whole
had...
pound of potatoes.
Yep, basically, I just did a huge lunch, extra baked potatoes. Okay, hopefully Blowtorch is back and has put on a headset. Not yet. It is very loud and still echoing me. Almost afraid to talk. Yeah, okay. Blowtorch will eventually figure this out. Hour and a half into it.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
I can still hear myself, but it wasn't... never mind, it's as bad as last time.
Yep.
Hold on, there's configuration that can happen here.
Hooray.
I'm now on a computer.
Yep, also maybe a headset too.
Test. Ooh.
Still making microphones. Hey, I can't hear myself, I don't think. Nope, never mind, there I go. That to 25 miles. Okay. 360 is the halfway point. We're way past the halfway point. Where is the... Okay, ostensibly we're 5/8 through. That's like... Yeah, shoot. I knew I would fall off the traction train. Well, one day the configuration will be set. We'll be quiet in the meantime, and I do want to take a stretch break. I'm trying to decide if I want to do like 250 miles or just stop at 30-minute mark, and I'm feeling the 30-minute mark. So, you know, with tech issues happening, I'm even more tempted to do that while people figure things out and maybe get in the bus. I don't know.
I might grab a quick nap and then I'll probably get in the bus. This burrito just needs to settle, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, hopefully I won't be tired, but I think I've got the, I don't remember what I got. There was like some Christmas candy that was on sale, and I think I could eat it. So I was like, yeah, I'll get some of this, and that's just kind of sitting around because, you know, need a treat every now and then. But like, you could game grump it, and like if you get tired, we'll see. Or sorry, for me at least, not you and the you talking to myself, but I don't know how to.
The royal you.
Yeah, one could. One could game grump themselves in order to keep things going and lively, and I'm trying to remember like what they were doing at the time, but like, and I don't know if it's even a secret, but they were like, yeah, no, like the reason we're always so chipper and active is because we just eat a shit ton of candy right before we do our streams, and that explains a whole lot.
Probably, actually.
Hello? Oop, wait,
Hello?
that's me.
Yeah, that's you. That's bassy though.
Because it's actually getting my bass tone.
A little over bassy though. Yes, heard that. Hello, still there. At least I can hear myself.
Cool.
That's good.
The Blue Yeti.
Nice.
Get really close to it though.
Oh, is it like a? Or wait, no, the Yeti's the big one. Does Blue have?
There we go. Hey, that's kind of working now.
Hey, that's way better.
Yeah.
Oh, I set it to omnidirectional, so.
Oh, that might do it.
Oh, I can get a pop filter too.
Yeah, if you're gonna be close to it, do a pop filter. But my Yeti's usually on like not too much gain, but enough gain so that if I step away from the desk, people can still hear things. But hopefully, I don't transmit too much background noise. But I usually use push to talk, so it is typically not of concern. Recent events being an exception because hand busy eye covered by screen.
I've actually bought a Blue Yeti a while back, and I can't get it to fucking work.
Hmm.
Like, it picks up my keyboard way too much, and I refuse to be Merlin.
Right. Yeah, no, push to talk and foot pedals is usually how I get past that.
Yeah, I was actually push to talk, like caps lock, push to talk master race, and then we started doing the whole Arma T4 thing, and now I've gone fucking Vox, and I kind of hate myself for it.
Yeah, Arma, I kind of hate myself for that too, but you can't replace good modding tools. It's yeah, I don't know what else to say about that, but there's a reason everything is in Arma and in the workshop.
Alright, so I cannot find the pop filter.
Gotcha. Are you gonna step away from the mic when you breathe in?
No.
Chocolate rain.
Yeah, there's the reference I was going for, but oh, well, shit. Okay. Alright, well, cool. Most of that tech issue has been sorted out, and I have not gotten to the 5.5 hour mark, which was where I was going to take the stretch break. Should have done it at the 4 hour mark, but everyone was coming in, and I got distracted, so we'll be doing things.
Okay, well, did you say you are taking the break then, or?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Which way is forward? Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, we can start to hear you now.
I have to like deep throat this microphone to be able to be heard.
That is odd, and
That's very odd.
yeah. There may be more settings to adjust. Remember, Windows has its own settings too, and you might want to fiddle with them.
I hate Windows.
Yeah, I know. Hate Windows. All my homies hates Windows, but like the video games. I tolerate Windows. All my homies tolerate Windows.
But like, okay, whatever. Guys, this gotta be
Alright, one more minute.
Did I ever tell you how I got my surround?
You're what? You cut out right before the end there.
Surround.
I heard surround. It's
Surround sound.
surround sound. And like, did you hear all of that, or are we just guessing from the context clues?
I heard him say surround sound the second time.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot.
Surround sound. There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that worked.
Yep.
Oh, sick. It was actually, funnily enough, a software setting.
Oh. Okay, cool.
It was TeamSpeak not registering me as loud enough.
Oh, those settings, right.
Yeah, thresholds.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm ready for the death of the front panel on computers personally. Just put my front panel on the back and have like a signal direction I need to care about.
I like my top panel.
Yeah.
No. Put it on the back. In other news, I have booze. I can drink my problems away finally.
Oh boy. Oh man, that was a thing I probably should have considered doing, drinking and driving. Haha, don't actually do that, but...
What is it, Where did that pop filter go? Why does everything I love and need leave me?
Oh boy. Okay. I think... You know what, I might just put this down and hopefully the speakers, or... let's see if I can get that headset to travel with me. Gotta untangle myself, but I'm taking 5 at the very least.
I think I left the power supply for my monitor at my other house. Or my previous place of residence, rather. Get every other cable possible, and I can't fucking plug in my monitor.
Oof.
Dream.
DVI one or something? Or
No, the power cable for the
the
monitor.
power cable. Oh, gotcha.
Monitor just don't go on.
Nope, I cannot hear you two, so I'm just gonna go do a stretch and...
Smile and nod. Just keep, like, nodding.
I'm probably gonna take off for a
hear
bit.
him, but not really. No.
I'm gonna go have me a nap.
Ow, way to abandon me.
Yeah. Okay, I'll probably be back in like 45 minutes or something. I'll catch y'all in a bit.
Yeah, see you on the flip side. Somebody's back.
I'm almost back. I could put this on this table over here. I think I'll knock into it, but oh well, this is just sugar to keep me awake. It's bottoms up. Okay. Oh shit. I hit the bug while I was out? Neat. Wait, when does the bug come into play? I thought it was distance based. I thought you hit the bug at like the 300th mile marker or something. Turn on. Hooray. Okay.
Channel switched.
Oh god, oh fuck.
Everything's
While you were
beeping.
gone, I got pulled into the machine.
Not again.
I forgot the power cable to my monitor.
Oh, I think I heard that when I stood up, and I did not realize that would require more bone.
Yeah, no monitor. My computer doesn't even have a fucking VGA out port. There isn't another available option. It's only a 5-minute drive. It ain't like I'm gonna be like 20 minutes will be the round trip.
Okay. I mean, you know, I'm not one to complain for time here. I did not realize it was 10 p.m. in the real world.
Yes, hello, out in meat space. It is 10.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what else I was gonna say about that other than I could have sworn I started this at like 2 or 3. So 3 plus 5 is 8, going on 9 p.m. and nope, extra hour. Time has no meaning anymore. I'm in a bus.
Look at me in the motherfucking bus.
Oh, if only the public transportation option had the kind of ostentatiousness of whatever that fucking song was.
Good.
Yeah, like, you know, poppin' tags is about shopping at a thrift store. Why not make the bus the party bus? Many reasons, car
day-to-day bus is the party bus. bus.
Yes,
A
correct.
bus is a party bus if you have a party.
So just keep them
Does that mean
going.
Does that mean that anywhere communists go is always a party?
Okay, why communist bus?
Bus. Wherever the communists go, party bus. They're communists. They're communists, so they're known for communist parties.
You have cut out enough that the logic has escaped. I can only hear myself for some reason.
Why?
It's you half the time and me... Yeah, I don't know.
What?
I heard it clear enough. I'm assuming you asked, am I clear enough? And the answer is still, I don't know.
No, I just yelled, why?
Okay, fair enough.
Luckily, Lindsay's is right around the corner from my old apartment, so I don't even have to turn the car off. This will be such a fast run.
Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot to mark on my in-game time how long you would be and if that would be 20 minutes, but... Oh boy, okay, it's 10 p.m. and I've only gone 200 and, I think, yeah, 230 miles, so...
My only question is, when joins the part with the bus in game, do you have to stop at a bus stop and pick someone up?
No, you just go to Las Vegas. And there's a bus stop that I think like the game has a cutscene for. You drive 360 miles and then there's a cutscene where you pull over at the bus stop. But like that's it, you just pull over. I don't think you pick anyone up.
Over. If not to pick anyone up, like why do you pull over?
Because the bus must run every day from Tucson to Las Vegas. I'm doing it today at this particular time, whether or not anyone is on. Because if I don't drive the bus to Las Vegas, then the people in Las Vegas that need to go to Tucson can't come back. The problem
why does the bus pull over?
Because there's a bus stop there and that's where it has to stay for about an hour. I don't know. I'm making up the story for this game as we go now.
Why are you getting into the deep desert bus lore?
You know me, Blowtorch. All lore is deep.
All holes are deep enough when you hear them too.
Blowtorch, get home quickly. The cutting out is doing nothing. Just heard all holes are deep enough, and I knew you were going to say something else to maybe provide context, but it didn't.
Good.
two, I'm getting drunker than before. Oh, I'm getting drunker than I ever have before. So let's drink till we drink out of bottles, and let's run till we're drunk off the floor. Drink to good times and friends, drink to sadness that ends, drink to drunker than you've ever drunk before. Drink to ponies and booze, drink to sleeping in your shoes, drink to drinking than you've ever drank before. Cause if you haven't seen your friends at their worst, then they're probably not your friends at all. It's a cold, dark world in which we're living, and it takes some time to get things right.
Yeah, I think we are just gonna leave off on the whole deep phrasing. Wow, that's just been quiet. I haven't heard myself either. Once again, is the entire... or is it just me? It's been 20 minutes, we'll see what happens.
Okie dokie, I have returned.
Okay.
And I have... it's the worst design in the world. Wrong.
Oh?
Like a grounded cable. Got a power brick on the cable, but also it's a tiny wire out the back, like bitty.
Huh.
You know the people who I wish would die the most? People who design cables like that. Please just give me a short length of regular flexible cable so that it doesn't take up like 3 spaces on the goddamn power strip.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yeah, enough of that cut out that I didn't quite get what you were going for, but yeah, no, that is understandable.
I think this one is actually bulky enough that it will take up the above space in addition to the below space. There is enough goddamn motherfucking power brick on this cable, or on this plug bit. You know what's funny? My family has always called the bit that goes into the wall the plugger inner. And I just say that all the time. Like, people will just know what I'm talking about. And I mean, I guess it is direct enough that people would probably figure it out pretty readily.
Yeah, I mean...
But it is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, you had me up until inner, because, like, plug, okay, plugger, sure, the thing doing the plugging. Plugger in, okay, now you're just...
No, it's the plugger part that goes in-er. Plugger in-er.
But we don't need two verbs for what this... Go on. Go on.
Unless you want to go plug her in her, like... with
Barely
the
know her?
apostrophe H, plug her in her.
Oh.
Plug her in her, I barely know her. Say that next time my grandmother says plug her in her. You'll probably we'll both laugh because I know what she's like and she'll find that funny. My grandmother swears like a sailor when she doesn't think anyone's listening. Funny. I also remembered to grab Lindsay's cables. So it wasn't a trip solely for that one thing.
Okay.
Lindsay needed her drawing tablet, and the tablet has these proprietary cables.
Oh, of course.
Finally, a new form factor that rolls in all of the other form factors together and is better. Now I have 8 form factors.
Yes, you are now added to the list of form factors that someone else will complain about.
I mean,
Sunrisey?
No. If they lodge a complaint, we kill them.
Hey, how long is night supposed to be in Tucson? I think the sun is rising again, and it's only been 6 hours. I don't think we're that close to, like, the poles, are we? Like, it's getting dusky again, or dawny, or I don't know. It got pink.
So that's not night. Are you sure? You're 4 hours in, right?
6 hours.
6 hours in?
Yeah.
Are you sure that that's not light pollution from Vegas?
It's kind of surrounding me right now, so that'd be cool if it was, like, light pollution off in the distance, but I'm not sure anymore. It's pretty significant. Like, it was dead night for a while there. Like, everything was dark, and stars all the way to the horizon, and now horizon is pink.
save it for when I'm actually on the good mic.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna run an idea past you, but there's no point in me running it past you if you're only gonna get every other word.
Yeah, it's gonna go past me. Like, yes, it will be run past me, and then I'll hear myself 3 times, and you half a time.
Yeah, I have no idea how any of this fucking works anymore. Technology is...
Technology bad, return to monkey.
Did you know that monkeys are responsible for 80% of the population of monkeys on the planet?
That is an interesting fact, but it brings up a curious thought that I don't know if I should think about.
Well, the other 20% of monkeys are also monkeys, but monkeys do make up 80% of the monkeys on the planet.
I don't know if my brain feels good about the new thoughts.
Well, wait, did you get any of my thoughts?
I hear percentages and monkeys. I'm confused now.
Monkeys make up 100% of the monkeys on the planet, but by that definition, they also make up 80% of the monkeys on the planet. The other 20% is also monkeys.
Oh. Okay, you have tautology percented me here.
Yes.
So the first fact was indeed a useless fact, because there is a yet greater fact that could supersede it.
Nope.
Well then why 80%? What is so important about those 80 percentile monkeys that make the other 20 percentile monkeys not mentionable in the first factoid about the monkey?
I don't know, they were mean to me in grade school.
Statistics are stupid. Return to pro-simian. Gotta go earlier than monkey here. Not even, like, just screw great ape, screw monkey, we pro-simian now. I'm a lemur. Six hours, woo! I think the last time I tried this in VR, I crashed between the 5 and 6 hour mark, so we've done it. We've done 6 hours in VR. The nervousness about crashing should have gone away, but it's still there, and that's fine.
Oh wow, I can hear me. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. How did you... Oh no. Oh no.
I have returned.
Excellent. Like the full send of the return, or...
Yeah, like, this has been a round trip.
Cool.
Like I said, it wasn't gonna take long. Probably a little bit.
Again, time is very relative. One, because, you know, that Dwarf Fortress thing said so, and two, I've been sitting here for 6 hours in VR. 2 more to go. I think I might finish after. Okay, it's 2 more hours in theory. In practice, we've gone 247 miles in like 2 seconds. Okay, now we've gone 247 miles. So that's what, 120 left at 45 miles per hour?
Bro, I don't know. I just work.
Yeah, I'm thinking I got 3 hours left, so we have officially like a 9-hour drive here. Hooray, we've wasted enough time and adjusted enough hands and taken foot off pedal.
Closer to the mic. There we go. Lindsay has a powered USB splitter.
Okay.
I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, if you're doing, you know, one USB to more than one, then yeah, you probably want to make sure 5 volts is going everywhere rather than be like, nah, just push 5 volts but harder.
I don't know. I like that last option.
just do it but harder.
Yeah.
But the loads.
The loads can eat my ass.
But like, those are the electrons. That's what's making the ones and the zeros that are putting me in a bus right now. Yeah, okay, you know what, I can go back to your original postulation there. And it is really weird that this screen, 2 screens 2 inches in front of my face. Like, I'm doing the thing where I'm concentrating on the wheel and then concentrating on the road, and then I'm seeing double in the wheel. That is just... I know the screen is too set. Like, I can almost see the individual. Like, if I'm really concentrating.
Which headset do you have?
Though I forget.
You have 2 options: Vive or Oculus, or Index.
I'll look at the box later if I still have it. I don't know anymore. I think it fits that too. I don't know.
Delightfully devilish scene.
Right, so what is that damn music puzzle about?
You stop that.
Like, it's one toggle that's got like 4, 5, or 6 points on it, and then 2 like flippy switches that just have 2 points on it.
There are 2 2-state switches and 2 4-state sliders.
Oh, I forgot there's an X and Y slider, but yeah, okay, there's 2 4-state sliders. Have you like sat around and listened to the whole piece? Oh no. What if it's like the like it's an old computer game, right? Or wait a minute, no, hold on. You can turn each one on. Yeah, you can turn them on and off too because they got a little green light there. So yeah, I think you can do one at a time, but oh, what could the puzzle even be? Like, I'm hoping it's not make sure everything's in like this particular key, so you gotta, you know, use your pitch matching and figure out these two are similar or whatever.
Yeah, if it's tonal based, I'm screwed.
Yeah. I too am also screwed.
Are you also tone deaf?
I don't know if I'm like 100% tone deaf, but musically illiterate, so wouldn't know where to place them. Like, I can't do the pitch perfect thing or whatever it's called, where you can like. I'm trying to. Yeah, what words? Words are a thing I could maybe use to describe things, but like.
Hermo's out here just like, yep, that's a tone.
Yeah, like that tone seems a little higher than the previous one, but like, don't know how high or don't know what letter. And the lights are off, so I guess the sun is rising. At least the high beams are off.
Guess who has the pop filter now?
Ooh.
It's Blowtorch, but less tinny.
All of the fans and all of the schmance.
Yeah, like I went like full blank check here. I have a pop filter and a standalone mic.
Yeah, that's gotta be 252 miles there, so 110. We only done, yeah, it's been, wait, no, you were, what did I last do? Okay, maybe you were in the middle of the quick jaunt to the old apartment. When, I'm trying to remember when I last did a check of how far this bus has gone. But yeah, you trying to get in this bus?
Maybe one day, my dude. One day.
I don't know if I need to restate that that was not metaphorical. You can download a piece of software and sit in one of the many chairs. And does not require VR, but like, you know. I don't know what you're doing at the moment, so hopefully not solving that music puzzle without me.
Oh, I assure you, I'm not.
Okay, good.
I'm busy plugging in the cables required to computer on.
Excellent. Okay, so getting there, yeah. Okay, one day is maybe like in-game days, because I feel like I've been driving for 6 hours, but like 12 hours have passed. Things are weird out here in the desert.
Alright, I should be at minimum operational capacity. Oh, I gotta plug the actual tower in.
Gotcha. MVP. MVP. Minimum viable product. Minimum viable product.
Lives.
I heard lives. Does the computer lives?
Yes.
Excellent.
Minecraft time. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
My monitor is nice and big again.
Hooray. Do you have more than the standard amount of hertz, or are you still on the 60?
I'm on 60.
Okay. I am wondering what kind of monitor, because I've been sitting here for 6 hours and 15 minutes, and if you mention something, I'm going to fixate on it as a topic of conversation.
Oh, my own mouse feels so long. Yeah, it's been so long that my own mouse feels weird. Crazy.
Man. I think I used to use claw mice, and then I switched to not claw mice, and every now and then I get that, like, gotta stretch the fingers feeling, and I don't actually have to. But, like, I got the big hand, so I kind of like it.
Nice. What's a claw mouse versus, like, just a mouse?
Oh, it's basically where the pressure of your hand goes. So if the mouse is small enough that you have to kind of use your palm to hold it, you can do that. A claw mouse is a long enough mouse that you can use, like, your wrist and your fingers to hold on to it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other, like, the mouse is long enough you can lay your fingers down and, like, fit it into the curves of it. There's a...
Oh, I have one of those.
Gotcha. There's probably a better definition for it, but I just remembered as claw mice, and the last mouse that I bought that is still working for me, actually, is not one of those, and I think I finally, like, capitulated, but...
The claw. I have to get the Wi-Fi password. Hold on.
Oh man, a foot pedal in this game, though. The right hand is getting tired of pushing the accelerate button, because apparently it's an accelerate button. And yes, there is kind of a speedometer on it. Get back to center.
On nuts, please.
Oh no.
If it's a non-standard Wi-Fi, it's gonna... Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Take that in wrong, maybe?
That controller disappeared for a second. Okay, I think we're good.
Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. I had just typed it in wrong.
Okay, good.
But now it says I'm connected but have no internet.
Let it assign your IPs or whatever it has to do. Do comp who dis.
Oh no.
What?
Worked. Pressed the wrong. Hold on 1 second.
Holding. Although time is relative, so... Decently 1 second here. We're officially 100 miles left to go. Happen later.
Test 1 2.
Oh no.
Alright, give me 1 second here.
Can do. He took the other one pretty nicely. I can provide another. And 60 miles officially now, so that is 100 to go.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Hello?
Oh no?
Oh.
I will
What's this
attempt.
going on now? Hold on.
Okay,
I
well.
gotta switch outputs. Playback, default. Fuck is Republic of Gamers?
They do something with motherboards.
Hello?
They might just. Hello.
Oh.
Ahoy hoy.
Hello?
Greetings. I am
There's
still
a terminal
attempting.
on the other end of this. Hello.
Hey, that could work.
Alright, well, apparently here I am. I'm on my own computer again. Everything
Hooray.
feels wrong, and just these headphones fit my head, and this mouse is like...
Mouse.
I mean, Lindsay's mouse was nice, but it was like a weird Chinesium textured thing, and this one's smooth. Well, actually, it once had texture, but I've worn it smooth.
Oh, who else? I think, oh, I think it was just Ty, who, is currently unable to do Arma things because their computer is in a house full of the Rona.
They just have to abandon ship, like go to the fucking... Wait,
Yeah.
is Ty Delta that one charismatic feller that also has, like, infinite money?
I don't know about the second part, but yes, very charismatic.
Ah, he's the one that, Marlon said he'd fuck if he was told, if, like, he asked him to.
That is a sentence that I could imagine him saying, but didn't until just now.
Well, you don't have to imagine it. I can probably... Oh, thank God. Oh.
And now I'm starting to...
With my extra powerful, Wi-Fi antenna, I actually get 35 megabits down.
Ooh, that's actually a download speed of commendation.
Well, I think it should be higher given that we're on FiOS, but,
Only so many bits can be in the air before they start choking people.
Well, I hope people like not breathing.
Internet time.
Pretty much. Yes, I would like to restore my session from, like, 16 months ago. Not really that long. Like, oh yeah, I was for whatever reason reading about fibrosis, which is the process of scarification.
Right.
And I think this came out because I was also previously reading about mycosis, which is the process of oh, and here's all of my shit about editing Arma.
Oh, right.
Open up all of these tabs. Alright, steps I need to accomplish. Proton VPN. Shit, fuck, whatever it is, go away.
Hour 6, Blowtorch sets up a computer.
I feel like I'm like the buddy in the what's the word, in the sort of sitcom of your life. Like I just come from the other end of a computer always. Just kind of there.
Yeah, currently in the episode, this is like a 3 full-length movie of an episode, but yeah, sure.
Did I ever tell you about the time where I thought it'd be interesting to do a car trip, but in real time, in a surreal sense, because it shot in a fashion so that it never actually ends up being day. It's a 16-hour long movie.
Huh.
But it's never daylight ever. But like we're clearly not in the Arctic.
Like an only at night travel flick, or I'm trying to... Yeah, that is the sun rising over there, so it is morning in-game. Huh.
Ah, yes, it's trying to save my Proton VPN installation into the Arma folder.
Is there any room in there?
Yeah. I'm still learning the basics. I don't need extra... a whole lot of extra anyway. Come on now, computer. One thing I'm rapidly remembering is what it's like to have not a solid state drive on in every drive bay.
Oh.
You know, Lindsay's laptop is nothing but solid states.
That's going to be a bit of a jump.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I also forgot, my hands secrete this substance.
Yes, the human oil.
Huh?
The human oil.
The blowtorch excrement. Is that, how do you make that word work again? Excretion?
Secretion, perhaps.
Ah, yes, I am in fact secreting, not excreting it. Oh, I'm a little giddy, and, like, to be honest, having my own computer again.
Mm-hmm.
Reunited. I don't have to worry about changing any settings to my preference. These are my settings now. I do need to find another thumb screw, otherwise every time I move my leg up, I'm going to knock my computer out. I'm going to knock the right side of my computer off. Every single fucking time. Wait. What is this? Hold on. Where are these cables headed? Where are they going? Where is she? Trying to do a little bit of a post-setup spaghetti management now.
Yes, the cable management after the cables. Yeah.
Yes, the oh god, this was a mistake. Time to try and half-assedly fix it.
I have already tied the Gordian knot. What do I do? Oh no, what do I do?
What's a guardian knot?
Gordian knot. It is the, some myth is about a knot that was tied in such a way as it cannot be untied, and the smart king comes along and just cuts it in half with a sword, proving that he's smart. I forget which mythology that comes from or what story that's about, but I remember there is a knot and it is Gordian.
Sounds very Gaelic.
I could have sworn it was like Greek or Mediterranean at least.
Ugh. I wish I was dead. You ever sneeze so hard it makes you hurt?
Yep. Like, ow, not that much air was supposed to pass into that tube. My holes,
Wait.
ouch.
Why is Desert Bus tagged for nudity and sexual content?
Because people are dumb, and the Steam tagging program was a mistake.
What do you mean public voting for, like that it's also listed as psychological horror?
Yeah, that one's actually closer to the truth.
You're not having fun?
Well, okay, look at the first 3 hours of this recording before people were, like, here in earnest. Like a person here in earnest. Thrawn kind of came in and left. I could have sworn I dropped a hint of this in the,
happens, you'll always have blowtorch.
Yeah, I was about to say, I dropped a couple of hints, like, I didn't want to be like, hey, do this thing, it's important to me, but I was just like, hey, I'm doing this thing. I'll let you think about that. To a whole bunch of people, but I don't know how explicit I was about it, and...
Wait,
well,
what am I supposed to think about?
I don't know. Did I...
Joke's on you, you trusted me to think about anything. That excited, eh?
Yep.
Alright, Steam. I don't like you, and you don't like me, so let's get back to this so I can never have to do two-step authentication ever again. Oh, I feel so good not chickening out and just using the laptop the rest of the night. It's my computer. Mine. Oh great, that means I have to re-download Cyberpunk.
Ah, shit. You want to set up your own FTP?
Oh god, here we go again. No, bring it back now, y'all.
You could... Did I may have left that there. You could maybe just... Yeah, couldn't you...
Pull.
Yeah, you could probably log in and pull. That could actually work. It would not be as efficient as doing, you know, literally anything else that you could probably do with the physical device next to the other physical device, but, you know, for the funsies.
I'm interested, yet, cautious. This game has overwhelmingly positive reviews, however, has emojis in the blurb about the game.
It's a game about driving a bus for 8 hours.
No, not you. Different game.
Oh, different game. Which game?
Dismantle. Ascend from your shelter, ruin everything, escape to the wretched island, explore, fight, level up, survive, gather, craft, harvest, hunt, build, farm, solve puzzles, fish, cook, live, enjoy the bittersweet post-apocalypse.
Huh. What was the title again? You cut out on the title.
Dismantle. The, voice activation threshold.
Yeah, I was about to say, hey, Blowtorch, guess what happened again?
What?
It cut out when you were saying the title, so I didn't hear it. I got Disman, and I don't know if it's like dismantle or disman over here.
Dismantle with a Y.
Okay, with a Y. Gotcha that time.
If I just turn this up, can you hear me now?
I can still hear you.
Oh wow, that works. Goodness.
Hmm.
All I actually had to do was turn the volume knob on the front of the mic. up.
That is weird. I thought that was the mic for the, there's like a headphone port in that particular mic, because of course there is. Audiophile technology, what it is. I thought the gain knob was on the back, but...
There is a gain knob on the back. Volume knob on the front. Fuck you, Andrologic, I'm blowtorch. I do what I want, bitch. Apparently I have 2 comments. What are people commenting on? I was commenting on a Europa Universalis mod. I now have my beefy computer. I can now heat the room by playing Europa Universalis.
There's gotta be something that can get the graphics card to also apply its thermal to the room.
No, don't worry. I have an AMD. I don't need to worry about the graphics card also helping.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I don't need to light the room on fire. Just heat it.
Understandable. Have a nice sauna.
I'm just pouring water through the top grate of my computer so the steam comes out.
Oh, that's why they call it steam.
No, I'm not updating Steam. Fight me. I almost said fuck me. No, I'm not updating Steam. Fuck me.
I shall endure this hell voluntarily. I will have an unupdated Steam. Back to green, baby!
So it does appear to be zombies in Dismantle, but it looks interesting. Wait, I can capture deer? Hold on. Are you telling me I can ranch deer? Because, like, I'm moist.
Venison rancher. How many other creatures can be pet and or tamed and or ranched? Cat ranching.
Birding cats.
Why did I ever think this would work? Although considering how cats occasionally colonize, you might be able to do something with that. Just, you know, good luck beyond that.
Ugh, I need to get a new hard drive. That's what I'll do with my Christmas money. Just buy enough hard drives for a RAID array. Do I need the base station for sitting down VR? Like, do I have to set up the lighthouses to sit?
Maybe. I can't remember.
I'm gonna die.
I cannot remember. I think the answer is yes. I mean, Oculus does the no base station thing, but like, I think it is only sitting.
This burger is now actually just dried out. Like, it is hard.
Ah, the salt has won.
Not salt. Lack of constitution beyond moisture.
Yeah, that too. But like, the salt was keeping it in, and everything else is left.
Just salt. All the way down.
Yep. Why do we need to pour the fancy chemicals that take over people's minds when you could just put more salt in it and then it never goes bad?
Brain isn't... You're right. We just add more preservatives directly to the brain.
Yeah, just, you know, spray them on people with, like, I don't know, airplanes or something.
Spray them on people in processing centers at the border.
Is that a... Sorry, I was going on a chemtrails thing. What is that? What? Excuse me?
I was just reading today about how the inspiration for the Nazis using Zion extermination was actually from U.S. customs at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Oh. We just lied people down if they were coming into the country? That is...
What was it?
Not surprising, yet still horrifying.
Oh, U.S. immigration border riot. There we go.
least someone
1917
rioted.
Bath Riots. Literally called the Bath Riots. Occurred in Santa Fe on the San between El Paso and Juarez.
Oh, a lot of things happen there.
Sparked by the Practice and Naturalization Service, which required Mexicans to strip naked and be infected with various chemical agents, including gasoline, kerosene, sodium cyanide, cyanides, sulfuric acid, and Zyklon B before gaining entry to the United States.
What in the actual fuck is wrong with this country? Or just people at this point. Yeah, fuck this country. What the fuck is wrong with people? What part of I'm gonna pour gasoline on you before you can enter the... What?
Zyklon B was the fumigation of choice for clothing and bedding. For people, it would have killed the human beings long before the lice on the U.S.-Mexico border and was in the gas chambers of Nazi Germany. Police also accused of taking and sharing nude photography of Mexican women. A year later, 50 Mexicans had their bodies sprayed with gasoline and set on fire, causing 27 of them to burn to death.
Yeah, again,
conditions contributed to the riots, which began with Cameleta Torres refused to submit to the procedure. Torres was denied a refund of her transport fare, so she began yelling at the officials and convinced other riders to her. After 3 days of rioting, the protests subsided, but the process of disinfecting Mexican migrants at the U.S. border continued for another 40 years.
Fuck.
Yeah. So yes. Nazi Germany looked at the U.S. and was like, yeah, that would work. Though hailed by some as the Latina Rosa Parks, Cameleta Torres was mostly forgotten, and her actions had little lasting effect. The Immigration Act of 1917, passed just days after the riot, imposed barriers for Mexican laborers entering the United States. For the first time in history, workers were required to pass literacy tests, pay a head tax, and were forbidden to perform contract labor. Business owners in the Southwest pressed Congress to exempt Mexican workers from the contract labor restrictions and head taxes. After the U.S. entered World War I, businessmen were able to lift the 1917 immigration terms for Mexican workers, and the exemption lasted until 1921. However, the bathing and fumigations, which later used insecticides and DDT, continued until the 1950s. A similar riot the following year was averted when prompt action by the Mexican authorities intervened with American authorities. Reports of a typhus death in Juarez were denied by Mexicans, and the port and trolleys were temporarily closed to prevent altercations. But yes, no matter which hole you dig, it always goes further.
Yep. Hey, we sprayed these migrants with gasoline and they were set on fire. Better build a bigger wall. You're getting mad. Wonder why that is.
Hey, we were on multiple occasions the inspiration for the action of the Nazis?
Yeah, just, you know, in theory and practice and
I think the practice is maybe the most damning.
Yeah, just hard to say what's the most damning thing about the Nazis, but yeah, no, like all of it.
I mean, the ideology and the concept matter not, but for the practice, right? If everybody had just said these things and nothing ever came of it, we wouldn't really be, you know, where we are today.
Yeah.
Like, it's once the words turn into action that really it becomes, you know, the bigger problem.
The big uh-oh. One might even call it a worldwide oopsie.
Like I said, Trotskyism is never more true in the modern day. International revolution now. Desert bus finish? Oh, it's done. Oh, and now that I have a nice mic, we could actually do, now that I have my computer, and if I order another hard drive that actually, you know, has a read-write speed so that we can record HD video, we could actually, like, start production.
I know.
A truly terrifying thought.
I hate that this could actually be the pilot episode, and it's going to be 8 to 9 hours long, and...
Is this...
well...
Oh, wait, are you recording?
I'm technically on Twitch, yeah.
Is that a record? Do they record? Am I a record? Am I record?
Am I record? Is microphone augment?
Am video going?
Is sound heard later?
Heard later?
Is posterityness?
Fucking Christ.
Welcome to the podcast where we just pretend to be caveman.
What am 5 by 5?
Grug more like 3 by apple.
No me Grug auditory. Hearing you berry by apple.
Sound rock go brr. Grug no hear Grug.
You know what? Just cancel everything. I'm not updating anything until I decide that I'm updating things.
I was about to say, okay, canceling bus ride, and I don't even feel like risking it and trying to pull off to the side. No, I'm just gonna keep on this. 6 hours, 45 minutes in. We can joke about this later.
I wouldn't even get because I'm not viewing the stream right now.
Someone might be. There could be the twinkle of Thrawn somewhere in the distance, perhaps listening in.
The twinkle of Thrawn in the milkman's eye? Are these actually deleting? Okay, I have nothing but workshop items, and Steam refuses to let me cancel them.
Right, all you have to do is just unsubscribe from all. That's a good enough cancel button, right?
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, you and Mal on Linux trying to get it to, like, function with whatever setup he's got to play Windows games. I'm surprised he plays Arma with us from all the, like, issues he's had trying to play Arma with us, and yet, still shows up.
I own Mass Effect Andromeda, eh?
Oh yeah, we were chatting about that.
How did I add it to my wish list, but also now can just play it? That is interesting to me, that Steam doesn't allow you to download games before you buy them. I mean, I guess you can if you get the ID and you download it via Steam CMD.
Yeah, or maybe like a free weekend or something, but yeah, all of the above there.
But who wants to do all that? Alright, what is the minimal effort way I could set up these tripods to make VR function? What time is it? Oh, it's already 11:20, like, but...
Yeah, no, it was like, I think I was 5.5 hours in and it was 10, so it's been another hour since then.
I might carry that chair downstairs so that there's more room in the room. Currently, part of the room is occupied by chair. And this can of Kipper snacks. I own all of the Myst games. Why don't I have extra thumb screws? Where'd they all run off to? Bastards. Little limey gits. I'm gonna organize this space more, and I don't have an external an external speaker set. Have to bear with me while I go and do that. As I tangle myself around the Blue Yeti and eventually throw it to the floor. Yes.
As if the passage of yet more time could bother me at this point.
Time goober. Time machine goober. the terminal. You're time machining into the future.
Yep.
Alright, I'll be back in a second.
Got it. I'm gonna say something to Twitch people, so I will continue to talk, so don't think you need to stick around for that. But this monstrosity of an idea came about because I was playing the Stanley Parable one day, and I set up my computer in like it was in college. I had like an apartment with four other people technically, but one person lived in the closet and didn't actually pay into the rent, but still lived there. And I just set up the computer in the shared area because there was already so much in the rooms that it was the one place I had to put it. But I was playing the Stanley Parable, and you get to the baby game part, and he's like, "Oh yes, the story really gets good about 3 hours in." I think the baby game's 4 hours. Yeah, I think it's 4 hours. I need to remember what's 4 hours, what's 8 hours, what's anything else. But I was just sitting there playing it, and hour 2, one of the roommates notices and goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm just like, playing the Stanley Parable. And I just kept going on, and I did the whole 4 hours just right there in that sitting. And then, immediately after that sitting, the other 3 roommates were part of Horror Club, and I wasn't a big fan of horror movies, but I was like, I'll come along and eat whatever snacks you have. So I was kind of the fourth wheel on their little adventures to Horror Club. And we get to Horror Club, and the person who's running it is like, "Okay, buckle up for this one, make sure you got some snacks. The movie we're watching today is about 3 hours and 45 minutes long." And I just start busting out laughing because I've been sitting here playing a game where you push the button to make sure the baby doesn't crawl into the fire, and then you push the second button to make sure that the cat in the bucket doesn't get drowned. And I've been doing that for 4 hours. What's another 3 hours and 45 minutes? And that was a fun story to tell to a bunch of strangers who enjoy horror movies. And then the year after that, Desert Bus VR came out, and one of my roommates was like, "Hey, didn't you do 3 hour, you're just gonna play this again, aren't you?" And I was like, "Yes, I am," and I've been doing it every year since. I don't think that first playthrough was around Christmas time, but then the next year I had graduated college. That was 2015, maybe. I might have skipped 2015. It might have been 2016 that I was just kind of bored on Christmas and like, "Hey, maybe I should do this again." And then I was like, "Why not?" I did keep a recording of that. I can probably look up the date on that recording. Then I can figure out how long I've been doing it. But I recorded the first one for whatever reason, because I was just like, why not? Oh, if that was 2016, then I was doing I was trying to have a consistent upload schedule and be one of them YouTube peoples. But for Dwarf Fortress, so good luck getting any kind of an audience with that. Unless you're Jobel. But yeah, that is the story of the Chrimbus. I played the Stanley Parable baby game for 4 hours, immediately watched a 3 hour and 45 minute long movie, and then someone remembered that I did that about a year later, and I was downloading Desert Bus VR because I was like, "Hey, Desert Bus is kind of fun." And then they just remembered that, yes, you are the kind of person who would sit down for 8 hours and do something monotonous like this. I don't know if I call it fun, but it is character building, discipline building. I don't know. Do I get something out of it? Maybe. Am I talking to myself again? Yes. That is not the point. Maybe it is. I don't know anymore. I think the story's over. I have told the origin of Chrimbus. At least there isn't a baby crying in this bus. Yeah, I might do another break at the 7 hour mark just 'cause the fatigue. What are we at? 285 now? Okay, 285. Man, 5 hours since I last checked. Or, sorry, 5 miles since I last checked. 45 miles per hour is far too slow. But he got a mod that allows me to redline it, get 75 miles per hour. And it's maybe against the spirit of having old bus, but also desert bus, except you have to like FTL it, so there's like positions and jobs people need to do, or else the bus crashes, or like it's harder to steer. Like there could be a hydraulic shit, speaking of being hard to steer. Okay, we good? Okay, we're good. Like, desert bus, someone is sitting and driving for an inordinate amount of time. Maybe like an hour or something. Or, you know, as long as you can go. But then, oh no, the brake line, or, no, sorry, the hydraulic steering is broke. So, steering is like 3 times as hard unless someone repairs that and the passengers have something to do. It could be a spaceship or something. I don't know. Game ideas that would be really easy to make. Like, I'm trying to think of how long this game took to get made, and it's just like a little bit extra on top of this. This could be like a 2-month project if you don't care too much about the visuals. Well, okay, netcode, double that. Make that like, to make it properly multiplayer, like, there goes my right arm. Make that like 4 months for like MVP, and then polishing is the next 2 years after that. But then it would be, I don't know if it would be fun. It would be really fun for me, because then other people could do things while I drive my bus, but... yeah, maybe I shouldn't try and throw people into my definition of fun, because my definition of fun involves Arma, and that's a definition that a lot of people would disagree with. Yep, I'm officially talking to myself now, and I will keep going on that until otherwise interrupted. Topic of conversation besides dumb ideas about how to improve the game you are currently playing for the past 7 hours almost. 5 minutes. Still a good stop point. Maybe the internet died, who knows. I don't think if there's any other, like, dumb games that take far too long to play kind of games that I've done. There's really Desert Bus is the baby game that I have, you know, chipped my teeth in. Getting over it requires skill. That's less of a put time into it and more of a gain an unconventional skill in such amount of time. I don't actually enjoy that game all that much. I don't know if it's the skill components, but... oop, the noises. Man, it is weird concentrating on a road and seeing past the, like, I really should have set up in the center of the room so I don't have these guide marks. Because I think the guide marks are based on where the controller is, so if I make a very deep left turn, the guide marks get a little fainter. But 2 more hours? Okay, 45 miles per hour. We are almost at 300. And we're like 10 away from 300. That should be 288 now? That's 288. So 45 to 2, we'll call it 290. 335, so a little under 2 hours. Hour and a half, maybe? Half of 45 is... 2.5? Yeah, that's about an hour and a half. Okay, so this will be hour, puts that to 8 and half. Oh, okay, we might finish before the 9-hour mark. Maybe. We'll see how long the break goes. But yeah, a good 300-mile marker, 7-hour break. Yeah, I can feel that. Especially since I'm only hearing slight background noises elsewhere.
Can you hear me?
Oop, I think I can hear you now.
Don't believe it or not, I am setting up the VR.
Ooh, coming in on the last hour here.
Lots of VR stuff go. Carry it up yet? I mean, I can give up if you prefer. Sit here and keep you company.
No.
That doesn't bother me either.
No, keep going. I like the asides where I just go crazy and talk to myself and wonder whether or not you actually exist in the meat space.
Am I real?
I mean, no, I think the first day of that con I kept mostly sober. Day 2 though.
Are you sure though?
Maybe. I don't know. I could have been dosed with something in the car. Could have gone through a border checkpoint and just completely forgotten about it. Well, I'm at 290. I'm not quite up to 300 yet. That's almost there. What do I do? 7 hours or the 300th mile marker? Quick check Twitch chat and see if anyone could ever possibly be here and be voting on it. Run a straw poll. We might actually still be in the TeamSpeak. That's I forgot I didn't actually change any of those settings, even though I was doubting it at hour 2. 5 hours later, we're still here. I think I can do the 300th mile marker. I'm gonna keep going. Let's see, the origin of Chrimbus. Let's see. Okay, the first official Chrimbus that I actually... I think that was on the 23rd. I can't remember if I had officially set up the rules by the first Chrimbus, but I've been making this shit up as I go along, so, you know, most traditions just only 5 years old instead of 500 years old. Yeah, I can't remember when I set up the must happen between Christmas and New Year's, and I can't remember when I thought, like, oh, it'd be funny if there's a superstition behind this that if I don't drive to Las Vegas, the new year can't come in. And I think that was just my mad ramblings on the third one. If I'm not mistaken, the first one was just me sitting there, didn't know what else to do, listen to podcasts. Maybe. Second one, I can't remember if... Okay, so... This is either 2016 or 2017 for the first one, and I wish I could remember or find a way to, like, flick blowtorch the link to the one unlisted YouTube video with Chrimbus in it. Is it unlisted? Oh, I don't want to make him dig through my YouTube channel. Never mind. I'm going to assume 2016 because I'm pretty sure I've done this 4 years, and this is the 4th year. Because year 1 was normal, but I did mouse and keyboard. Year 2, I think I tried VR, drove for 5 or 6 hours, and then it crashed. So we are currently past the... And I just said, that counts. Game over, I beat it. 3rd year I did mouse and keyboard again. I think that was last year, so this is 4th year. And back in VR, and we have made it past the crash point of whenever that year was. I wonder if that's because I was recording and streaming. So that would have been like a hard drive failure that may have caused that? I don't know.
No, I'm racing to the finish to hang out with Terminal in VR. Or desert bus.
Yeah, Blowtorch wants to get in the bussy.
Takes an eternity, but he's already been playing for a good number. He's already been playing for most of an eternity.
I don't think he can hear me, but that was great.
Well, originally it wasn't, but then somebody remade it in VR. Because, you know, haha. Wouldn't it be funny if we made something bizarre and bizarre-er?
I think it was a team at Epic Games. Gearbox, was it? Yeah, I think Gearbox is the thing at the beginning.
Problem is, I need to figure out a place to put these bases.
Gearbox is like, yeah, we can make a game about the desert bus and, you know, modernize it so people would actually play it again. And like charities and shit
I'm
happen.
very excited for.
I don't think he realizes he's still broadcasting.
Very excited to play, that game I liked again.
Don't say Civ, don't say Civ, don't say Civ. Oh, Beat Saber, yeah, that's a pretty fun one.
Are you gonna get up now? Or...
This is the strangest bit of, eavesdropping. A little powerless to stop it, or...
If yes, I probably have to rethink part of the way I've set this. Move that other chair to your sister. Well, there wasn't a nice chair in there, so
adjust. Yeah, that was pretty smooth. Yeah, I can kind of see myself in the mirror. I think I was like down here to begin with.
That work.
Let's not run off the road.
I could do one over here by the corner of the bed, and I just take it down when I'm. But then I'd have to do.
I hit the bug early this game.
I'm only doing 6. So like that has to do.
I think when my mind really wanders, I actually like get in the right lane, which is kind of interesting because I thought the opposite would be true. Like I do one of those trucker things, or I
wall mounts
stick to the center line. Because honestly, most of this time I've been using the like purple lines as a guideline and like trying to keep the line either right on one of the purple lines or yeah, I would close an eye, line them up, and see if like keep it there.
Up in here.
I don't know why making 2 lines meet is interesting, but like, I just kind of wasn't thinking there for a minute and veered back into standard US where you're supposed to drive, which is probably a good thing to have. Just, you know, them behaviors that you default to. Yes, defaulting to a proper driving behavior and not an improper driving behavior like this one. Hopefully that's a good thing. I hope that, you know, goes outside the video game. Okay, 296, yeah, okay, almost at 296. 4 miles, and then I will take maybe the last stretch. I don't know. We'll see. Ooh,
By DJ'd, I'd have to have whatever.
Left hand getting a little crampy. That might be pause for earlier stoppage, but you know, making time, make the time. The pilot episode, and I'm piloting a bus. There's pun potential, I shall find it.
Put stickers on it anyway.
Oh right, I did a quick run just to make sure things would happen, but then like I had to reset my camera position. For whatever reason, it kept the last name that I put in there, but put the default name in.
Yeah, that was the fan.
Wow, that's shiny.
That and, like,
oh man, hold on, it's the Lion King moment here. Ba Sequenia Mamalicia Ba Susin. Oh, is that the song right there? Jeez. Holy crap, yeah, that is a full-on Lion King moment right now. It is really low in the sky and really oblong.
Here it is.
Oh man, I used to know the words and now I've forgotten them.
Oh, VR, why are you such a absolute clusterfuck? This one's called L3 because it's short for the whatever the fuck this thing.
Yeah, but that is real bright over there, and the sun is officially rising. We got sunny on the bussy. Okay, 297.5. 2.5 miles. Couple more minutes. But I might even change it to the
trip over this every 30 seconds.
I think I'll actually go full PJ pants.
Completed his game.
We still got I think we're still in the 1.5-hour zone. I don't know how much I've been talking the past 10 minutes. Has it been 10 minutes? Fuck if I know. Alright, dumb ideas for stupid mods to this game. If this game can be easily modded, drum set, so I can like hit shit, make noises. Ooh,
thank you.
each chair could have a stupid thing to play with.
My reel is terminal wheel. Find out later.
Probably not real. Honestly, I'm feeling less real by the minute. I know they can't hear me, which is why I'm feeling a little less real right now. Damn, that is a sunset. Rise. Rise. That sun going up. That is... Rise is in the east, that's in the west. We going south? Tucson? Are we going from Las Vegas to Tucson, or Tucson to Las Vegas? Fuck if I know. I should have looked this up beforehand. I should know the desert bus lore. Almost on the last mile until we hit 300.
Oh lordy boo, I just see my desktop.
Come on, 299. $2.99. One more mile, and then I can put the pajama pants on. I don't think I want to make that a thing. I can only put the pajama pants on at mile marker 300, but...
Go over there. I'll step into Lindsay.
The chafing has the chafing has not begun, but it's places are starting to ride up where they probably shouldn't need to be. Go to 300, and then it's, 60. Right. Just hour and a touch. 45 plus an extra 15 on top of that. Yeah, an hour and a third, so hour 20 minutes from the 300 mile marker. And we are 0.4. One has texted me. Or maybe that's an email. Phone has 3 different alerts on it. The low priority alert, the medium priority alert, and the high priority alert. It was a medium priority alert. That's either a text or an email. Something that may need to be answered to. The squee from Yep, hold on, here's 300. See if I have let go of the accelerator to stop on. I did not. I need to stop at like 300, like 299.8. But sure. This is Sparta in a tenth of a mile. Well. Oh boy, the shadows are coming back in.
Work with Steam.
That was weird. I got a little too immersive there for a second. I felt the bus braking and like I was leaning forward, but yeah, that was a weird feeling. I was just kind of watching the road, and they got the bump mapping on the bump strip. Bump mapping on the bump strip. Yeah, bump mapping on the bump strip is a little too good. I got immersed. I need to stop this immediately before I become the gamer. Oof. Okay, and check the phone because that has gone off. But break time. But I might still make noises. Oh, good thing I caught that too. Controller is low on battery. Yeah, it's blinking red at me like I can see it. Okay, phone. Looks like a weather. Oh no, weather forecast.
Can you hear me?
Oh, the weather forecast got a medium priority there, but stretch it out.
I can hear you in the Vive headset.
Is TV fine, and that's where I was gonna go pace for a bit, so I gotta pace in the room. That would involve maybe interrupting someone's TV show. Okay. Yep, I needed that. Almost there. Hour and 20 minutes. Hour and 20 minutes. Probably 30. Let's see, I'm gonna turn the mic off.
I'm sweaty enough that I already have
Let's start plugging things in so they can charge while I'm doing my other thing.
Hear my thing right now. I'll take that as a no.
I hear Blowtorch talking, and that seemed like it was in response to something. I'm currently walking around and getting a stretch in. So I cannot hear you at the moment. Oh no. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Calibrate the room. Crap's so good that I can't get out of the room. Help! My own ability is.
I should maybe minimize the rest of that, but oh, come on. I don't know if plugging in the controller did that or great. Not again. Well, let's put on the pajama pants anyway.
How am I supposed to hold it? And click that button. Okay.
Right center?
Yeah.
Locate the floor.
Where's the headset?
On a stable surface and click the calibrate floor button. Then measure the vertical distance between the surface of the floor and enter it below.
Place the headset on
Enter
the
0, and if you place it on your head, enter your height.
Hooray, Chrimbus.
In theory, that's done.
We did it. The new year can start. Count crashes as successes, because if they didn't, I would cry more. Yeah, let's switch out of Steam VR mode.
Okay.
Hooray.
Hey, Terminal, are you there? Terminal? Terminal.
Alright, where did I put the original headset so I can go back to hearing people in the... Well, alrighty then. What the hell? Someone followed me? Okay. Thank you to Nova Hale 3. I don't think I know who you are. And neat. That was 2 hours ago. Yeah, back in hour 5. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually getting a chance to look at the chat and the stream manager. I don't think I've been doing the break every 2 hours, but oh well. Let me see if TeamSpeak is... Yeah, options. Let me make sure the playback is... Yes, I need the playback to come through the defaults so I can actually hear the people in the TeamSpeak. Alright, that should have fixed that. This happened year 2 when... I don't know though. Okay, how the fuck do we prevent that from happening? And why is my email client open? Did I accidentally hit that? I don't know. I'm gonna wallow in shame and consternation for about 19 minutes, see if Blowtorch gets his stuff together and play it by ear.
Hello?
Hello. Guess what happened when I plugged my controller in to charge? Okay, there are many questions to be asked, so that must be a... You're not quite there yet. At least I was done before midnight.
Okay.
Did I start in 20? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna... Right now... Alright, two things. One, I'm gonna put up the BRB.
Here comes the yawns.
Are they coming? Can you even hear me? Man, two people talking to themselves. That's kind of funny. But let me actually go trawling through my YouTube to see when I first did Chrimbus, because I could be just lying about that 4th year, but I can't remember. Maybe I tried it twice in a single year. Like, the VR crashed, so I tried it again on keyboard, and I just remember that as 4 years.
Yeah.
Oh?
I'm dumb.
Oh no, how dumb. Or maybe...
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I'm gonna draw it.
Oh, come on. Okay, something will happen eventually. Right. I was going to go find
impressively so. I still hear nothing.
Oh boy. I'm gonna keep going and doing things about other things. Maybe about a third thing.
Hello?
Hello. Once again.
That's noise.
Oh hey, that could actually be noise, could it? Maybe one day we will establish contact. Who knows? Monsieur Madame?
Yeah, I can
Monsieur
hear
Dame?
terminal.
Hooray, Monsieur Dame.
So, if I'm to understand this correctly, you finished right as I had finished setting up my VR.
Technically speaking, I have finished because I plugged in my controller and the game crashed. So apparently I'm not allowed to recharge my controllers, otherwise game crash. But yeah, crashes... Considering it's been 7 hours and I do feel the fatigue on me, I'm still sitting here, but like, you know, arm kinda hurty. If I concentrate on it, it's not that bad. But like, yeah, no, I don't... I'm not picking it up and doing another 8-hour thing. I admit I was in it for the full 8 hours and... it crashed again, so, I don't know.
Wait, I could have a dark and stormy. Holy shit.
Holy shit, can you get me one?
No.
Damn.
Also, there's a Destiny group. I think. Destiny?
Huh, okay. Oh, maybe. Oh, shit, that is...
Third-person horses.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. I was not aware that that was a thing.
Yeah, apparently.
Also, the first Chrimbus was in 2017, not 2016, so my concept of time is fully warped.
I somehow, though, am always... the word.
Oh, I put that
about BT admins, though. I just sort of avoid all of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what most people in the tube do.
Can't get in trouble with the admins if I don't interact with all of the admins. Because let's be fair, depending on who you is, I could probably really easily be on the bad side of the admins.
Yeah.
Boy, I sure hope you do like communism. I still love Communist Protectron's sexy voice.
Wait, it...
Comrade Protectrons. There you go.
Oh, sorry. The communism. Is that
yes.
the sex? Okay, good. I was unaware... for 2 seconds, I had a Fisto flashback, and I didn't want to think about the People's Fist any more than I needed to.
Too late, you're already thinking about the People's Fist.
I have learned to embrace and banish these thoughts because I have been meditating for 7-odd hours and drove 300 miles in a bus that could only go 45 miles per hour. And while I didn't make it the full way there, the journey is what's important, not the destination.
Meditating's a word for it. I'll drink to that.
But yeah, as a last...
Approximately a splash of dark spiced rum and a bunch of old Canada Dry. Cheers.
Cheers, sure. Do I even... I might be able to rustle
That's weird.
something. Yeah?
I managed to mix Canada Dry and the dark spiced rum, and it somehow tastes watery. And this is bold Canada Dry. Like, by itself, it's pretty pungent.
Oh, right, yeah, you had the bold stuff.
How did I get a smoother drink than the component parts?
That is mixology for you, I guess. Like, the whole point of the cocktail was, ow, alcohol hurt.
But what if alcohol didn't hurt? Mixology time.
Alright, anyway, I unlisted the original Chrimbus, and that was in 2017, which is, I guess, when I did all, I don't know, I got 2016 and 2017 mixed up. So the story's got like a
7 days.
I don't know. Like, you want to get the achievement at least for like driving 10 miles? I need to like, hold on.
Do it a different night. Already deflated.
Okay. I'm
my
trying.
Ego, much like my libido, is deflated.
I'm trying not to be deflated right now because it happened again, and worse, because the first time it was at the 5-hour mark, and that was like, oh, okay, well I got about halfway through it. This one was like that was like an 80-90%. I got to the 300.
Headphones are very bassy, and the 7 Days to Die music just started.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can't wrap up the officiation. Congratulations, 2020 can now happen. The Chrimbus has crashed, but that is an acceptable...
Station.
No, it has crashed. That is an acceptable outcome. The Chrimbus can no longer drive.
Is dead. No more Chrimbus. New Year's can happen.
Yeah, basically. As long as the Chrimbus is rendered inert, either by making it to its destination or being unable to drive, then the new year can happen. Merry Chrimbus, everybody. For fuck's sake, this should have happened a lot earlier, because good gravy 2020 can just GTFO, can it?
The number will change, but the content remains the same.
Yeah, we'll get to work on that. Maybe people will stop memeing about how every year is the new worst year ever. Hopefully.
Maybe there'll be enough riots for things to actually change. Or maybe I'll just pour the rest of this rum into this 2-liter of rail. I got it all set up, and then Terminal's game crashed.
Yeah.
No.
Do it all again?
Huh?
Is to do it all again?
No, Chrimbus is over now.
Yeah, bus dead, Chrimbus over. Like it. No, like.
Huh?
What was Chrimbus?
Chrimbus. Merry
Yeah.
Chrimbus.
Is what we're doing. It's the Chrimbus.
I don't understand.
It is the Chrimbus.
It is
driving
a
the Chrimbus.
time-honored tradition.
And by time-honored, you mean 2 years?
17, 18, 19, 20. That's 4 years, technically. Oh, that's where I got the 4 from. Okay, I did it off by 1 error, so I thought it was 2016. But it was 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. Yes, I was right that I've done this 4 times. Because I have the memories...
Years.
Yeah, I have the memories of doing this 4 times now, but I was off on the years.
But yes, Chrimbus is dead.
Yep, but that means the new year can happen anyway, so...
Why? The game crashed.
Yeah. Alright, I think we've got...
Why don't you understand?
Restart the game.
Why would you restart the game?
It's 8 hours. It's 7. It was 7 hours. We got to the
7 hours.
Okay. It doesn't
And then
save
it crashed.
anything?
No.
No.
It was designed to be painful and not fun.
Oh.
The original Desert Bus was almost a joke in the sense that it was awful.
Hmm.
Also, for whatever reason, this computer has lower latency than the laptop did. Oh, spoke too soon. There it goes.
Goodbye, latency. Goodbye. See you never. Goodbye.
Plug the other keyboard in so you can stats.
Oh. Not plugging in two keyboards. Actually, the one that was displaying it so nice was that one, because it has a numpad.
Alright, I think that will actually do it for the Chrimbus. That is disappointing as shit, but like, I charged the controllers. I don't know if they can last the whole 8 hours. I guess I'll have to see some other time, or just start playing with them plugged in and then never have them. Because, okay, two things happened, and I'm recording this bit for posterity without Blowtorch and everyone else real quick, but I plugged in one controller and I put like another controller on the desk outside of the reach of the lighthouses, and that must have done something. So I'm wondering if that's the case, because I did take 2 other breaks where I put the controllers in my chair and that didn't screw up, but as soon as the controllers were over on the desk and trying to get plugged in for charging materials, then now things are note to self, and maybe like, yeah, I need to maybe purchase this for myself or throw it on like a Amazon wish list or something. Like another USB charger that has a very long cable so I can just have the controllers plugged in. But that is for another time and perhaps another year. Chrimbus has crashed, but that means 2020 can now finally come to a close. And not anytime too soon. I think it's the 30th. Yes, it is currently the 31st of December where I'm at, so yep, I was only 24 hours before that year is, you know, slated to end. But yeah, that'll be it. Mayor Crimbo, get on them Chrimbus.